Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is What if Deku becomes Hero Hunter? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku stopped resisting, realizing the stakes. The elimination of 2 Class S heroes makes everything that happened here worthwhile for us. The 2 top heroes are our greatest enemies, after all. You experienced that firsthand. Fights are all about matchups. He explained that the only heroes powerful enough to resist Elder Centipede were the Psychic Terrible Tornado, Metal Knight, King, and Blast. Elder Centipede is working with the Monster Association to lure Blast to the battlefield, he added. From a matchup perspective, those Class S heroes lack the means to escape. Silverfang's technique is only effective against certain opponents. Demon Cyborg's capabilities are impressive, but his strength is limited. Endeavor's flames won't harm a monster like Elder Centipede. And Hawks. Even I could win against him. Those 5 face certain defeat. As Phoenix Man finished explaining, he looked down to see Izuku asleep. Izuku, did you pass out? Rest easy. You'll meet Lord Orochi soon. After fleeing the woods as instructed by Izuku, Arie and Kota found themselves in a playground adjacent to the forest. They sat quietly on a bench, uncertain about their next move. Arie broke the silence, her voice barely above a whisper. Is he going to be okay? Kota attempted to reassure her, though doubt lingered in his mind. Yeah, he's strong. He'll be fine. Arie's expression shifted, revealing her concern. But where do I go now? I don't want to go with the heroes. They hurt him, she murmured, her voice trembling. Kota paused, contemplating his response. Well, not all of them are. He noticed Arie's curious gaze and continued, I live with my aunt. She's a hero, but she's really nice. You can come with me. Arie nodded, intrigued by the offer. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from the forest. They turned their eyes toward the trees, where a massive centipede emerged from the very spot they had left just an hour earlier. Mr. Kota muttered, anxiety creeping into his voice. Izuku. Arie gasped, fear gripping her as the giant centipede loomed closer. It had been a day since the confrontation between Izuku and the heroes. When the centipede appeared, Endeavor, Genos, Bang, and Bomb had utilized all their skills to subdue the creature, but their efforts were in vain. Just as defeat seemed imminent, a figure known as King arrived and, after provoking the monster, defeated it with a single punch. Following the battle, Endeavor confirmed to Night Eye and Tsukachi that Izuku Yagi was indeed alive. However, they chose to keep this information from the public to prevent panic among the populace and the hero community. They needed to inform All Might, who was aware that Izuku's body had been stolen. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Hero Association convened to discuss the Hero Hunter. I propose that we categorize Izuku Yagi as a monster. The next time he appears, we should issue a warning with a threat level of dragon and call for a special summons, Stitch suggested. An executive countered, but he's still a human, isn't he? Is there truly a human on this planet who can oppose Class S with nothing but their bare hands? I find that hard to believe. Stitch responded, the Hero Hunter has already defeated 2 Class S heroes in the past month. They are still in the hospital. Silverfang and Demon Cyborg engaged the Hero Hunter but failed to eliminate him, which exceeded our expectations. I have complete confidence in Silverfang's abilities. He managed to inflict serious damage on Izuku. Yagi. He then asked, so, can we agree on executing the Hero Hunter? Everyone nodded in agreement. Another executive raised a concern. How is it that he is alive all of a sudden? Didn't that villain kill him during the incident at Kamino Ward? Stitch explained, about 2 weeks ago, a hero agency led by Sir Night Eye was investigating a Yakuza group called Shai Hisakai. They were producing quirk erasing bullets using a child's blood. A week after the Hero Hunter was killed, they abducted his corpse. Their leader, Chisaki, possesses a quirk called Overhaul, which allows him to assemble and disassemble living and non-living beings. That's how they revived him, according to Night Eye. Suddenly, the door burst open. What is the meaning of this? It's been 24 hours since those monsters kidnapped my son, and you're still sitting here chit-chatting. Narinki shouted, fury evident in his voice. Sakingle responded calmly, Mr. Narinki, we will rescue your son at all costs. You have my word as the commander of this rescue operation. We are already working to pinpoint the enemy's base. We only ask for your patience, sir. Meanwhile, Endeavor was at All Might's house, conveying the shocking news that Izuku was alive. What? Tashinori exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Endeavor nodded, I know it's a surprise. But it's true. Tears welled in All Might's eyes. How can this be? I saw him get killed. He's alive, he said, hope flickering within him. Endeavor fell silent, and All Might noticed. What's wrong? He asked, wiping his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Endeavor replied, Toshi. He's not the same boy you knew before. He's a monster. What? What do you mean he's a monster? Tashinori asked, confusion and shock flooding his expression. Endeavor explained, he's dangerous, Toshi. I witnessed it firsthand. He's ruthless. And he's aligned with the Monster Association. He calls himself a monster now. Guilt washed over Tashinori as he listened, knowing deep down that it was his fault. What do we do now? I'm too powerless to stop him myself. I'm not the same symbol I was, NG, he admitted. Endeavor replied, Toshi. As a father, I understand why you did it. You thought you were protecting him. But you didn't protect him, you destroyed him. The words struck Tashinori like a punch to the gut. He wiped his tears, but his hands trembled. Deep down, he knew it was true. He had believed he was safeguarding Izuku's quirkless nature from danger, but in reality, he had stripped away Izuku's dream and identity. I thought it was for his own good. He was quirkless, NG. The world. The villains. I thought if he stayed away, he would be safe. Endeavor shook his head slowly, his fiery gaze locked onto Tashinori's. You didn't give him a choice. You were so focused on keeping him safe that you forgot what he wanted, who he wanted to be. And now, he's become something far worse than what you feared. Tashinori sank back into his chair, staring at the floor, his mind racing. It was true. All of it. He had crushed Izuku's dream out of fear, convinced that his son couldn't handle the world on his own. Now, Izuku had transformed into something far more dangerous than Tashinori had ever anticipated. I failed him. I took away everything he loved. I didn't just break his dream, I broke his spirit, Tashinori lamented. Endeavor crossed his arms, observing Tashinori closely. He wasn't skilled at offering comfort, and he wasn't about to start now. But he understood the importance of honesty, especially in moments like these. You did. But sitting here crying about it won't change anything. You need to accept that your actions pushed him onto that path. You took his dream and gave him a new one. One that's twisted, but it's his now. Tashinori's breath hitched, and he struggled to maintain his composure. He's aligned with monsters now. How can I ever face him after what I did? His voice cracked, the weight of guilt almost unbearable. You have to face him, Toshi. If you don't, no one else can reach him. You might feel powerless now, but you're still his father. He's angry he's lost, and he probably hates you. But you owe it to him to try. He needs to hear the truth from you, not from anyone else, Endeavor urged. Tashinori stared at the ground, the gravity of Endeavor's words sinking in. His son was alive. But Izuku wasn't the boy he had once known. He was something else now, something born from Tashinori's own actions. Tashinori's heart raced as he faced Endeavor. How do I fix this, NG? How do I bring him back? He asked, desperation lacing his voice. Endeavor's expression hardened. You don't bring him back. This isn't going to be some simple redemption story. You can't undo what you did. All you can do is try to reach him, show him that you're willing to face your past, and hope there's still enough of him left to listen. The thought made Tashinori's heart clench. Could Izuku ever forgive him? Would he even be able to look him in the eye after everything that had happened? But Endeavor was right, he had to try. I'll do whatever it takes, Tashinori declared, determination flooding his voice. Even if it's too late, even if he never forgives me. I have to try. I have to make this right. Endeavor stood tall, his presence as commanding as ever. Then we'll find him. We'll stop the Monster Association, and when the time comes, you'll face him. But remember, Toshi, this isn't about you. It's about him. You've got one chance to reach him. Don't waste it by trying to make yourself feel better. Toshinori nodded, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. Who else knows about him being alive? He asked. Not many, Endeavor replied. That includes your family. So Inko and the others don't know yet. Toshinori murmured, a sense of dread washing over him. Endeavor shook his head. I'll let you break the news to them. The Hero Association wants to eliminate Izuku from their list. Toshinori's shock was palpable. So we can't let the other heroes get to him first. You understand? Yes, he replied, nodding as Endeavor left the house. As Toshinori stood alone, he thought to himself, let's hope that boy will just sit back and do nothing like he used to. Just a quirkless kid. Inko and the others don't have to know yet. They can wait. Meanwhile, Izuku sat up, his memory a blur. Where is this place? I survived? He pondered, noticing a letter on a nearby table. The letter read, To Izuku, welcome to the Monster Association. If you're reading this, congratulations on staying alive. You're no longer in danger. But be mindful of who saved you. Rest in your room and don't go on a rampage. If you decide to leave, you'll only be targeted by the heroes again. You need a place to stay. I have prepared clothes for you. Feel free to put them on. Izuku recalled the fight with the old man and the appearance of a bird-like figure. The Monster Association. What a load of nonsense, he thought, still unsure of what had happened to the old man. Did that centipede? Not that I care. As he walked further, he heard screams and pleas for mercy. Curiosity piqued, he peeked outside to see what was happening. He listened as the third-party mercenary squad begged for their lives. You say that now, but you were happy to exterminate 2 of our foot soldiers, Juro taunted. Do you really think we can just let you go after that? Your employer has even equipped you with that impressive battle gear. Earn your worth and keep your chin up. Until the end, It's all their fault. Damn it. We were about to reach outside when that weird robot thing and bird face showed up. One of the mercenaries groaned. Juro turned his attention to the nearby robot. Heh. Seems like you walk the walk. Thanks for the gift. We're happy to have you with us. Your application is accepted with honors. What are you called? So be it then. You're welcomed here. The next part is imminent, after all. You can stay hidden if you want, Izuku. Please wait a bit longer, Juro added, his voice echoing in Izuku's mind. Izuku was startled. That voice. It was right inside my head. Telepathy? Well then, how should we handle these? Execution? Monsterization? Or? Juro began, but he was interrupted as the monsters in the organization started voting, each one eager to take action. The squad trembled, fearing for their lives. Seems like everybody's thirsty for blood. There's no way to hold them back at this point, Juro remarked. Suddenly, several anonymous monsters leaped down, ready to attack. Hey now, let's not jump ahead of, Juro started, but before she could finish, a monster descended swiftly, slicing through the others with blades attached to his arms. Is that so? If the first to come wins, the Royal Ripper declared. I want to hear human screams so badly. If I don't, it feels like I'll lose my mind any moment now. He moved his blade across one of the mercenaries' faces. Stop. It hurts. The mercenary sobbed, blood streaming down his cheek. The Royal Ripper smirked. Just let me have fun with these little ones for a while, will you? Then I promise I'll behave until the hero fight. Izuku thought, some of them just forced their way in. Is it even possible to lead these things in an organized way? I see. The one at the top has to be powerful enough to crush anyone who strays out of line. Strong enough that even that centipede would bow to him. G5 interjected, sorry to interrupt, but, as someone who has crossed arms with them, I'd like to offer an evaluation. Their battle suits have unusually high battle potential. They should prove useful in the upcoming war. However, they appear to be customized to each individual body. Their functions can't be leveraged by others, much less monsters. Juro asked, "You're saying they should be used as fodder for our side?" The Royal Ripper responded, "No. The little ones are broken, see? Too frightened to be of use. You couldn't face the awful heroes in this state, could you, my poor things? You want to die now, don't you?" He attempted to swing his blade to kill them, but his strike was halted as a WHP wrapped around it. It was Duas. "In that case, I'll just have to make them mine. I'll be sure to WHP them into shape, don't you worry," she said with a smile. Juro advised, "Royal Ripper, you should let Duas handle this. WHP us into shape." "What are you saying?" one of the mercenaries exclaimed. "I'm begging you. Let us go." Another pleaded. Duas shouted, "Silence," as she lashed out at all the mercenaries, turning them into her puppets. Their bodies began to bulk up. "Not bad. How fortunate that such slaves fell right into my hands," she commented. G5 turned to Juro. "If I may, is the killing of a fellow member permitted in this association?" he asked, glancing at the Royal Ripper. Juro replied, "I'd like you to refrain for the most part. We wouldn't want to whittle down our own forces after all. That being said, there are times it cannot be avoided, given our monster heritage. But don't overdo it. I won't turn a blind eye if you do." The Royal Ripper scoffed. "I can still smell a human. I know you've been hiding this whole time. Why don't you come on out and play?" he taunted, his gaze searching for Izuku. Juro greeted Izuku with a sly smile. "Why, hello there, Izuku. You're up early." The other monsters began to murmur amongst themselves about the hero hunter. "Is that the hero hunter?" one monster asked, curiosity piqued. "Nice. I'm rooting for you," another chimed in. "What's with the special treatment?" "We picked him up while he was gravely injured and even tended to his wounds," a third monster questioned. "Yeah, what gives?" a fourth added. "Why does Juro keep an eye on a weak little human like that?" another monster wondered aloud. "Is he a human or a monster?" one asked skeptically. "Look at him. He's already on his last legs. Let's charge him and eat him for lunch," a seventh monster suggested, laughter echoing in the room. Despite the taunts, Izuku remained unfazed. Juro raised a hand to silence the crowd. "Quiet all of you. I need to have a very important chat with him." Izuku glanced at the imposing figure in the back and asked, "Why? Do you want me?" Juro explained, "We currently have 500 soldiers in our ranks at the Monster Association, and there's a similar number of heroes employed by the Hero Association. However, as you just witnessed, what we lack is unity in our ranks. And a capable leader." He continued, "Izuku, I would like you to become an executive of the Monster Association and serve as my assistant." Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "An executive? Right off the bat? It sure feels like you're playing favorites." Juro replied, "He is exactly the type of person I've been seeking. Someone with an incredibly strong anti-hero ideology. He possesses a spirit resilient enough to keep fighting against Class S and Pro heroes, despite overwhelming odds. He is simply perfect." However, Juro added, "Our leader, Lord Orochi, has set a condition for you. We have yet to determine if you truly are the monster you claim to be. So we would like you to prove to us that you're a real monster." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "You're telling me to grow a pair of horns or something?" "One day. I'll give you 1 day to bring me a hero's head." "Anyone will do," the giant monster said, his tone deep and menacing. Bug God chimed in, "Should be easy enough, right? If you're able to kill a hero without hesitation, you're a splendid monster in our eyes." Izuku responded quietly, "I already killed Overhaul and those heroes." Phoenix Man added, "It pains me to say this, but Silverfang and his comrades are still alive. Elder Centipede has been defeated." Royal Ripper asked, "You have a request of us, you say? Go on." Juro instructed, "Izuku has ventured outside. Tail him," as Royal Ripper and Bug God left the room. Meanwhile, deep underground, an aqua blue-haired woman sat at a desk. Psychos thought to herself. It really was good to see you. Feeling a presence nearby, Izuku called out. Who the hell are you? Show yourself. A voice responded. There is only one fate that can counter the fate that has turned against God. What do you think that is? Izuku demanded. What are you trying to say? Who are you? The voice continued. Old man. No Emister wants to see his student suffer. Come, Izuku. Izuku felt a surge of emotions as memories flooded back. All Might's voice echoed in his mind. There is nothing I can do to make you forgive me. All I can do is fight. Izumi, reflecting on the situation, realized, those weren't dreams. It was the future. After the battle where Izuku was confirmed to be alive, Toshinori had been hiding this truth from Izumi, his daughter. Guilt gnawed at him, knowing he was keeping such a significant secret from her. Finally, he decided it was time to tell her the truth about her brother. When Izumi arrived at her parents' house, she asked, Hey, Dad. You called me? What's going on? You sounded off on the phone. Toshinori took a deep breath before replying, Izuku. Izumi froze at the mention of Izuku. Her heart clenched. This wasn't a name she heard often anymore. Ever since his death, the topic of Izuku had been too painful to discuss. What about Izuku? She asked cautiously, her voice trembling. Toshinori whispered, He's alive, Izumi. The words hit her like a ton of bricks. She stared at her father, waiting for him to say something more, hoping for a punchline that would somehow make sense of this revelation. What do you mean? Alive? But we all saw. I thought the same, he interrupted, his voice heavy. But it's true. Izuku. Your brother, he was revived by Overhaul. I was told about this recently by your uncle Enji. Revived? She whispered, her voice shaky. By Overhaul? The villain who? Yes, Toshinori interrupted, regret lacing his tone. He clenched his fists tightly on his lap, struggling with his emotions. It happened after Kamino. His body was taken. Chisaki's quirk brought him back somehow. Izumi felt lightheaded. She stumbled back into a chair, her hands gripping the edge as tears stung her eyes. So all this time, he's been out there? Alive? And no one knew, she muttered, the thought overwhelming her. Toshinori knelt beside her, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. No one knew. But now, the Hero Association considers him a threat. He's already hunted heroes again. So he became a villain again, she whispered. Not a villain. He's a monster. Izumi looked at All Might with shock. Does that mean? Yes. The Hero Association plans on killing him once and for all. Izumi sat in silence. I'm going to find him, Dad. Toshinori looked at her, concern filling his eyes. Izumi, wait. No, she interrupted, her voice firm. I have to. I don't care what the Hero Association says. I don't care what anyone says. He's my brother, and I'm not going to let them kill him without even trying to reach him first. Toshinori's heart ached. He knew how dangerous this was, but he also understood that once Izumi made up her mind, there was no stopping her. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Izumi, I understand how you feel, but you don't know what Izuku's been through. He's different now, stronger, more dangerous. You can't just run into this blindly. I'm not running into it blindly, she snapped, her eyes fierce. I know what I did to him. I know that I was awful to him for so long, and I can't just sit here while the world decides he's beyond saving. I owe him that much. Toshinori could see the fire in her eyes, the guilt and determination mixed together. She wasn't going to back down. And what if he doesn't want to be found? What if he's too far gone? Izumi paused for a moment, but her resolve didn't waver. Then I'll at least try. I won't give up on him without even trying. If there's any part of him left that I can reach, then I have to do it. I owe him that. I owe him everything. Toshinori stood, his expression softening as he approached his daughter. Toshinori looked at Izumi with a serious expression. If you're truly going to do this, I will help you. But you need to be careful. This won't be easy. The Hero Association won't wait around, and there's a chance that Izuku might not be the person you remember. Izumi nodded, her jaw set with determination. I understand. But I have to do this. Alone. With that, she left the house. Meanwhile, after departing from the Monster Association headquarters, Izuku found himself in Wano City. A group of protesters was shouting, "Sometimes you have to trust that which monster you fear." The leader of the group declared, "The pathetic display by the heroes has made it clear. There is no hope of victory for the human side. Our only choice is complete surrender. Trying to resist will only provoke terrible punishments, or even the full extermination of our race. We, the League for Monster Worship, have settled on the only solution. We must volunteer periodic sacrifices to satisfy the great monsters. That's the only way to limit the rate of predation and save our species from extinction. Those of you who wish to be on the side of the winners, join us and bow to the monsters. The old sense of ethics won't serve us anymore in this new world. We must adapt to survive." A bystander shouted, "Hey! I'd rather die than bow down to that monster filth." The protester responded, "Very well. Then you shall be the first offered as a sacrifice. Get him." A few people began to run toward the bystander. Someone. "Call a hero," the bystander yelled. Izuku intervened, knocking the first attacker away with a flick of his finger, sending him flying into another assailant and knocking them both out. "You really think you can save your skins just by giving them to someone else in your place? You should take the monsters more seriously," Izuku scoffed as he began to walk away. As he moved through the crowd, he thought, all this just from the monster's presence. To think human society could be shaken so easily. I feel ashamed of my species. If things are already in this state, I won't make much of an impact when I reveal myself as the greatest monster. This is this. The news reported chaos in Wano City, where a new group was marching, proclaiming the end of human history. Reports of criminal behavior, including theft and robbery, were rising, and the police were collaborating with heroes for patrols. Citizens were advised to stay alert. Izuku reflected, exactly. Thanks to the Monster Association's half-hearted attacks, now every tough guy thinks he's the boss. Kinda reminds me of a blue-haired villain who doesn't shower. While walking through the streets, Izuku noticed a commotion. A man was grabbing another by the collar. It's a fight. Stop it, someone yelled. Hey, cut it out. What are you going to do to an old man? Another person protested. He's bloody drunk. He won't stop, someone else added. Y'all shut up. This guy was asking for it. What do y'all care anyway? The Monster Association is gonna kill us all. Nothing matters anymore. Do whatever you want, the drunk man shouted. Izuku stepped in. Hey, you're blocking the door. Get out. Huh. You wanna say that to my face, punk? The aggressor shouted, pulling out a pocket knife and charging at Izuku. Izuku quickly disarmed him, snapping the knife out of his hand. The man stepped back in fear as Izuku entered the restaurant. I'm not like them. I'm going to show them true terror. Even stupid idiots like that guy will be speechless. But first, I really need to eat something good. A few minutes later, the waiter brought out a supersized meal. Here you go, the supersized set meal complete with ultra-thick steak and extra rice. Take your time and enjoy your meal. Thank you for the meal, Izuku grinned, but then frowned as he looked at the portion. This is way too little. Huh. He raised his hand, signaling the waiter. Hey, I want an extra order. Bring me everything on the meat menu. One at a time from the top. Also salads and vegetables. All of them. Everything you have. And water. Lots of it. After some time, Izuku thought, now it's time to pay them with my hard-earned money. He got up and easily slipped past security until a staff member noticed him. He didn't pay the bill. He slipped through security. Get him. Someone stop him. Later, Izuku was breathing heavily after running for a while. Guess I shouldn't be running. Marathons so soon. He recalled Juro's words. It would have been preferable to heal your wounds here under the Monster Association. We wouldn't have to worry about heroes chasing you. But on one condition that you first fulfill the requirements. Izuku thought, bring back a head of a hero, huh? Of course, I'm not about to be bossed around by those idiots. But if I kill a hero, I'll be recognized as a monster? How does that even make sense? Whatever. As he walked, he spotted a group of kids bullying two others, Kota and Arie. Kota stood in front of Arie, protecting her while three kids threw rocks at him. "Hey, water boy," one of the bullies taunted. "How come you weren't attacked, huh?" another bully asked. "I guess you must be a monster too," a third chimed in. "You dumb, ugly monster," Kota shouted. "Go away." Arie stood behind him, trembling in fear. Izuku took a deep breath before yelling, "Cut that out." The three bullies ran off, crying for their mothers. Kota dropped to his knees, sobbing, while Arie tried to comfort him. Izuku approached them. "Look at that sobbing face of yours. Those kids were bullying you." "Poor kid," he said. Arie and Kota looked up to see Izuku standing tall. What a coincidence meeting again," he smirked. "Big brother," Arie exclaimed. "Mister," Kota added. "Who are Callan old? I'm only 16. Izuku replied comically, causing Kota to sniffle. He then turned to Arie. "Where did you stay, Arie?" "WL." She hesitated. In a flashback, Kota approached Mandalay. "Can my friend stay here for a while? Her parents went on a holiday." Mandalay smiled. "Oh, well, hello there. Nice to meet you, young lady. What's your name?" Arie stood behind Kota, shyly. "This is Ellie," he lied. Mandalay looked at Arie with suspicion, noticing her worn dress and bandages. "You can stay here as long as you want, Ellie," she said kindly. Mandalay's thoughts were filled with concern. "Just what did you get yourself into, Kota?" The flashback ended. Izuku nodded. Guess that's sorted. Just go home already, you brats. The sun's going down. The monsters could come out at any time." Kota spoke up, "Mister. I'm sorry for running away that day." Arie added, "We feel bad for leaving you." "Huh," Izuku replied, surprised. Kota continued, We saw everything. The heroes were trying to hurt you. That must have been a mistake, right?" Arie chimed in, "It has to be. After all, you saved us multiple times." "You're a hero too, aren't you, mister?" Kota asked, his eyes wide with admiration. Izuku quickly covered the boy's mouth with his hand, a shiver running down Kota's spine. "Not another word," Izuku warned, his tone firm. From behind him, a voice called out, "Hey, Mr. Dine-and-Dasher. I can't believe you'd do such a thing." Izuku turned to face the source of the voice. "A hero, eh?" he said, intrigued. The voice continued, "Seriously though, you did it with such great timing. So I'll forgive you just this once. Let's just say I'm giving you a warning, and I'll be on my way." Izuku shouted back, "Wait a minute. What the hell are you talking about? You didn't come to take me down? Or did you chicken out? What's your hero name?" The voice whispered something inaudible, and Izuku thought to himself, I didn't really hear him, but it sounded heroic enough. "I don't care if he's a big shot or a small fry, I'll hunt them all down. Just go home already, you brats," he told Arie and Kota, trying to dismiss them. Kota warned, "Mister. He's not going to do anything. Can you just not pick a fight?" Izuku paused, contemplating the situation. "Shut the hell up. Not only do I have the Monster Association on my back, but now I've got no-name heroes and kids taking pity on me. But no more," he thought angrily, clenching his fist. "I don't know how he did it, but that old geezer survived, and somewhere within me I felt relieved. And that pisses me off. You can define a monster however you want, but it's clear as day that even now, I'm lacking the resolve to become one," he muttered to himself. He walked toward the hero. "I'm still not on board with the Monster Association's offer, but I'll do it. One hero's head is nothing. I'll take it now. Don't look down on me. I'm a monster," he declared. 10 minutes later, Izuku jolted awake after being knocked out. "Are you okay?" Arie asked, worry etched on her face. That bald hero guy was like, "Oh man, now I've done it," and ran away, Kota explained, his voice trembling. "I lost. What hero beat me?" Izuku shouted in shock and anger. "Don't you remember? He must have hit you in a bad spot." A voice called out, "Oh, Izuku, what on earth are you doing?" All the birds flew off from the trees. I've been watching the whole time, the voice continued. Izuku stood protectively in front of Arie and Kota as Bug God and Royal Ripper approached. Our dear Joro asked us to keep an eye on you, Izuku-kun. To check whether you have what it takes to be one of us, Royal Ripper said with a smirk. Izuku looked unamused as he removed the badges from his hands. The so-called hero hunter. Are you just a degenerate? A human who gets off on the idea of being a monster? Or are you a real monster? He taunted. Look who's talking. I'm the one disappointed with all of you half-baked monsters, Izuku scoffed. Oh, is that so? Then kill those kids, Royal Ripper ordered, his voice cold. What for? Izuku asked, glancing at Arie and Kota, who stood frozen in fear. Bug God said, we monsters are those who have gone beyond human values. We've severed our ties to humanity. Izuku, we've seen how you protect those kids. That won't do. Kill them or else. He pointed at the children. If you want to join the Monster Association, you must earn our trust. Show the work. Are you still clinging to your humanity? Royal Ripper added, we have no need for half-hearted dabblers. Our association is about smashing all human countries and ruling the world. We're going to kill millions of kids like that, he gestured at Kota and Arie. And what's more, you've just lost to some sort of dicey excuse for a hero. I suppose you weren't paying attention. But how does that face the battleground? He asked, as Izuku, still standing in front of Arie and Kota, remained on high alert. Stop making me repeat myself, brats. Get lost, he demanded. Arie trembled, and my legs are shaking. I can't get up. I can't get up. Kota echoed her fear. Those are real monsters. I can't move. Izuku shouted in frustration, you stupid morons. Do you think someone will take pity and come take your hand? No one's ever gonna help you. Stop dreaming. The only one who can help you is yourselves. He leaned closer to their height. When this kind of thing happens, you've got to become stronger. Izuku's words triggered flashbacks for both Kota and Arie of him giving them life advice. Stand up. Arie and Kota, start running, he shouted. At that moment, Royal Ripper lunged at Arie, using his left blade to stab her, but Izuku intervened, lifting Royal Ripper by his blades and delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Royal Ripper was propelled into the air but quickly recovered, using his blades to anchor himself and perform a somersault, albeit injuring his arms in the process. Wow! Royal Ripper remarked, momentarily taken aback. Run! Izuku shouted as Arie and Kota began sprinting. Royal Ripper raised his blades. Oh well. That's it then. You've turned against us. Bug God scoffed. You call yourself the hero hunter, but you've never killed a single one. You turned out to be soft just like I thought. Izuku replied, I just hate people like you. He formed the water stream rock smashing fist stance as both Royal Ripper and Bug God charged toward him. Meanwhile, after leaving her dad's house, Izumi was at her dormitory, preparing her hero costume. If he's at the Monster Association, I have to find out where it's located, she thought. Going somewhere? A voice said from behind her. Izumi turned to see Katsuki. What are you doing here? She faked a smile. Don't act stupid. I know something is up, so spit it out, he scoffed. Izumi's fake smile dropped as she sighed. She swallowed hard, then looked him straight in the eyes. Izuku. He's alive. Bakugo's expression froze. What the hell are you talking about? That's not funny, Izumi. I'm not joking, Katsuki. He's alive. Overhaul revived him. My dad told me just today. Bakugo's eyes widened in disbelief, and his breath hitched. Alive? After all this time? We saw him. He was gone, Izumi. We literally buried him. He was dead. How can you? I thought the same thing, she said quickly, her voice shaking. But it's true, Katsuki. He's with the Monster Association now. They've turned him into something else, and the Hero Association wants to take him down for good. Bakugo clenched his fists, struggling to process her words. Alive, he muttered. All this time. He turned back, anger and confusion burning in his eyes. And you're just gonna go after him alone? What makes you think you can bring him back? He's not the same anymore. I know that, she snapped, her voice trembling. I know he's changed, but I have to try, Katsuki. I can't let them kill him without even trying to bring him back first. I owe him that much. Her voice softened, guilt flooding her face. After everything I put him through, I have to do this. Bakugo stared at her, his expression hardening before he let out a deep sigh. Do you mean it? You really are an idiot, he said, running a hand through his hair. You think I'm going to let you charge headfirst into a pack of monsters without backup? Katsuki, Izumi began, but he cut her off. Shut up. If that DMN nerd is really alive, then I'm coming with you. We'll get him back. Together. I'm coming, a calm yet serious voice interjected as they turned to see Shoto standing in the doorway. Shoto, you knew? Izumi asked, surprised. Shoto nodded and stepped forward. My old man told me. He found out not too long ago, but I've been trying to figure out what to do. Now that you're planning to find him, I want to help. Bakugo crossed his arms, his demeanor serious. So you're in then? Of course. We need to find him before it's too late. The Hero Association won't hesitate to kill him on the spot. Izumi nodded, but she knew they needed more help. We still need more assistance, she said, an idea forming in her mind. The trio headed downstairs, where the rest of Class 1A was gathered. The atmosphere was light, with students chatting and watching TV. However, when Izumi, Bakugo, and Shoto entered, their serious expressions immediately captured everyone's attention. But listen up. Bakugo's loud voice sliced through the noise, causing everyone to turn toward them. Izumi took a deep breath and stepped forward. We need to talk. It's important. The room quieted, sensing the tension. What's wrong? Uraraka asked, concern etched on her face. Izumi began to explain what had happened and how her brother had been revived. The class listened intently, trying to comprehend the gravity of the situation. I know this is a lot to take in, Izumi said, but I can't leave my brother out there. If any of you want to help, I would be grateful. If not, I understand. Silence fell over the room as the class processed her request. Ida was the first to respond. Absolutely not. You're essentially asking us to repeat what we did back in Kamino. And where did that get us? Your brother died. What if that was one of you? He snapped. Bakugo scoffed. Watch your mouth, Bakugo began, but Izumi interrupted. He's right. But let me tell you this, I understand this is dangerous. But he's my brother. I have to try. If something happens to me, that's on me. I won't drag you into this if you don't want to be involved. Now who's in? Todoroki asked. One by one, Kirishima, Kaminari, Mina, Tsu, Uraraka, Jairu, Tokoyami, Shuji, and Yaoyorozu stepped forward, while others hesitated. Do you guys have any idea how dangerous this is going to be? Ida exclaimed. We've already fought villains way worse than this, Bakugo retorted. You're either in or you're out, but don't stand in our way. I'm not asking you to risk your lives blindly, Izumi said, cutting through the tension. I just want to find him. To make sure he's okay. If he really has turned into a monster, then I'll take responsibility. Her voice trembled, but she stood strong, her eyes pleading with her classmates. Fine. I'm coming. Ida said in defeat. Get your hero costumes and prepare. We're leaving tomorrow night, Todoroki instructed. You're coming too, Mineta, Bakugo said, grabbing Mineta by the neck. And no, I don't want to go, Mineta protested comically. Out of all the extras here, your quirk is the best to use, Bakugo said, and Mineta stopped struggling. Well, if you say so, Mineta replied with a cocky grin before Bakugo playfully swatted him. Meanwhile, Izuku lunged forward, aiming a powerful punch straight into Bug God's chest. The impact reverberated through his fist, but to his shock, it felt like hitting solid iron. Bug God didn't even flinch. Instead, a sharp pain shot up Izuku's hand, his knuckles throbbing from the force of the blow. Bug God looked down at Izuku's fist with an amused grin, clearly unfazed by the attack. Frustration bubbled inside Izuku, But he had no time to dwell on it as Royal Ripper moved in quickly, his sharp arm blades slicing through the air with deadly precision. Izuku focused, his reflexes kicking in just in time. He shifted his stance, dodging and parrying each of Royal Ripper's swings. With each intercepted strike, Izuku redirected the blows toward Bug God, using the momentum of Royal Ripper's attacks against his monstrous partner. However, Bug God remained largely unbothered. The redirected strikes that hit him did little to damage his tough exterior. Even when the blades sliced against his skin, it seemed like nothing more than scratches to the massive monster. Bug God decided to retaliate. With a speed that belied his size, he swung a colossal fist down, catching Izuku square in the chest. The force of the blow sent Izuku crashing into the pavement, creating a massive crater around him. The ground cracked and caved in under the immense impact. Hurt but not defeated, Izuku tried to pull himself up, but Bug God was relentless. He immediately followed up with another bone-shattering punch, this time sending Izuku flying upward. Izuku hurtled through the air before slamming into a web of high-voltage electric cables lining the street. The electric current surged through his body, sparks flying around him as the cables hummed and crackled with energy. For a moment, it seemed the electricity would overwhelm him, but Izuku gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the shock. His muscles strained, but he refused to let anything stop him. He fought against the current, his eyes locked on Bug God and Royal Ripper below. With a sudden surge of power, Izuku grabbed hold of the cables, using his momentum to swing down from the wires. As electricity still crackled around him, he launched himself back into the fight, hurling his body straight toward Royal Ripper and Bug God with renewed determination. I can handle these too. Compared to the old man, they aren't a big deal, he thought, breathing heavily and sweating. Never thought a mere human could come this far. Bug God commented, "It's not a small feat to stand against us, you know? You're not weak after all," Royal Ripper added with a sigh. "I wanted to play a bit more, but oh well. Enough is enough, see? No more games. It's the real thing now, boy," Bug God declared. "Sure, carry on if you want. But I have to warn you. I've already got your number," Izuku said, trying to fix a loose tooth. He ended up spitting it out onto the concrete floor, smoke rising from it. "You won't land a single blow anymore," he said with a cocky grin. Bug God replied, confused. "Oh," Royal Ripper said, equally puzzled. "Big brother," a voice called out. "Mister," another voice chimed in. Izuku turned back, only to see both Arie and Kota being held captive by a sluggish monster. Kota sobbed, "Mister. Sorry." Bug God turned to him, his voice dripping with disdain. "Sludge villain? What are you doing here?" The sludge villain smirked, his eyes gleaming with malice. "I have my own business to settle with this guy. And I thought this was the perfect chance for some payback." He recalled the time he had been smashed by a metal bat, the memory fueling his longing for revenge. Izuku's voice erupted in frustration. "Damn it. Those brats have got nothing to do with..." His words were cut short as Royal Ripper slashed across his back. Bug God followed up with a brutal blow to Izuku's chest, sending him sprawling and causing him to cough up blood. Royal Ripper continued his assault, reveling in the chaos. "Hey," Bug God interrupted, halting his blade just before it struck Izuku again. "They told us not to kill him for now, remember?" Royal Ripper sighed, his tone dismissive. "And you want to obey that kind of order? That's not how to live. You stopped me way too late for that." He paused, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Well then, let's go back home like nice little friends." With that, the three monsters seized Arie and Kota as captives, leaving Izuku bleeding on the ground. Meanwhile, Stitch shouted in disbelief, "Remove Silverfang and Demon Cyborg from the operation?" "Yes," Sekingar replied coolly. "In exchange, I'll use my discretion to select various A to C-class heroes who seem capable for the job to supplement our ranks. Our battle capabilities will be lessened, but it's better than not replacing them at all. It will be more than enough if they can support the S-class heroes." Stitch's anger flared. "You're treating them like pawns to be thrown away. Their lives may well be forfeit, And you're fine with that? I'm not so delusional as to think that the heroes storming the enemy base will come out unscathed. But they should have been prepared for that fate the moment they chose to become heroes. Unless you forgot, the hostage's life is at stake, depending on the success of our operation. Some sacrifices will be unavoidable, Sekingar said, watching as Stitch gritted his teeth, ultimately sighing in defeat. Fine. I will remove Silverfang and Demon Cyborg from the operation, Stitch conceded. Glad you could. Also, does Terrible Tornado know anything about the hero hunter being alive? Sekingar inquired. Not that I know of. Are you planning something? Stitch replied, his curiosity piqued. Yes. Make sure she doesn't know a single thing about the hero hunter's sudden appearance. Since they are relatives, she would stop us from finishing him off. Don't you agree? Sekingar instructed. I see. Stitch said, walking out of the room. One thing, the executives have agreed on asking for aid from the HPSC. With that he left. Elsewhere, the MDM president of the Public Safety Commission was addressing the top pro-heroes of Japan in an important meeting. The Hero Association has asked us to aid them for the upcoming war. You are Japan's best heroes. We are counting on you, she said, her gaze sweeping over the assembled heroes, including Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, Kamui Woods, A Lady, Gang Orca, Mirko, Crust, and many others. The Hero Association is still trying to figure out where the monster's base is located, but it is expected to be somewhere near the abandoned areas of Chiba, specifically City Z, she continued, displaying a map. Monsters categorized as demons and dragons are expected to be involved in the war. Make sure to neutralize any monster you see on sight. Remember, these aren't villains, so you can eliminate them without consequences. The operation will start tomorrow. Be prepared at all costs. You are all dismissed, she concluded, and the heroes began to leave the room one by one. As night fell, the students preparing to join Izumi gathered. Izumi, Todoroki, and Bakugo stood together, the weight of their mission heavy in the air. How are you planning on bringing him back? Todoroki asked, considering Izuku's personality, which could be cocky and difficult to communicate with. Sighing, Izumi replied, I don't know. I have to talk to him. I have to try and reach him. Her worry was evident, but her determination shone through as her mind raced through possible outcomes. Tiesuke. Like hell I'm letting him stay with those freaks. If he really did side with them, I'll knock some sense into him myself. Bakugo gritted his teeth, frustration evident in his voice. It won't be easy. If he's with them now, there's a chance he won't listen. We need to prepare for that, Todoroki said, his voice steady yet laced with concern. I know. But I have to believe he's still in there. He wouldn't betray us. There's got to be a reason. Izumi nodded, her voice a mix of hope and doubt. Bakugo growled under his breath, Demon nerd's probably thinking he's doing this all alone like some wannabe. We're dragging him back whether he likes it or not. Todoroki asked seriously, if it comes down to a fight, are you ready for that? Izumi paused for a moment, then nodded firmly. If that's what it takes to save him, then yes. Her voice was steady, though her heart raced at the thought. Good. 'Cause either way we're getting him back. No way we're leaving him to those monsters, Bakugo said with a smirk. Meanwhile, Class 1A was tense as they packed their bags, preparing for the mission in the morning. Even though none of them had met Izuku in person, they knew he was Izumi's brother, and also the hero hunter. I can't believe we're actually going after Yagi's brother. It's wild. Kirishima exclaimed, tightening the straps on his backpack, a mix of excitement and anxiety on his face. This feels unreal. How is Izumi's brother alive? What if he doesn't even want to come back with us? Mina said, stuffing snacks into her bag, biting her lip as worry crept in. We just have to stay focused. If he's really on the other side, it might give us trouble, Jairu said, adjusting her earphones, her usually confident demeanor shaken as she contemplated the challenge ahead. But what if we're making a mistake? He's still Yagi's brother, right? We can't just see him as the enemy. Kaminari looked around, hoping for affirmation, his unease reflected in his wide eyes. We should trust Izumi-chan. She knows him best, Sue said, her calm voice a steadying force as she carefully organized her gear, showing determination amidst the uncertainty. I agree. If we find him, we need to talk to him first. Fighting won't solve anything, Yaoyorozu added, methodically packing her things, her composed nature helping to keep the group on track. Now that you mention it, where are we going to find him? Kirishima asked, looking at the others, waiting for an answer. Just then, Izumi, Bakugo, and Todoroki entered the living room. Chiba. The abandoned part of it to be specific. Someplace called City Z. My dad told me that's where the monster's base is. It's a bit far from where we are, but we'll manage to get there, Todoroki explained, noting the confusion on the students' faces. How do we plan on getting there? Kaminari asked, curiosity evident in his tone. We'll take a 2-hour train ride and walk the rest of the way, Bakugo announced with a smirk, eliciting groans of frustration from his classmates. It's just a 3-hour walk. Don't be a bunch of wimps. What's a 3-hour walk gonna do to you? Mina sighed. Fine. While the class continued their banter, Izumi looked around, happy to see her friends enjoying themselves. She smiled as they engaged in their tasks and light-hearted conversations. In her mind, Izumi thought, all that's missing is Izuku being here. Meanwhile, images of the Royal Ripper and Bug God attacking him flashed through Izuku's mind, accompanied by memories of Kota and Arie in danger. Suddenly, Izuku's red eye snapped open. What happened? He murmured to himself as he struggled to stand. He gazed up at the dark sky, trying to piece together the events that had transpired. I lost to those monsters. But I'm still alive. What's going on with my body? He searched for answers, recalling something more pressing. What happened to those kids? Where are they? Did those monsters let them go? I guess it doesn't really matter. First things first, I need to stop the bleeding, he said, touching the wounds inflicted by the Royal Ripper's blades. Wait, it's already stopped. My clothes are sticking to me where they were torn. My shirt's completely adhered to me now. A few hours earlier, the Royal Ripper had been reveling in his victory. I've just had a little chat with your buddy Izuku. He botched the test. By the way, I got a little carried away and did him in. He was such a bad boy, the Royal Ripper continued, a twisted grin on his face. We said we wanted to talk, but he totally jumped on us anyway. How rude of him to pick fights. Right, Bug God? Bug God remained silent, his expression unreadable. Joro, the pink monster, interjected, you bore me. Can't you lie any better than that? There's no need to save face. Go ahead and tell me what really happened. Beneath her calm facade, rage simmered. He was nothing but a turncoat, Bug God replied, his voice steady. He claimed the title of a monster but kept one foot firmly planted in the human side. In my opinion, he would eventually become dangerous. And something would make him betray us. So we took the initiative. Got a problem with it? He sensed the hidden anger in Joro's tone. Joro's response was cold. No, not at all. You did well, Bug God, Royal Ripper. I see that you two are quite beaten up. Was he strong? Yes, he surprised me, the Royal Ripper admitted with a chuckle. I didn't think such a compact body could hold that much power. Now I understand why you forced us to work together. Are you sure he's dead? Joro asked, her voice icy. It breaks my heart to tell you, but yes. Did you want him that much? I mean, we didn't stop to check, but he's probably well and gone by now, right? Bug God was rather slow in stopping me in time after all. You just wanted to kill him from the start, Bug God scoffed. Arie, her mouth taped shut, cried out, Big brother. Kota mumbled through his tears. Joro turned her attention back to the Royal Ripper. And what about these kids? You might remember little Arie, he said with a sadistic smile. You know, the girl that Overhaul and I used for experiments. The rewind quirk girl, huh? Now I see. And the boy? Joro inquired. He was with them too, so I brought him along, the Royal Ripper replied, his grin widening. Don't tee-hee me, you're all giddy already. If you add unknown factors, it might come back to bother us. Get on with it and finish it already. Also, don't do anything to the girl. She's useful, Joro ordered as the monsters left her room. Psychos, another monster in the base, mused, "Oh nephew. I was just about to get to know you." Meanwhile, the monsters throughout the base were preparing, training, and spreading rumors. The Royal Ripper would soon bring Arie and Kota into a cell where other hostages were held. The kids would meet Waganma, who seemed like a spoiled brat, and they would debate with the guard, sludge villain, about whether the heroes could defeat the monsters. He would explain the existence of Monster Association executives. Presently it was night. Izuku wandered through an abandoned shopping district, searching for the Monster Association base by following the traces left by the monsters who had defeated him. As he examined the desolate shops, he stumbled upon a hole. Without hesitation, he crawled inside and discovered a tunnel that led to the base. Meanwhile, Joro sensed the intruder in the tunnel through her psychic abilities. An intruder. In Path 8, she thought, her mind racing. It's not a machine. It's a living being. A monster that wants to join our cause? Or is it a hero trying to spy? No, acting alone like that would be far too reckless. The decisive battle is close at hand, and I must tread lightly as I verify this threat. Thanks to my super spirit sensibility, I have a decent approximation of their location. She turned her head toward the monsters waiting for orders. "Hey, you nocturnal foot soldiers," Joro commanded. "Something has entered our base again. Go and give them a nice welcome. If they're a monster, guide them here. Otherwise, you're free to do whatever you like." The monsters cheered at WWI's as they rushed out of the circle arena. Morning arrived, and the sun was just beginning to rise as Class 1A gathered at the train station, preparing for their mission to find Izuku. Izumi, Bakugo, and Todoroki stood near the platform, waiting for the train that would take them to the abandoned district where they suspected the Monster Association's base might be hidden. The group included Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro, Tokoyami, Shoji, Ida, Uraraka, Ase, Mina, Jair, Yairozu, Mineta, and Sato. "All right, everyone," Bakugo said, his expression serious. "Now that everyone is here, do you have everything you need?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "You can still leave if you're not ready to face whatever may come," Izumi addressed the group, watching for anyone who might back out. Mineta attempted to walk away but was quickly grabbed by the neck by Bakugo. He struggled to escape his grip. "Not you!" Bakugo shouted in frustration as Mineta groaned. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're the key to getting that nerd." "Why me? I'm not even that strong." Mineta whined, panic evident in his voice as he squirmed. "Because your quirk's sticky, dus. We need all the tricks we can get," Bakugo snapped, glaring at him. Kaminari chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. "Man, this is feeling intense already, huh? We're really doing this. We're really going after Yagi's brother." "You tell me, man," Siro replied his. Laughter tinged with anxiety. Kirishima grinned confidently, clapping Kaminari on the back. "We've got this. We're not just going after some villain, we're helping a friend. He's Yagi's brother, right? He can't be all bad." Mina frowned, crossing her arms as worry creased her brow. "Yeah, but he's been out there with those monsters. What if he's really sided with them?" Izumi spoke firmly, though concern lingered in her eyes. "He's not like that. I know it. But even if he's being manipulated, we still have to bring him back." The others nodded in agreement. As the train pulled into the station, the atmosphere grew tense. They gathered their belongings, preparing to step off. Meanwhile, in the Hero Association's office, Narinki sat with worry and anxiety gnawing at him. The squad he had sent had not contacted him all night, and he was consumed by thoughts of what might have happened to them. "Mr. Narinki," Senkiger said as he entered the room, noticing the lack of sleep etched on Narinki's face. "I see you haven't gotten any rest. I suggest you retire to the break room and take a nap." Narinki shook his head, his voice trembling with fear. "Senkiger, my elite forces may have been wiped out entirely. It's terrifying. The situation has turned dire. At this rate, the battle will be completely one-sided. We'll be destroyed." "Fear not," Senkiger reassured him. "I told you already, didn't I? We will rescue your son without fail. Please have faith in the Hero Association and the other heroes. Do you really think we have a chance of winning? Narinki challenged. What about Metal Bat? Isn't he supposed to be Class S? And yet he still lost. I have no basis to believe in you people. You're not just trying to act tough, are you? I have no one else to rely on except you all. If it's money you need, I'll give you as much as you want. We don't need your money, a voice interrupted, drawing their attention to the door. Tatsumaki entered with confidence. So just sit back and have a nice nap, old man. By the time you wake up, it'll all be over. Feeling somewhat relieved, Narinki left the rest to Senkiger and exited the room to rest. Child Emperor stood before the group, ready to share his plan. I'm going to give you all a map of the ghost town. I've located several different entrances. We'll split up and charge them from all sides at once. Regarding the assignment of routes. Hey, Darkshine interrupted, it took us so long to get everybody together, and now you want to split us again? I'm sure they're organizing similar tactics, Child Emperor explained. If we go in as a single group, we'll be surrounded. It would be a massacre. He distributed small buttons to everyone. Here, I set up some locators that can pinpoint where everyone is. Since there's a hostage at risk, we should make this fight as short as possible. The child is our first mission. Anyone's okay as long as you find him soon. The supporting members will stay outside by the entrances. If any monster tries to run, they can be finished off as soon as they pop out of the ground. Aromic Samurai chuckled. So they'll be playing whack-a-mole, eh? Senkiger nodded. Regarding the support troops, we've assigned the better performers from each rank. Each team is certainly capable of subduing any threats up to threat level demon. These troops include both the pro heroes that the HPSC sent and our A, B, and C class heroes. Don't tell me you're dragging my sisters into this? Tatsumaki exclaimed. Senkiger looked taken aback. Yes, of course, we summoned her too. But Hellish Blizzard and Talek are essential in such a battle. They're both heading here as we speak. No, Tatsumaki interrupted, her voice sharp. Who said you could put my sisters in danger like that? I will not let you involve Fubuki and Inko in the war against the Monster Association. Her protective instincts flared. Inko had lost her son and wasn't herself, and Fubuki, being the younger sister, needed safeguarding. I'm on it. That's more than enough. Got it? Tatsumaki demanded. But, Senkiger began. Got it? She cut in sharply. Yes, understood, he conceded. We shall inform Hellish Blizzard and Telek about their cancellation. Meanwhile, Mandalay paced around the base, anxiety lacing her voice as she looked over at Tiger and Ragdoll. Where is Kota? Tiger clenched his fists in frustration. We haven't been able to track him or Ellie for hours. We've searched everywhere nearby, and there's no trace. Something isn't right. They wouldn't just disappear like this, Mandalay said, a tear slipping down her cheek, clearly sad and frustrated by her nephew's absence. Suddenly, Mandalay's phone buzzed. She quickly answered, hoping for good news. Mandalay, Pixie Bob's voice trembled on the other end. There's blood, so much blood, near the playground. What? No, that can't be true. Mandalay's heart raced, her voice cracking with fear. Wait, listen, there's no body. I can't find Kota anywhere. This can't be his blood, he has to be safe. He has to be. Pixie Bob's voice wavered, trying to sound reassuring, though panic seeped through. Back at the Monster Association base, Kota and Arie sat in their cell, trying to devise a plan while Waganma slept nearby. Arie was filled with fear, and Kota attempted to lighten the mood. They had barely slept the entire night. Suddenly, Royal Ripper appeared outside the cell bars, a sinister grin on his face. Good morning. Have you been good little kids? Today I'm here for you too. Kota jumped back, startled. Aya. Come here, Kota dear. Arie-chan, only you too, Royal Ripper beckoned. Waganma shouted from his corner, Huh? Why are these guys getting out and not me? That's totally not fair. Release me too. Release? It's time to visit my room. We'll play lots of games together. It will be so fun. Royal Ripper said as he opened the cell door. Oh, Waganma muttered, sitting quietly. Arie stammered, though. I don't wanna. Someone help. Kota cried, his voice filled with desperation. Royal Ripper seized Kota and Arie, using his sharp blades as they pleaded for help. He dragged the children to another room away from the cell, throwing Arie aside and pinning Kota in the corner. Arie watched in horror, covering her ears and crying. Waya! Oh, stop. Someone please! Kota screamed as Royal Ripper slowly cut his left cheek, drawing a trickle of blood. The monster giggled in response. Your screams are so cute, Kota, he laughed. But why are you doing this? Kota cried, trembling. What do you mean why? It's because I'm a monster, Royal Ripper replied, his tone gleeful. I'll tell you a secret. I've never had any interest in these big flashy wars or the New World Order. I don't particularly care if the monsters rule or not. I only need one thing. To satisfy my killing urges. Do you see? I live for the slaughter. That's all. Kota begged, stop. With a glint of bloodlust in his eyes, the Royal Ripper replied, and you're about to take me to joy. Fear gripped Kota as he shouted, He.help. Just as the Royal Ripper was about to proceed, the wall shattered, and Izuku burst into the room. You! The Royal Ripper exclaimed, his confidence faltering. Unlike their previous encounter, he found himself utterly overwhelmed by Izuku, despite his earlier injuries. He swung his sword at the hero hunter, but Izuku caught it and broke it, leaving the Royal Ripper in shock. In a desperate move, the Royal Ripper managed to stab Izuku through the midsection with his remaining blade. However, Izuku retaliated with a powerful punch to the Royal Ripper's face, severing his head from his body. As the head floated in the air, Kota and Arie watched in awe as Izuku finished him off with a new technique, the whirlwind iron cutting fist, slicing the Royal Ripper into pieces. Mr. Kota shouted, relief flooding through him as tears streamed down his face. Be big bro. Arie whispered quietly, her voice trembling. Come on you kids. We're outta here, Izuku urged, noticing the injuries the Royal Ripper had inflicted on him. He took the bandages from the defeated monster and wrapped his wounds. What is this stuff inside the bandages? It's disgusting, he thought, grimacing. After bandaging himself, he kicked the door hard, causing it to creak before bursting open with a crash that echoed through the corridors. If they get you guys again, you're dead. Keep that in mind, he warned, tightening the bandage around his midsection. Arie and Kota peeked outside the room to check if it was safe. How did you know where to find us, mister? Kota asked, following Izuku closely, with Arie at his side. Because I'm a monster, Izuku replied, noticing the confusion on their faces. Suddenly, two monsters appeared. What the, a human? One exclaimed. It's the infiltrator. Now's our chance to earn points with Lord Juro. Kill it, the others shouted as they charged at Izuku. Before the second monster could finish his sentence, Izuku struck them down with a single blow. The stench of monster blood filled the corridor, painting the walls and floor in a gruesome pattern. This place is awful, Izuku muttered, glaring down at the defeated monsters. He picked up one of the severed arms, barely glancing at it before taking a bite. He chewed without any reaction, his face blank and calm, while Arie and Kota stared at him in shock, frozen in place. Why would you eat that? Kota stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. It's going to make you sick. Arie warned, concern etched on her face. I need to put some meat on my bones. Food's food. Can't worry about manners right now, Izuku replied, tossing away the bone. He wiped his mouth and added, I showed them who's boss. There's nothing else to do here. Let's get out. If you're coming, hurry up and keep quiet. Both Arie and Kota hesitated to move over the corpses, but with a final nod, they began to follow Izuku. We got lucky, actually. Seems like the whole pack is busy, and they're not sending their forces after one guy. We can take the shortest route, and I'll handle whatever's in the way, he explained as they ran. There's another hostage, another boy like me? Kota asked, stopping in his tracks. Who cares? Izuku replied bluntly. Please save him too, Arie begged, tears welling in her eyes. Listen, I didn't come here to save you, or what the hell is that thing? Izuku's expression shifted from cold determination to fear as he spotted a giant dog-like monster behind them. Idiots! Don't look back. Come this way. Very slowly, he instructed, trying to suppress his own fear. They followed his lead, moving cautiously. That's right, slowly. Keep coming, kids. Nice and slowly, he whispered, attempting to avoid drawing the creature's attention. My heart is racing. This thing must be tough. I shouldn't fight it, but, he thought as he began to back away. Big brother. Arie whispered. Shh. Quiet or you'll provoke it, he cautioned. After taking a few steps back, he turned to the kids. Go. But don't run. Nice and slow. As they moved further back, they noticed the monster wasn't following them. Good, it isn't following. If we don't appear hostile, we'll be fine. We can get away, he said, feeling relieved as they walked side by side. Just as they were about to turn the corner, Kota spotted another monster. They found us, he panicked as the mouse monster lunged at him. Izuku's reflexes kicked in, yanking Arie and Kota back just as the mouse monster's punch hit the wall. Then, a second monster, a horn-headed brute, attacked, trying to stab them. Izuku ducked, pulling the kids down with him to keep their heads low as the monster's attacks sailed overhead. In one swift motion he created distance, seizing the horned monster by the head and preparing to strike, but before he could, another monster appeared, blasting him with water. Boiling water? Izuku thought as he jumped out of the spray and landed near the frightened kids. Tisk, he scoffed, observing the three monsters in front of him. Oh, so you're the intruder, huh? I guess you've decided to side with the humans, the mouse monster taunted. It's time for you to die, the horned monster declared, launching an attack. Izuku managed to dodge it, ready to fight back. I'm impossible to break, the showerhead monster boasted. I can alter the properties of the water inside my body and spray it out at will. First was boiling water, but what would you want next? Liquid adhesive? Sulfuric acid? I'll give you a bath you'll never forget. Supermouse chimed in. I'm a former lab rat who survived countless cruel experiments. I've got superior intellect and enormous muscle mass. And best of all, I've acquired regenerative powers that completely surpass other organisms. Your attacks won't be able to put a scratch on me. As Unicorn spun towards Izuku, the hero hunter remained unfazed, kicking the monster into a wall and creating a crater. Ha ha ha. I'll shower you with chemicals unbeknownst to even me. Showerhead shouted as he lunged at Izuku. In a swift motion, Izuku spun his hand and punched Showerhead in the face, cracking his features. Just as he finished with Showerhead, Supermouse appeared, ready to punch Izuku from above. However, Izuku used his whirlwind iron cutting fist to catch the monster's hand, the shockwave cutting into Supermouse's arm. Waha-wea! Supermouse screamed in pain, while Kota and Arie watched in awe. Wow! Big brother, you're amazing, Arie said, her eyes wide with admiration. He's getting stronger by the minute, Kota added with a proud smile. After a moment, Supermouse's wounds healed as his regeneration kicked in, catching Izuku off guard. Showerhead also recovered and remarked, Now I see why you call yourself the hero hunter. I'm all too familiar with being outnumbered. This isn't anything new, Izuku replied bluntly. And yet, we three are threat-level demon. Showerhead continued. Your threat levels aren't reliable, Izuku scoffed. You treat that stupid power scale like gospel. Supermouse explained, Joro was the one who determined our threat levels. She has an ability that gauges a monster's power level, which means our strength is the real deal. Hey, you're getting a little too cocky, Supermouse retorted. A threat-level dragon means you're only on par with a Monster Association executive. A little punk like you can't even compare to them. Unicorn chimed in, better yet, you're acting as if you've already won. How naive. He transformed into a sharp spear. Good job stalling for time. My transformation is complete. This is my killer attack mode. Let's show him that technique. Supermouse grasped Unicorn with one hand. "Dien right, I'll skewer him once and for all," he declared, hurling Unicorn with all his might toward Izuku. As Unicorn approached, Izuku recognized the attack as reminiscent of Stingers, whom he had defeated days earlier. With ease, he deflected the horned monster, sending it crashing down the hallway. "Are you all even trying? This is like slow motion," Izuku mocked. "No big deal." Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the hallway. "No," Izuku muttered, a sense of dread creeping over him. "Mr. Is that where the monster is?" Kota asked, panic rising in his voice. Unicorn screamed in agony as it was silenced moments later. From the shadows, something was thrown, Unicorn's head, or what remained of it. "Impossible to break, huh?" Izuku mused, realizing he had overestimated his former opponent. Supermouse whispered in fear, "Oh, oh no, we stepped on an executive," Showerhead said, his expression mirroring Supermouse. "You mean it's brass?" "It's a dog," Izuku exclaimed. "And a top dog at that," Showerhead confirmed. Izuku thought, "Damn it. What now?" as he positioned himself protectively in front of the kids. Suddenly, Rover opened his mouth, preparing to unleash an energy blast. Driven by fear, Izuku quickly grabbed the kids by their collars and sprinted away. "Come on, what the hell is that?" he thought in disbelief. Showerhead shouted, Full opening. I'll try to hold back with my maximum water pressure." But he was swallowed by the energy blast. "My regenerative powers will ensure my survival." Supermouse yelled, but he too was utterly obliterated by the blast. Izuku sprinted faster as the blast closed in on him, the energy so powerful it sent tremors through the ground. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, Izumi and Class 1A had just finished their train journey and faced a 3-hour walk to the ghost town of City Z. "Alright, we're here. Let's change into our costumes since this part isn't in a public area," Izumi instructed as the class dispersed to change. After some time, they regrouped. "What now? Where are we going to find him?" Mina asked. Todoroki pulled out a map and laid it on the ground. "We're here right now," he said, pointing at a red circle. "We need to make our way toward the mid-low section, near the coast." "Does that mean it could take us a long time to find the base?" Mineta asked. "It depends on whether we stick to the paths or cut through side routes," Bakugo grumbled, clearly impatient. "If we take shortcuts and don't mess around, we could save some time." Izumi nodded, scanning the map thoughtfully. "Katsuki's right. If we split into small teams to search, we can cover more ground and find the entrance faster." She glanced around at her classmates, who nodded in agreement. "All right then. We just have to be careful. There's no telling what kind of defenses or traps they might have," Kirishima said. "And it's not like we know what other monsters are roaming around here either," Jiro added, her hand hovering near her earphones, ready to use her quirk at any sign of movement. "My old man said there are threat levels of demon and above. So that means their weakest monster can give us a run for our money," Todoroki warned. Everyone shivered at his words. "So, what now?" Siro asked nervously. Todoroki traced a path on the map. "We'll form 3 groups. I'll lead one, Izumi another, and Bakugo the third. This way, each team has strong support in case we run into any monsters." "Here are the groups," Izumi said, pulling a note from her pocket. "My team, Ida, Ochako, Tsuchan, and Sato. Shoto's team, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, Shoji, and Mina. Katsuki's team, Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro, Mineta, and Jiro." She explained as each person stood next to either Todoroki, Bakugo, or herself. "Let's just hope we all get back safely," Shoji said to Tokoyami. "Guess we'll find out," Tokoyami replied, arms crossed. "This is giving me the chills," Mina squeaked. "Just stick to your groups and we should all be fine," Todoroki reassured them. Just as he finished speaking, a deep rumble shook the ground beneath them. The map scattered as a violent tremor hit, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. "Everyone watch out!" Izumi shouted, steadying herself and the others with her telekinesis. "Just what is going on?" Ida exclaimed. Meanwhile, in another corridor, Izuku was using his whirlwind iron cutting fist to break through the stone. So that's the power of an executive-level monster, he thought as he dropped the kids behind him. This is threat-level dragon. He looked at overgrown Rover with a serious expression. Why are you standing there like a bunch of idiots? Get out of here. We need to split up. Izuku yelled. But I can't just leave you here, Arie protested. Yeah. We can't make it alone either. Kota added. I don't care. Get as far away as possible while I distract this creature. I'm not your babysitter. I've saved your lives already, he snapped. Kota grabbed Arie by the wrist, and they both began to sprint away into the hallway behind them. Rover turned its head toward them and opened its mouth to fire another energy blast. What are you looking at? Izuku shouted as he struck Rover's left front paw with his water-stream rock-smashing fist. How's that? Bet it stings a bit. His confident smirk faded as he saw Rover's energy blast right in front of his face. Wait. Too close, he thought. I'm done for. The energy blast hit him completely. I'm finished. I wanted to fight heroes, not actual monsters. No way I can survive this. Not like this, come on. And I wasn't done yet. Suddenly, a memory of being bullied by Izumi and Bakugo flashed in his mind. The energy ball obliterated several floors of the headquarters. Rover walked to the edge of the floor and looked down to see Izuku seriously injured, his clothes torn and coughing up blood. The dragon-level monster fired a barrage of energy blasts, which Izuku narrowly dodged. Overgrown Rover ran across the walls of the headquarters, continuing to unleash multiple energy attacks. Unfortunately, Izuku was unable to avoid these strikes and took the full force of the monster's onslaught. The power of these energy blasts was strong enough to destroy several buildings above ground from the tremors. Rover searched for Izuku, unaware that he had managed to avoid the blasts and was hanging from a building directly above the monstrous dog. Don't think it'll be so easy, stupid dog. Izuku yelled as he dropped down. Sit. He slammed overgrown Rover with a punch, channeling all his strength into the blow. Rover remained unfazed. I put everything into that strike. And he still shook it off, he exclaimed, flicking Izuku off his snout and shaking his body like a dog after a bath. Izuku found himself caught in the jaws of the canine as Rover shook him violently, slamming him against multiple walls like a chew toy. Helpless, Izuku endured another point-blank energy blast from Rover, which obliterated several more levels of the Monster Association headquarters. Demon Dog collapsed the entire thing down to the lower levels. I need to go back up and fast. But I'm trapped, Izuku thought, realizing he was buried under a pile of rubble. I knew something was crashing down here, but the invader was you, then? Splendid. I'm impressed. It's as I thought. You've met my expectations, Izuku. I thought you'd survive. I am happy, Joro said, using her telekinesis to lift the rubble and free Izuku. Izuku pondered, so this thing can move objects at a distance. Psychic powers, huh? Joro, you sent your goons after me. This whole thing is your fault, he yelled, struggling to move. What's this? Now? He felt a surge of panic as he realized, I can't move. Don't try to resist, it's futile, Joro replied coolly. He thought to himself, he's developed quite a lot in such a short time. I barely even recognize him. Izuku said, anger lacing his voice. Hey, cut out this CRP right now. Or else. Joro smirked. Let's have a little talk. Nephew. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Izuku asked, striving to keep his voice steady despite the pressure surrounding him. Nephew? I don't even know you. I'm Psycho's, your mother and your aunt's sister. Inko and those two didn't tell you about me, did they? Izuku narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of defiance. Psychos? I've never heard of you. My family. Joro interrupted, doesn't talk about me because I was deemed too dangerous. I left when you were just a baby. Inko, Tatsumaki, Fubuki, and we share blood, but I was always the black sheep. Flashback, 15 years ago. Inko shouted, You're crazy. Why are you turning those innocent people into monsters? She slapped Psychos across the face. They were weak, Psychos replied coldly, touching her cheek. I'm giving them power, something you'll never understand. Tatsumaki glared at her. Power? This is just you playing God. And you think we're just going to stand by and watch? Fubuki's voice was sharp. You're risking everyone. Do you even care about us? Or is this just about proving some twisted point? Oh, please, Psycho scoffed, crossing her arms. You three cling to your hero roles, pretending it's all about helping people. But I see the truth. We're actually saving lives, Psychos. Inko shouted. Not making ourselves into monsters to feel powerful. You call this saving lives? Psychos laughed bitterly. All you're doing is lying to yourselves. I'm the only one here strong enough to change the world. Strong? You're out of control. Tatsumaki yelled, stepping closer. All you're doing is putting everyone in danger with your selfish experiments. Fubuki clenched her fists. We're family. This isn't just about you. If you keep this up, you'll lose us. Do you even care? Family? Psycho sneered. You turned your backs on me the second I stopped being your perfect little sister. Don't talk to me about family. Then leave, Inko said, her voice shaking with anger. If we're nothing to you, just go. We'll protect people from whatever you've become. Fine, Psycho said, giving them a defiant smile. I'll make you all pay. Flashbackins. Juro continued, anyways. Back to our little chat. As you are now, you're still something like a half-monster. Despite not yet becoming a full-fledged monster, you were able to withstand Rover's heat blast. Your overall body strength will surely continue to improve at a frightening pace. But as things stand now, it's not quite enough. However, I can raise you into the strongest monster of them all. Raise me? What? You're going to teach me how to use telekinesis or something? Izuku scowled. No. I will not be teaching you any psychic abilities nor martial arts, but rather, the secret of monstrification. I'll accelerate your growth as a monster. After you died, I gave Overhaul monster serums before he resurrected you. While he was torturing you, he injected you with those serums. They're designed to break down human limitations, pushing the body to its absolute limits, reshaping it, strengthening it. The more you're exposed to them, the less human you become, and the stronger, faster, and more resilient you grow. Pain, weakness, doubt, all those human traits will fade, replaced by pure strength. So you just decided to play around with me like one of your experiments? Izuku said, disgust evident in his voice. All that torture, just to turn me into some monster. Precisely. Overhaul might have seen it as punishment, but I knew you had potential beyond what any human could achieve. Think about it, Izuku, these abilities, this power. You're already far above any hero. Imagine what you could be if you embraced it fully. Juro added, of course, I should mention the side effects of the serums. They're not exactly without risk. Side effects? Like what? Izuku asked. The first is hallucinations. The serums blur the line between reality and imagination. As the monstrification progresses, you might start seeing and hearing things that aren't there. Or seeing people you thought were real. Shadows lurking in your mind, memories twisted into something darker. A test of sorts, to see if you're strong enough to ignore what isn't real. Hallucinations. You're telling me you drugged me to make me lose my grip on reality? Izuku recalled his imaginary friend Geru during his captivity. It's a byproduct of the mind's resistance to change. Your psyche tries to hold on to humanity, resisting the power coursing through you. It's only natural that you'd experience some dissonance. And the other side effect? Loss of empathy. It's a progressive effect. The more your body adapts, the less you'll care about anyone or anything. Pain, attachment, compassion, they'll start to fade, numbed by the raw power consuming you. Soon, no one's suffering will faze you. Family, friends. They'll be nothing more than tools, obstacles, or just names in the background. That explains why I didn't have problems killing Overhaul. Izuku said, remembering how brutally he had confronted him. Yes, however. One thing was missing. To put it simply, you must overcome death as a human numerous times. However, this will put an extraordinary burden on both your body and mind. It may sound simple, but it's actually quite difficult. You'll quickly lose your life. Even if you were able to endure it, your intelligence will deteriorate, and you will stop growing. You'll simply become an ordinary monster. That pattern is quite common. The most important factor is having the person experience a living hell that is suitable for their level. Sounds like you've done a lot of testing to come to that conclusion, Izuku commented. Joro bluntly stated, a lot? That doesn't even begin to describe it. I've tested this process on so many humans and monsters that I've lost count. It's true that I achieved the means to transform humans into a sort of quasi-monster state. Unfortunately, I only witnessed average improvements to the inherent abilities of each body. I never observed any further growth. How badly I wanted to find a way to break the limit on that growth. Izuku clicked his tongue in response. Joro continued, I fed monsters to other monsters, performed blood transfusions, transplanted cells, had them mate with one another, and inflicted pain and stress on them through various means. I amplified their anger and hatred. I did everything I could think of and more. She explained, noticing the pity in Izuku's gaze. Yet, although I came close with many subjects, most of them tragically lost their lives before reaching threat-level dragon. But as the mountain of failed experiments continued to grow, I finally tasted success. A flashback unfolded, revealing psychos approaching a man on a busy street. Excuse me, could I have a moment of your time? You're starting to lose touch with your human side, aren't you? She asked, capturing his attention. That's right. Even now, you're just dying to go on a rampage, she added, reading his mind. The flashback ended, and Joro resumed. However, you possess potential that surpasses even his. As a result of your clash with Royal Ripper, you've overcome yet another wall. Your monstrification is progressing slowly but surely. You're becoming astoundingly strong. Izuku, if you follow my training program, you might just become a monster equal to, no, even greater than Lord Orochi. Let us join forces. With my help, you will become the strongest monster, and together we can eradicate heroes from this world. I can make your dream a reality. We are family after all. Izuku scoffed at the mention of family. Family, huh? Quit sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. I wouldn't be caught dead working with someone like you. You seem to be mistaken, Joro retorted, her scowl deepening. The moment you caught my eye, you lost the right to refuse. I hate people like you who look down from their perch more than anything. It makes me want to drag them down, Izuku replied with disdain. Shinishin. Those are big words, coming from someone who can't even move a muscle, Joro reminded him, noting his immobility. Behold! These are my psychic powers. They impinge on the domain of the gods, surpassing even those witches, Inko, Tatsumaki, and Fubuki. As she spoke, Izuku summoned all his strength to take a single step forward, catching Joro off guard. He raised his hand defiantly. Little by little, little by little. I'm getting used to it, he declared. How can you move? Joro asked in disbelief. Beats me, he replied bluntly, an image of Metal Bat flashing through his mind. Good old fighting spirit maybe? He added with a smirk. Joro's thoughts raced. His adaptive abilities completely exceed the norm. It won't be easy to put a leash on him. I'll make you experience true pain. That ought to break you in, she declared, launching multiple rocks at him in an attempt to restrain him. Izuku countered by punching each rock with the water stream rock smashing fist. That quirk of yours isn't all it's cracked up to be. And you're supposed to be an officer of the Monster Association. Don't make me laugh, he mocked, glaring back at her. The moment you send objects flying, the binding you put on me comes off. In other words, you can't multitask for anything. He laughed with a cocky grin. And since I can put up my guard at the last moment, it's not even a threat to me. Your quirk ain't nothing to be afraid of. He jumped onto a perch, meeting Joro at eye level, cracking the floor beneath him. The only, ordinary, one here is you. The very thought of a lowly monster like you cultivating a genius like me is ridiculous. But I guess I'm in luck, getting to meet you like this after falling down here. If I crush the brains of the Monster Association beneath my feet, the rest will come collapsing down with it, he taunted, irritating the pink monster. The heroes are going to be on our doorstep anytime now. I don't want to play with you and get all tired out. I need to save my stamina as much as I can. On that note, Juro raised her voice. Lord Oro, to be a dear and take care of him for me, please. What the? Izuku began, but before he could finish, a giant hand emerged from beneath the floor, grabbing him and making him struggle to break free. You, he gasped, but was dragged down before he could finish. I wish you the best of luck, nephew, Juro said with a smile as she descended using an elevator. Ah, Lord Orochi. I'm still planning on using him, so don't kill him, okay? She instructed, and Orochi dropped Izuku onto the ground. Oh, still getting up even after that? Where does all that tenacity come from? Not that I care. Izuku managed to jump to his feet, slamming his elbows into the ground for leverage. He faced the giant monster, trying to devise a strategy for defeating him. Orochi sent one of his tentacles after Izuku, who initially dodged it but was caught off guard as the tentacle changed direction and pierced him in the stomach, sending him crashing into a wall. When Lord Orochi first transformed from a human to a monster, his horns were the first trait he manifested. They're heavy, yet flexible and fast. Not only do they have a long reach, but he can control them freely. Quite formidable, don't you think? Juro continued, watching as Izuku dropped to the ground but quickly got back up, holding his pierced stomach. This ain't nothing. I just got a hole put in my torso anyway. He laughed despite the pain. Orochi unleashed all of his tentacles toward Izuku at once, forcing him to use martial arts to deflect them. Izuku leaped to one of the higher platforms in the chamber, catching some monsters that had been watching the fight off guard. Lord Orochi himself is fighting, one monster exclaimed. Is that the intruder from before? Another added. Before they could react, Izuku swiftly defeated them. Orochi continued to pursue him with his tentacles, but Izuku managed to outrun them by accelerating his speed. Juro observed Izuku's increasing speed with surprise, noting his agility. Izuku realized that merely dodging wouldn't secure him victory. He resolved to leap off the platform and strike Orochi's head. If I can close in on his torso, that will be my ideal distance. Since he used to be human, his vitals should all be in the same places. It's just a bigger target for me. I'll beat him to a pulp, he thought, adjusting his horns midair. To his astonishment, Orochi opened his massive maw, revealing layers of mouths and teeth, and attempted to bite him. Izuku narrowly dodged and watched as Orochi transformed into his true self, unveiling multiple independent dragon heads that each breathed fire. What? Izuku exclaimed, disbelief washing over him. Geez. First a monster dog and now the king of the earthworms, he muttered, awestruck by Orochi's transformation. The dragon heads opened their mouths, preparing to unleash flames. This isn't good, Izuku thought as he tried to evade the attack, but it was too late. The monsters unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing the area. Juro conjured a barrier to shield herself, while Izuku braced against the heat. He can withstand super high temperatures like it's nothing, Juro noted, observing Orochi as he continued to unleash flames, setting everything ablaze. The giant monster then clenched his fist, preparing to punch Izuku, who remained trapped in the flames. As Orochi swung, Izuku crossed his forearms in an X shape to block the punch. The ground cracked beneath him, creating a crater. With added strength, Orochi sent Izuku flying toward the wall behind him. Juro remarked, Lord Orochi is the ultimate life form. The gap between your current level of power and his is simply too great to overcome. Give it up. Izuku rose from the rubble, trembling but defiant. You're making me laugh. I'm a genius. I won't fall for the same trick twice. If you try it again, I'll bite back, just watch. Sure, your pet's strong, but that's all he's got, strength. You want to call him the king of the monsters? He lacks something else, he scoffed. Something else? Joro inquired. I'm not scared at all, you know. I'll teach you all the meaning of terror. His body may be strong, but my technique can make up for it, he declared, taking a stand. Now fear me, he growled, his expression serious. To Izuku's shock, Orochi mimicked the movements of the water stream rock's smashing fist with just a glance. You've got to be kidding me, Izuku said in disbelief. I can't believe this guy. Joro replied. You thought you were the only genius? If he sees your techniques even once, he can copy them. Thank you for making Lord Orochi even more powerful, Izuku. Orochi declared, since you felt a lack of terror, I shall grant you your wish. Izuku scoffed, so you're copying my fist from one glance, huh? You're not such a bad guy after all. You're even making it easy for me, using a style I know so well. He concealed one of his hands behind his back, which was poised in the fist of whirlwind iron cutting fist style. With determination, Izuku leaped toward Orochi, his other hand extended and aimed for the monster's face. You're gonna regret it, he yelled just as the Monster King and all his dragon heads unleashed the water stream rock smashing fist against him. Tharg! Izuku screamed as the dragon heads charged toward him. Joro observed, you show a strong obsessive resolve to defeat all the heroes. And a deep longing to be a monster. Yet I see no monstrous impulses in you, no traces of cruel ambition. I suppose you can't bring yourself to let go of your humanity? A pure heart is all the easier to corrupt by exploiting its own contradictions. It will take time, but in the end, I shall thoroughly brainwash you. It's a good strategy to have more aces up my sleeve. After all, I suspect the heroes have their own hidden ace, something beyond the S-class rank. Meanwhile, in the ghost town of City Z, a bald man wearing a cape muttered to himself, "Welp, the noise is really coming from down here." All of a sudden, it calmed down. He opened a sewer manhole. After the meeting with the heroes, King decided to take a bathroom break just before everyone else was about to leave for the raid. As he tried to hide, Bang appeared right behind him, startling him. Bang! What are you doing here? King shouted, surprised and anxious. Just taking care of some business. I could ask you the same, Bang replied, maintaining his usual demeanor. There was an emergency summons for all the S-class heroes, so they dragged me here too. King explained. HM? I didn't hear anything about that, Bang said, noticing the nervous look on King's face. Now that I think about it, Child Emperor did say we weren't supposed to leak this information to you, Bang. Oh, come now. We've eaten from the same hot pot, haven't we? That makes us good friends. So let me in on the action, Bang said with a playful smile. King sighed in defeat and shared everything with him and Bomb. They're breaking into the Monster Association headquarters? So that's how it is. To think they'd leave us out. I suppose they've lost their trust in me and Genos. Bang said while Bomb read the newspaper, adjusting his glasses. A child hostage. Bah, savages, Bomb remarked. I've been so busy chasing Izuku that I missed my morning newspapers. King added. Now the tactical squad is about to move into the Z-City ruins, with every member of the Hero Association and the top 40 pro heroes throughout Japan closing in through different routes. And yeah, that means one location is supposed to be my responsibility. So there's something I want to ask you. It goes against the Hero Association orders, but, bang bum. Let's grab Genos and the others and go through my route, all of us. Keeping it on the down low, of course. Bang sat on the couch in silence before responding. Izuku must be there too. He's still my responsibility. Take me there then, he said, determination shining in his eyes. Bomb looked at him with concern. Got it? Let's meet up at his place like before, King said. Great. I'll take my leave and head there, then, Bang replied. See you later, King said before leaving the room to join the other heroes who were preparing to depart. Meanwhile, since Fubuki and Inko were prevented from joining the assault, Fubuki decided to seek out a particular bald man to join the raid, and Inko chose to accompany her. I was summoned for the fight against the Monster Association, but Tatsumaki told the executives to leave me off the case, Fubuki explained. I'm guessing they did the same thing to me, Inko replied. As they continued walking, they were halted by someone standing in front of them. Oh, Fubuki said, surprised. Genos scoffed, expressing his annoyance. What do you want this time? Don't assume you're welcome in this house whenever you feel like it. Fubuki crossed her arms defiantly. Inko, watching the exchange, looked on in surprise but chose to remain silent. Look who's talking. You seem to live here more than anywhere else. You have no standing to lecture me, Fubuki shot back. Genos straightened his posture as they began to ascend the staircase. My MSTR and I have a proper relationship as instructor and pupil. I am an actual member of this household. I rent a room and pay my dues. Rent a room? But this apartment isn't even his property, is it? He's technically a squatter. He's taking advantage of you, Genos. Never mind, Fubuki replied, exasperated. Inko leaned closer to Fubuki, whispering, Are you friends with this B-class hero? Of course, we're practically friends, Fubuki said with a hint of pride, prompting a cough from Genos. Cough, acquaintance cough, he corrected, earning a glare from Fubuki. As they reached the door and opened it, they found the apartment empty. He's not here. Fubuki noted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Maybe he had something urgent to deal with? Inko suggested. Suddenly, a new voice interrupted their thoughts. Hello there, sorry to intrude again, Bang said, noticing only Genos, Inko, and Fubuki were present. MSTR isn't here, Genos stated flatly. He's out? What a waste. We were about to go with King to storm the enemy base, Bang replied, his disappointment evident. So their hideout has been found already? Genos asked, surprised. Do you think the hero hunter is also there? Fubuki and Inko froze, their eyes widening in disbelief as Genos's words sank in. Wait, Izuku? Fubuki stammered, her voice trembling as she glanced between Bang, Bomb, and Genos. What are you saying? Izuku's alive. Ah, it seems no one told you to. My apologies, Bang said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Yes, Izuku's alive. He's been in hiding. Bomb, NG, and I fought him. There were complications, and the Hero Association thought it best to keep this quiet. Apparently, he was revived by a man named Chisaki, the leader of a Yakuza group. His quirk, Overhaul, allowed him to reassemble and disassemble living and non-living beings. That's how he was able to bring back the hero hunter, Genos explained. Didn't NG say he was going to tell Tashinori Yagi? Bomb whispered to Bang. Bang shrugged. I'm assuming he didn't tell her. Guess Tatsumaki doesn't know about it either, huh? Inko's face reflected her pain, but a spark of determination ignited in her eyes. Then we have to try. I don't care what he's done, I need to see my son, even if he's lost himself, Inko declared, her voice steady. And I'm going too, Fubuki added, clenching her fists as her resolve solidified. Izuku may have made mistakes, but he's not a monster. If we can reach him, I'll do whatever it takes to bring him back to our side. He's still my nephew. Meanwhile, King was breathing heavily as he approached the apartment. Ah, King, there you are, Bang greeted him. Oh hey, Arahem. King regained his usual demeanor. So everyone has already gathered, he said seriously. All except MSTR. He wasn't home, Genos replied. What? King feigned shock. What's your plan? Shall we wait until MSTR returns? Genos suggested. Or do we just barge in right now? Bang added. King stood silent until Fubuki spoke up. Wait for him, right? For an all-out war like this, his power is indispensable for us. When we strike together. All of us. King, if you miss the operation, you'll fail your responsibility towards other heroes, right? You all should go first. I will wait for MSTR. Once he's back, we'll catch up with you, Genos insisted. Sounds good to me, Bomb agreed. Back with the heroes, events unfolded as they had in the canon. The heroes entered the front gate and encountered the monsters, but this time, the pro-heroes were also there to assist. Tatsumaki quickly dispatched a telekinetic monster named Juggin. The S-Class heroes rushed forward after clearing the monsters at the front gates of City Z, each going their separate ways, some forming groups of 3 or 4. The Hero Strike team arrived at the abandoned Z-City ghost town, tension filling the air. As they prepared for action, Zombie Man called out a warning. A massive group of monsters, led by Evil Eye, had surrounded them. Sekingar was shocked by the enemy's ambush, while heroes like Endeavor, Hawks, and Feather readied themselves for battle. Child Emperor counted over 150 monsters, but Tatsumaki remained unfazed by their numbers. Pori Pori Prisoner instructed everyone to stay behind him, while Ryukyu transformed into her dragon form. Best, Genist, Fat Gum, and Crust set up defenses. Evil Eye used his powers to lift buildings and hurled them toward the heroes. Tatsumaki raised a barrier to protect them from the falling debris, leaving some pieces for the others to handle. Mirio and Nijire from the Big Three quickly helped shield others, while Mirko, Kamui Woods, and Fat Gum stepped in to protect those in danger. Heroes like Crust, Cementos, and Rocklock supported the team with their quirks to reinforce their defenses. Aizawa worked quietly, canceling dangerous quirks among the enemy ranks. Angered by the heroes' resistance, Evil Eye threatened Tatsumaki and her sister Fubuki, but Tatsumaki retaliated, launching herself at him in a fierce battle that sent strong winds across the area. With Evil Eye distracted, the rest of the team took on the monster horde, each hero using their unique abilities to fight. Flashy Flash, Atomic Samurai, and Edge Shot moved with blinding speed, cutting down enemies. Hawk's feathers shot through monsters, while Jet Nice Guy used his cyborg strength to hold back the onslaught. Mizuki's athleticism, Food Battler Futoshi's surprising agility, Strange Binding Shell's rope movements, and Poison's poison knife contributed to the chaos. Present Mix's Sonic Blasts and Ectoplasm's clones kept the monsters off balance. Fat Gum absorbed powerful hits, Gang Orca's roar staggered enemies, and MD Lady's giant form cleared a path alongside Rocklock and the Wild Pussycats. Wash and Manual helped maintain control of the area, while Gran Torino, Midnight, and Ryukyu weakened the enemies with their quirks. Superalloy Darkshine praised Mizuki's strength as he took down several monsters. Gearsper believed he had defeated some foes, unaware that they were actually the work of Bushidrill and Okametachi, while Sekingar shot a laser beam from his metallic eye. More monsters appeared, but a Rhino monster charged through. As the team battled, Rhino Wrestler, a newly promoted demon-level monster, charged in, pushing the heroes back. Endeavor and Hawks teamed up, with Endeavor unleashing flames while Hawks targeted weak spots with his feathers. Atomic Samurai then stepped in, his sword moving too quickly for Rhino Wrestler to react until it was too late. With Evil Eye defeated, Tatsumaki returned, and the team fought with renewed strength, pushing forward. Atomic Samurai, Flashy Flash, Superalloy Darkshine, and others took down monster after monster. Pig God devoured an enemy, while Pori Pori Prisoner crushed another with sheer force. As they navigated through the horde of monsters, Joro Joro observed from above, noting how the heroes gradually gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, Child Emperor was engaged in a battle of his own, slicing through a drone created by Joro Joro to monitor the chaos below. "Tag, you're it," Child Emperor declared with a smirk. "I won't let you see any more of this." "Oh, I've seen plenty already," Joro Joro replied, his tone dismissive. "If anything, I wish I could have witnessed King's powers as well. But I understand the situation now." The events unfolded just as they had in the original timeline. The heroes stormed through the front gate, confronting the monsters that awaited them. The only notable difference was the presence of the pro-heroes, who joined the fray. Tatsumaki effortlessly dispatched a telekinetic monster named Juggin, while the S-Class heroes surged forward after clearing the front gates of City Z, each taking their own path. Some of the top 10 pro-heroes formed groups of 3 or 4 to tackle the threats. 2 hours later, amidst the ongoing battle, the students of Class 1A decided to split into 3 groups, each led by Izumi, Bakugo, and Todoroki. They wandered through City Z for a while until each group stumbled upon a hole that led into the monster's lair. "Quit dragging your feet, idiots!" Bakugo snapped, his frustration palpable. "We're here to find that nerd, not to tiptoe around like a bunch of scared babies. Kaminari glanced around, flinching at the shadows dancing along the walls. Bakugo, are you sure this is the right way? This place is kind of freaky. Mineta hugged his shoulders, his eyes darting nervously. Yeah, freaky is an understatement. What if we run into one of those monsters? Man up and stop being a bunch of wimps, Bakugo barked, shooting an annoyed glare at Mineta and Kaminari. Kirishima tried to sound upbeat, giving everyone a thumbs up. Come on guys. We've got Bakugo leading us, so we're covered. Whatever comes at us, we'll handle it like heroes. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind them. What are you kids doing here? The voice sent chills down their spines. Bakugo glared, but his eyes widened when he saw the massive figure standing before them. Teach, what the hell are you doing here? Bakugo's voice dripped with disdain, though a hint of nervousness crept in. He hadn't expected to encounter an S-class hero, especially not him. Pori prisoner stood tall, his muscular frame towering over the students. His usual flamboyant demeanor was tempered, but his tone remained intense. This isn't exactly a playground, you know. His voice was deep yet carried a playful note, as if he weren't overly concerned about the situation. Shiro blurted out, wide-eyed, "Why you're Pori prisoner? What are you doing here?" We're supposed to be finding Izuku and making sure he doesn't, well, you know, do any more damage." Mineta stammered, backing away slightly. We just stumbled in here, trying to figure out where we are." Pori prisoner placed a hand on his chin, looking down at them. "Well, I can't let you kids wander around here without supervision. Dangerous monsters are lurking, and you're not ready for them, no matter how brave you think you are." Kirishima grinned, trying to project confidence. "We've trained for this, and we're going to do whatever it takes to bring Izuku back." "You kids," Pori prisoner sighed, shaking his head with an exaggerated frown. Fine, but you'll stay behind me. The last thing we need is for a bunch of kids to get themselves hurt." Bakugo scowled, crossing his arms. "You may be an S-class, but don't think for a second I'm going to follow some babysitter's orders." His voice was gruff, though a hint of respect lingered beneath the surface. Kaminari chuckled nervously. "I'll take all the help we can get," he admitted, still shaken but relieved they weren't entirely alone. Pori prisoner winked, his playful grin returning. "Let's get moving. If you're going to find your nerd, we better hurry before those monsters decide to come after us instead." Jairu knelt down, her earphones plugged into the ground, her focus intense. "I hear something. It's faint, but there's movement nearby. It's not normal." Her eyes snapped open, and she looked up at the group, her expression serious. "Get ready, something's coming." Before anyone could respond, the sound of crashing echoed through the walls, followed by a deep, rumbling voice that reverberated throughout the structure. Nine, where are you, little monster?" Pori prisoner grinned wildly, his excitement palpable. Without warning, he darted forward, his body moving with unnatural speed. His muscular frame slammed into the nearest wall, tearing through the solid stone as if it were paper. "Angels, crawl!" he shouted, his voice brimming with energy as he punched through another wall with his bare hands, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The students followed closely behind, their eyes wide with shock and awe. "Damn it! What is this guy, a wrecking ball?" Bakugo exclaimed, a mix of disbelief and frustration in his voice. Yet even he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration as Pori prisoner tore through the lair with such ease. "Are we seriously doing this?" Shiro's voice cracked, a blend of panic and amazement as the walls around them crumbled. "I'm not complaining. Let's keep up, guys," Kirishima shouted, trying to maintain his spirits despite the chaos. "You kids are slow. Gotta catch up." Pori prisoner called back with a wink, his tone cheerful despite the utter destruction he was causing. With each move, he broke through more walls, his focus unwavering as he continued searching for the elusive Nyan. The group rushed behind him, striving to keep pace as the walls collapsed around them, shaking the entire lair. Dust filled the air, making it hard to see, but they pressed on, determined to catch up. Pori Pori prisoner broke through another wall as if swimming through water, revealing a room with a man in chains, unconscious. He glanced back at the holes he had created, ensuring the students were still following him. That little kitten? Just where did he run off to? I think I came a little too deep underground, he mused. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the chained figure. Found a person in chains. I'm coming to rescue you now, he shouted as he rushed forward. The figure twitched slightly. Ah, you're awake. I'm the Class S hero Pori Pori prisoner. I escaped from prison just to meet you, he exclaimed again, but there was no response. Just then, Bakugo and his group arrived through the holes made by the S-Class hero. What is this? Who's that guy? Kaminari asked, his voice trembling with confusion and awe as he looked at the chained figure, still barely conscious. Is he all right? Should we help him? Mineta asked nervously, glancing between Pori Pori prisoner and the unconscious man, his voice quiet with concern. Bakugo scoffed, stepping forward with sharp eyes locked onto the man in chains. It wasn't the chains that drew his attention, it was the boy's face. He recognized him. Izuku, he whispered in disbelief. The Pori Pori prisoner blinked, his expression shifting as he studied Bakugo. Your face. I think I've seen it on a wanted poster. The figure twitched, the chains rattling as he stirred. A low groan escaped his lips, and as his eyes fluttered open, they revealed a glazed, vacant look. But when he looked up at the Pori Pori prisoner, recognition flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the room was filled with a loud crack as Izuku shot up, his chains snapping under his sheer strength. His body rippled with power as he lunged at the Pori Pori prisoner, who had no time to react before Izuku's fist collided with his chest. The students froze in shock as the scene unfolded. From the ground, Pori Pori prisoner thought, I can't get up. Even though I shielded myself with bristle armor, I still received severe injuries. Those students. I have to keep them safe. Izuku let out a powerful scream that shook both the S-Class hero and the UA students. As Pori Pori prisoner lay on the ground, trying to regain his bearings, Izuku's expression remained unchanged, his fists clenched and muscles tensed as though ready to strike again. Bakugo was the first to react, his rage boiling over. Get a hold of yourself. Without waiting for a response, Bakugo rushed forward, explosions propelling him toward Izuku with full force. He slammed his fist into Izuku's side, but the blow barely made an impact. What the hell? He shouted, watching in disbelief. How did he not get a scratch from that? Zero shook his head in utter disbelief, his heart racing. No way. How are we supposed to stop him? Come on, guys. We can't give up now. Kirishima shouted, charging in with a determined grin. He threw a punch, followed by a rapid combo of blows, but like Bakugo, his strikes had no effect. Izuku's expression remained blank. There is no way. Kirishima muttered, jumping back. Mineta trembled, looking around helplessly. This is insane. Tis unstoppable. Gyro plugged her earphone jacks into the ground, sending a massive sound wave toward Izuku. As the waves hit his ears, he remained unfazed and slowly walked toward her. Gyro stared in shock as her sound waves had no effect. CRP, she panicked. Suddenly, Izuku was jolted by electricity. Gyro looked back to see Kaminari touching Izuku's shoulder, transferring a high voltage of electricity. Izuku stood still, the electricity crackling around him, but his expression didn't change. He stared down at Kaminari, unfazed. Come on. Just feel something. Kaminari grunted, pushing his electricity to its limit. Izuku's hand shot out, grabbing Kaminari by the wrist. Kaminari's eyes widened in shock and pain as Izuku's grip tightened. He's not even flinching. Kaminari exclaimed as Izuku flung him backward, sending him crashing into the wall. He slumped down, struggling to catch his breath, realizing how ineffective his attack had been. Turning his head toward Gyre, Izuku delivered a massive punch to her gut, sending her flying against the wall. With the others failing to land a hit, Bakugo growled under his breath and glared at Mineta. Mineta! Do your thing. Now. Though shaken, Mineta knew what he had to do. He quickly pulled out his sticky ball, launching one at Izuku's feet. The ball hit its mark, spreading quickly and covering Izuku's legs in the purple goo. That should hold him. He won't be able to move now, Mineta declared. But Izuku, unfazed by the sticky substance, simply twitched his body. Without hesitation, he stepped into the purple ball with high pressure, breaking through it with ease. The purple goo shattered, falling to the ground uselessly. What? How is he breaking out like that? Shiro exclaimed. The students stared in stunned silence as Izuku moved without hesitation, his eyes locked onto his opponents. He didn't speak or show any emotion. He was a force of nature, relentless and unstoppable. Damn it! This isn't over! Bakugo shouted. But before anyone could react, Izuku launched himself into action once again, his speed impossible to track. Shiro tried to catch Izuku from behind, but the moment he touched him, Izuku twisted around and slammed his fist into Shiro's chest, sending him flying across the room. No way! Kaminari muttered. Mineta, trying to stay out of the way, backed into a corner, but it was no use. Izuku moved with terrifying precision. His attacks were so fast that the students had no time to react, and within seconds, they were all on the ground, unable to keep up with the overwhelming power. Bakugo, still standing but clearly winded from the last exchange, gritted his teeth. I can't believe this. Izuku's glare bore into the group, his eyes like a predator assessing its prey. Then, without warning, he sprinted toward Bakugo. Bring it! Bakugo tried to throw an explosion at Izuku, but Izuku was already on him, his fist slamming into Bakugo's stomach and knocking the air out of his lungs. The explosion went off in the distance, missing its target completely. With Bakugo down, Izuku looked at the rest of the students, his expression still empty and cold. The only one left was Kirishima. Kirishima swallowed hard, forcing himself to stand tall, even as he watched his friends sprawled around him, each defeated by the unstoppable force that was Izuku. He took a deep breath, clenching his fists to steady himself, forcing a grin onto his face. All right, it's just me and you now. With determination, he shouted, "Unbreakable!" With a defiant shout, Kirishima activated his ultimate move. His body transformed, muscles hardening into jagged, unyielding armor. His entire form became a wall of hardened strength, bristling with red, sharp edges. This is my strongest form. You can't break me, not when I'm like this. Kirishima charged forward, unleashing a furious barrage of punches. Each blow was fast, relentless, and packed with all of Kirishima's strength. He gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with determination as he put everything he had into every strike. But Izuku didn't even blink. He stood there, his gaze fixed, still and cold as Kirishima's fists met his body. Kirishima's strikes, meant to be powerful enough to break through steel, felt like they were hitting solid stone. There was no reaction, no sign that Izuku felt anything. Kirishima's confidence began to waver as he kept punching, each hit becoming more desperate. Come on. Just feel something. Anything. But Izuku's expression remained completely empty. Without warning, Izuku raised his arm and swung a single punch, catching Kirishima in the side with brutal force. The impact sent shockwaves through Kirishima's hardened body, and for the first time, he felt pain through his unbreakable armor. Kirishima stumbled back, gripping his side, his eyes widening in shock. In a way, that actually hurt. Izuku stepped forward, causing Kirishima to instinctively retreat. The confidence Kirishima had built was beginning to crumble. He had never faced anyone capable of breaking through his ultimate defense with a single punch. Yet, he forced himself to stand his ground, trying to shake off the creeping doubt. I'm not done yet, he declared, pushing forward to land another hit. But Izuku's movements were faster than Kirishima could follow. With ease, Izuku sidestepped his punch and caught Kirishima's wrist in an iron grip. With a swift twist, he forced Kirishima to his knees, bending his arm at an unnatural angle. Kirishima gritted his teeth, unable to suppress a pained shout. He struggled to pull away, to break free, but Izuku's grip was unyielding, and Kirishima felt his strength slipping away. Izuku stared down at him, his blank gaze piercing into Kirishima's very core. There was no recognition, no empathy, only raw, overpowering depths. Slowly, Izuku tightened his grip, his fingers crushing into Kirishima's hardened arm as if it were nothing more than paper. Kirishima's face contorted in pain, his confidence melting into fear. "Please, snap out of it," he pleaded. Izuku's expression remained unchanged. He raised his other hand and brought it down in a brutal hammer-like strike on Kirishima's shoulder, shattering his unbreakable form in an instant. Kirishima's hardened skin cracked, pieces falling away as he crumpled under the weight of the blow. Breathless, he looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. His ultimate form, his unbreakable resolve, everything he had prided himself on, had been torn apart with minimal effort. "How? I can't," he stammered. But Izuku wasn't finished. With a final, merciless strike, he slammed his fist into Kirishima's chest, driving the air from his lungs and sending him crashing to the floor, the impact leaving cracks spiderwebbing through the ground around him. Bakugo watched in pity, whispering, "Kirishima." Izuku then turned his attention to Pori Pori Prisoner, who was watching in disbelief as the scene unfolded. Moments later, Pori Pori was launched out of the room through the wall. "Gee, I didn't expect to be beaten so one-sidedly. Those poor kids have gone through hell, and I couldn't even help them," he muttered to himself as he lay on the ground, helpless. In his mind, Pori Pori thought, "It's no good. I can't get up. I need time to recover. But he probably won't give it to me. I guess this is the end. I'm sorry, my darlings." Just then he heard a massive footstep behind him. "What? This wave of male pheromones and those buff legs," he exclaimed as he looked up to see the S-Class hero, Superalloy Darkshine. "Your muscles have been damaged quite a bit. Who did this to you, prisoner?" Darkshine asked, his skin gleaming. The hero hunter appeared. "I lost. And I had gotten pretty strong too." Pori Pori replied, disappointment evident in his voice. "The hero hunter, huh?" Darkshine said, glancing through the hole Pori Pori had been launched from. As he peered deeper, he saw Izuku standing there. "He's become much stronger than we imagined. Don't underestimate him just because he's a teenager. He's strong enough to give an S-Class hero a run for their money one-on-one. Darky, I know you boast unparalleled physical strength, but it would be dangerous to fight him head-on. Even for you. It may not sound convincing coming from me, the weakest S-Class. But even I, Pori Pori Prisoner, couldn't put so much as a scratch on him. That's the kind of foe we're dealing with." Pori Pori warned. "Very well. Understood. I'll crush the hero hunter in your place." Darkshine declared confidently. "There's no need to worry. He's not the only one without a scratch on him. Darky. Wait. Don't start falling for me. My muscles will weaken." Pori Pori exclaimed, blushing. "Now then, will you be an opponent worthy of Superalloy Darkshine's full power?" Darkshine asked confidently, but Izuku remained silent. "I'm looking forward to it," he grinned. Bakugo coughed up blood as he struggled to get up, clutching his shoulder in pain as he moved toward the hole. What he saw next was unexpected. Izuku was assaulting Darkshine with a barrage of punches and strikes, both of them roaring. "What the?" Bakugo muttered in disbelief. Darkshine easily withstood the consecutive strikes and tackled Izuku through several walls, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. "You're that S-Class hero, huh?" Bakugo managed to say as Darkshine walked past him. "I didn't know there were kids here." "Well, worry not, because you all are safe," Darkshine said, glancing at the other injured students. Bakugo scoffed in response. Darkshine then approached Izuku, who lay on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. "No matter how fast you are or how many tricks you have up your sleeves, you are powerless in front of trained muscles," he stated, standing strong. Suddenly, Izuku swirled around Darkshine in an attempt to confuse him, creating a flurry of afterimages that attacked from all directions. Just as Izuku was about to deliver a kick aimed at Darkshine's head, Darkshine countered with a punch that sent Izuku flying away. "Your monster play ends here," Darkshine said seriously. As Izuku soared through the air from the force of the punch, his eyes widened mid-flight. He skidded on the ground, making a perfect landing. You are Superalloy Dark Shine? Izuku said, confusion evident as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Where is this place? I should be fighting Orochi. Where did that monster go? Images of Kota and Arie flashed across his mind. In Izuku's perspective, he thought, those kids. Did they manage to escape? What's the matter? Darkshine asked as Izuku cracked his neck and let out a chuckle. Looks like I was fighting you in my sleep. Izuku replied. In your sleep? Looking for excuses, how embarrassing. You can't rise to the occasion? Darkshine challenged. Well, I'm really not a pretty sight in my sleep, Izuku retorted. Bakugo, taken aback, thought in shock as he slowly approached them, keeping his distance. He was fighting us in his sleep? Izuku? He called out. Izuku froze for a moment before glancing behind Darkshine, only to see Bakugo standing there in pain. His eyes narrowed, a faint smirk forming as he locked eyes with Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo, he drawled, his voice eerily calm. Been a while, hasn't it? He tilted his head, sizing Bakugo up with a cold, calculating look. I see you're still running around with the same old faces. Bakugo clenched his fists, the shock of seeing Izuku in this state clear on his face. He took another step forward, forcing himself to remain steady, even as his heart raced with confusion and anger. The hell happened to you? He gritted his teeth, his voice wavering despite his best effort. We're here to get you out of here, so snap out of it. Get me out of here? Izuku sneered. You really think you're strong enough for that? Last time I checked, you got kidnapped by a bunch of nobody villains. Bakugo's face tightened with anger, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his fists harder. Bakugo glared at Izuku, his voice fierce but tinged with hurt. You think I'm just going to stand here and let you talk down to me? Izuku's smirk deepened, his tone almost taunting as he replied, Guess some things never change, huh? Always so quick to talk big, but in the end, still the same Kaken. He stretched his arms backward, shifting the focus back to Darkshine. I'm sorry if I made you think you were going to win, Darkshine mocked, taking a stance. He swung a powerful punch at Izuku, who ducked just in time, feeling the rush of air as the fist missed him. Without wasting a second, Izuku twisted his body and spun, delivering a fierce kick that slammed into Darkshine's head, driving it down into the ground with a heavy crack. Dust burst from the impact, and the floor cracked beneath Darkshine as Izuku landed. This can't be all you've got. Can it? Izuku asked, sounding almost disappointed as Darkshine spun back onto his feet. If I defeat you, Darkshine, it would prove that my attack power can succeed against anyone. Darkshine thought to himself, it's true. The coordination between all the muscles in his body has improved dramatically. Is the main event coming up next? Meanwhile, Bakugo decided he needed to gather everyone before things escalated further. It would be such a waste for your premium muscles to rot away in the Monster Association. The Hero Association has the best-equipped sports gym. If you could change your mind, thoroughly atone for your sins, and reforge the muscles of your mind, you might become a true hero, Darkshine said. You people, the monsters, the heroes, you will both be annihilated tonight. Now die in peace, Izuku replied with deep conviction. Then allow me to end it right here, Darkshine said before charging at Izuku with a powerful tackle. Izuku thought, if that lands, it would be instant death. Should I deflect that? He attempted to counter with his water-stream rock-smashing fist, but the force of the tackle overwhelmed him. Deflection is not possible. There's so much power in a single tackle that not even that old geezer's technique can deflect it. Darkshine's powerful tackle hit Izuku, shattering his ribcage and destroying the floor beneath them. As the dust cleared, Darkshine stood over Izuku's broken body, which was buried under the rubble. In order to experience his divine techniques, I had offered to spar with Silverfang-san in the past. I was mostly the aggressor who forced the action, but he beat me up. Even though I didn't sustain any damage, all my attacks were deflected, and I got smashed to the ground over and over. I know because I have experienced it, Izuku Yagi. You are still too green. You have only been winning so far because of luck. had you challenged Atomic Samurai, Tatsumaki, Flashy Flash, or King, you would have been dead before you even got to show off the techniques you've worked so hard on. I don't know what made you start hunting heroes, but you should know your place. As he finished speaking, Izuku erupted from the rubble, quickly hitting the large chunks into small bits, some of which even struck Darkshine, who remained unfazed. Yeah, of course they're strong. If you're able to unleash violence on others without ever questioning whether it's right, like they are, you can win any fight. It means you've thrown away your kindness, Izuku said, recalling the time he protected Kota and Arie from the heroes. It all stinks. The stench of hypocrisy is making me sick. Is this situation supposed to be part of your little moral play, too? The protagonist is filled with strength because of the good cause he's fighting for? You were saying some nonsense about me playing monster. Do you people really think you are playing hero? All you heroes are worthless, he declared with pure hatred. Darkshine thought he can still move. After sustaining that kind of injury? He increased his guard as Izuku continued, and what really frustrates me is that the shittier you are, the more the public loves you. That's why I fight. I will put my life on the line to crush justice. You will never be able to stop this monster play. Despite his severe injuries, Izuku resumed his assault, attacking Darkshine with a barrage of punches. Though Darkshine was able to block the assault with his arms, he noticed Izuku was becoming faster and faster. Not a problem. My muscles can guard against any attack. I'll finish him in one go the instant he stops attacking, Darkshine thought. The Monster Association's base trembled as it began to collapse, sending debris crashing down all around them. Izumi's group struggled to stay on their feet, with Uraraka and Ida slammed against a wall, while Tsu quickly caught Sato. Fubuki, Bang, and Bomb managed to hold their ground, with Inko clinging to Fubuki. What's going on? Why is the ground shaking like this? Ida shouted, his voice drowned out by the crashing sounds around them. It's falling apart. We need to get out of here. Izumi urged. Before she could finish, a bright green light surrounded them, and they were lifted off the ground by an invisible force. The rumbling stopped, and they found themselves encased in a shimmering. What is this? Tsu asked, looking around with wide eyes. It's her, Fubuki muttered, recognizing the source of the energy. Auntie, my friends are still trapped. Please, you have to save them. Izumi cried out, but there was no response, and the barrier continued its steady ascent. Her voice rose, more insistent. You can't leave them behind. Please. They're in different parts of this place, but they're still alive. They need help. Fubuki crossed her arms, glaring upward. She'll hear you. She always does. Inko placed a hand on Izumi's shoulder, offering calm reassurance. Tatsumaki won't ignore them. She'll help them. The green barrier pulsed faintly, as if in acknowledgement, before shifting its direction slightly. Izumi let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding, her tense shoulders relaxing just a little. Thank you, she whispered, her hands still pressed against the barrier. No one spoke further as the barrier carried them upward. Meanwhile, the ground shook violently as the Monster Association's lair began to collapse. Bakugo stormed through the crumbling hallway, brushing off falling debris. That nerd. When did he get so strong? Bakugo thought. It's gonna be a pain to get him back. And with the Hero Association having him on their kill list. Does that mean Darkshine? This place is coming apart, Bakugo muttered, wiping a streak of blood from his forehead. He shoved open a broken door and froze. His group was scattered. Kirishima slumped against a wall, staring at the ground. Kaminari groaned, trying to sit up, while Siro leaned against a pillar, clutching his ribs. Jairu and Mineta lay unconscious nearby. Get up. This place is falling apart. Bakugo shouted. Kirishima's voice trembled as he confessed, I thought I was strong. I trained so hard ever since the Yakuza raid, but he crushed me. Bakugo's grip tightened, his eyes blazing with intensity. So what? You think I don't know what losing feels like? CK it up. We're not dying here, and I'm not dragging your sorry self out of this. Kaminari lifted his head weakly. Bakugo, chill. Kirishima just needs a little. Shut it, Pikachu. You think this is a therapy session? If you can talk, you can move. Bakugo snapped, cutting him off. Zero winced as he adjusted himself. He's got a point, though, Kirishima. We're not done yet. Get up. Kirishima hesitated, his voice cracking. I can't. Yes, you can. Stop whining and stand up already. That's what you do, remember? Bakugo urged, his tone sharp. Before anyone could respond, a green light enveloped them. A barrier formed, lifting them into the air as the lair crumbled beneath them. Kaminari exclaimed, What's happening? Is this some kind of quirk? Who cares? It's getting us out. Zero replied, his focus on the unfolding chaos. Bakugo remained fixated on Kirishima, his tone quieter but still firm. This isn't over, you hear me? We'll win next time. You just have to stop acting like an idiot. Kirishima blinked, a faint spark returning to his eyes as he nodded. Yeah. Okay. Bakugo released him with a grunt, turning his attention back to the chaos outside. Took you long enough. The group began to flow into the green barrier as the monster's lair collapsed around them. Meanwhile, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Shoji, Ashido, and Yaoyorozu, accompanied by Atomic Samurai, found themselves battered and injured. They were surrounded by an endless sea of black, humanoid creatures that laughed and taunted them. One large creature sneered, "Oh man! I thought this was going to be a lot more fun, but that was just disappointing." Well, that's at the end. As the massive creature prepared to deliver a devastating punch, they were suddenly enveloped in a green barrier, causing the monster to strike the barrier instead. What's this? The creature exclaimed, bewildered. Inside the barrier, the group blinked in confusion, their battered forms illuminated by the soft green glow. Ashido asked, Okay, what just happened? Not that I'm complaining, but what is this thing? Yaoyorozu replied, It appears to be some kind of protective barrier. Atomic Samurai looked at the others and said, Tatsumaki? The barrier began to float upward as the floor and walls crumbled around them. You don't run away from me, the creature yelled in rage, trying to reach the green barrier. Just as it was a few centimeters away, the walls began to collapse and crush it. Ashido sighed in relief. Phew, that was really scary. Shoji added, You could say that again. Atomic Samurai questioned, So let me get this straight. You risked your lives, marched into a monster's den, all because the so-called hero hunter happens to be someone's sibling? Do you have any idea how foolish that is? Do you even understand the kind of monsters you're dealing with here? Just why are you here? Todoroki replied, Yes, we do, and we all came knowing that we might die here. And to answer your question, we came here because your hero association is trying to kill him. Atomic Samurai retorted, You say that like you have the right to judge. Do you know how many heroes and innocents he's put in the ground? How many families he's destroyed? Izuku Yagi isn't some misunderstood victim, he's a monster. And monsters get put down. Todoroki scoffed. Tisk, we'll see about that, as the Monster Association's lair continued to collapse. Tatsumaki's green barriers appeared throughout the chaos, rescuing scattered groups of heroes who were battered and struggling to survive. 1 hour earlier, Tatsumaki faced the pink monster sitting on the throne. So, are you the boss? She asked, her tone dismissive. Joro responded with malice, floating into the air. Well, how nice of you to come and visit me. Welcome to my hideout. Yeah, just cut to the chase, will you? I don't have time for this, she scoffed. Die. Joro shouted, using its psychic powers to surround Tatsumaki with several boulders. The air trembled as the rocks ripped free from the walls and floor, closing in on her. It began to compress the boulders, trying to crush her. With a burst of energy, the rocks shattered into tiny pieces, scattering harmlessly to the ground. Tatsumaki floated unharmed. Is that the best you can do? She said, unimpressed. With a flick of her finger, she sent several rocks flying toward the monster, which barely managed to raise a psychic barrier in time. The rocks pierced through it, causing pain. Joro thought, She pierced through my barrier? At this rate, I'll have no chance. I'll hold nothing back. Its body was covered in numerous eyes. Riptide gravity, the monster chanted, using its powers to surround Tatsumaki with waves of high gravity. 300-fold gravity. You'll be nothing but dust after this. Tatsumaki replied, "Oh yeah, you're high caliber all right. This feels great. Could you get my right shoulder a bit more? I changed pillows recently, and my shoulders have been so stiff." "You little brat." Juro shouted in frustration. Powerless, it watched as Tatsumaki took control. With a wave of her hand, she pinned the monster in place, ignoring its struggles. One by one, she ripped off its limbs with ease, tossing them aside. Blood poured from the creature's mangled body as it let out shrill screams, reduced to a helpless wreck. Has she become stronger since the last time I saw her? Juro thought in panic. Any last words? Tatsumaki asked, raising her hand for the final strike. Wait a second. Let's calm down for a bit. We can talk this out, right? The monster stammered in fear. Before it could say more, Tatsumaki ripped out Juro's true form, revealing a grotesque humanoid figure. "This is just a lump of meat." "So the screaming was just a deliberate misdirection, huh?" she remarked. Meanwhile, 1,500 meters underground, Psychos observed the scene. To think she'd go as far as ripping apart the puppet I made is scary. She even ripped out the body similar to my own size that I buried for easier control. Not putting myself inside was a smart decision after all. As expected from you, sis. Your powers truly are terrifying, she thought. "Ah, there you are. Found you," Tatsumaki said playfully. Psychos panicked. "Wait, she can see me? How?" "I'm 1,500 meters underground. I even set up several relay points just to cover this distance. How could she discover my location?" "No, she's looking directly at me." Was she able to catch the tiny amount of telepathic waves coming from my Juro puppet? For a moment, Tatsumaki froze, her usual smug expression replaced with genuine shock. "After all these years? You show your face now?" she yelled, restraining Psychos underground. The glass of wine in her hand fell to the floor, echoing throughout the room. Psychos gasped for air, her mind racing. "I'm being restrained? She's making a move," she thought, desperation creeping in. "Cadres. Anyone will do. Can someone distract Tatsumaki for me?" An idea struck her. "Oh, right. Where is Rover? He should be free to move and able to get here immediately." With determination, she sent a strong energy output to signal Rover. "Overgrown Rover. Hurry up and mobilize. Go get Tatsumaki." While she hoped for Rover to come and distract the S-Class hero, he was preoccupied, battling Bang, Bomb, Fubuki, and others. Psychos frowned, frustration mounting. "Rover. My telepathy is getting no response. And what is this? This Baldy, he's a hero too? Even someone like him is closing in on the inner sanctum." With a flick of her telekinesis, she grabbed a potion from the table. "I'll have to fight that dwarf of a sister. Let's go all out." She drank the liquid, feeling its power surge through her. "I'm coming for you, sis." Psychos yelled, her abilities amplifying. Initially, Tatsumaki lifted Psychos into the air, her psychic power dominating the fight. But Psychos quickly countered with a surge of energy, breaking free from Tatsumaki's grip. With fierce retaliation, she turned the tide of the battle, driving Tatsumaki down through several floors, leaving destruction in their wake. The two espers clashed in a brilliant flash, their combined power creating bolts of psychic energy that sent several watching monsters flying. "Nice to see your face after all these years," Tatsumaki scoffed. "If it isn't the sassy lost child of a sister. Today is the day you lose." "It's your fault for pushing me this far," Psychos retorted, her psychic energy radiating around her, forming a cyan aura. Tatsumaki, holding Psychos hostage with an invisible hand, tightened her grip, causing the leader of the Monster Association to scream in pain. "I have confirmed that there are 2 other children besides the one you took hostage," Tatsumaki stated, effortlessly eliminating the bystander monsters with a flick of her finger. Psychos unleashed psychic eye blasts, which Tatsumaki managed to repel. The blasts split apart, destroying a few unfortunate monsters in their path. Answer my question, Tatsumaki demanded, unleashing a telekinetic punch that staggered the evil Esper. Juth? Psychos gasped. Well, Tatsumaki pressed. There's 2 more kids besides the hostage. One of our members took them of his own accord. They managed to escape from their cage. I have no idea where they went after that. The remaining outsiders in the hideout are some human sacrifices and experiments, Narinki's mercenary, and the hero hunter, Psychos blurted out, but quickly shut her mouth. Tatsumaki's grip on her tightened as the words sank in. What did you just say? Tatsumaki asked, her voice low and dangerous. Psychos froze, realizing her mistake but attempting to cover it up. I misspoke. You misheard me. Tatsumaki stood in stunned silence, trying to comprehend what she had just heard. Izuku is alive, she muttered to herself in disbelief. Psychos forced a grin through the pain. So, you figured it out. The hero hunter? That's your nephew. Izuku's alive. You're lying. I saw him get buried. Tatsumaki shouted, her eyes glowing green with rage as her grip tightened further. Oh, he's far from dead. Our precious nephew is running around, and guess what? The Hero Association wants him gone. You didn't even know, did you? Psychos taunted, her confidence growing as Tatsumaki's psychic energy flared, shaking the walls and sending debris flying. Shut your mouth! Tatsumaki yelled as she threw Psychos down the pit. Surprisingly, Psychos flew down too, aiming for the remnants of Orochi to combine their powers. I managed to suppress him. Orochi's body is mine. With this, I can win against my sister, she said, trying to catch her breath after battling the Monster King. The Baldy who tore me to pieces is next. I will find him and turn him into a live sacrifice for my surrection. Psychorochi roared. As Tatsumaki and Psychorochi clashed, bolts of energy destroyed more of the headquarters, sending shockwaves throughout the area. Tatsumaki struggled to maintain her barrier. It's really hard, she thought to herself, fighting to control the barrier. Psychorochi laughed, taunting the S-class hero. Fool, do you still think such gravity manipulation would have any effect on me? Suddenly, from the fused body, a larger, white form of Psychos with long, flowing hair emerged, cupping the hero's barrier in her hands. I swapped the inside of your barrier with the outside, sis. Psychos declared. Tatsumaki's heart raced. It got corrupted? I can't disable it. Panic and tension built up within her. The evil fusion laughed. Come on and disable the barrier already, otherwise, your ridiculous output combined with the power I'm injecting will keep increasing the internal pressure. Even if you manage to disable it, you'll just get flattened in an instant. Gah! Tatsumaki coughed up blood. Just when everything seemed lost, a sudden pain shook through the fusion monster, making her scream uncontrollably. A large number of cells just died in an instant. What happened? What was that slippery feeling just now? Psychos thought, distracted. While Psychos was preoccupied, Tatsumaki freed herself from her psychic barricade. As she floated in the air, a sudden static noise came from her pocket. Hello? This is King. The kids are under my protection. We're moving towards the surface. Hearing this, a smirk formed on Tatsumaki's face. As expected from King. Now I no longer need to hold back, she said confidently, her psychic energy radiating from her arms. Meanwhile, outside the ghost town of Z-City, All Might stood at the edge, staring blankly at the ruins of Z-City in the distance. His gaunt face appeared even more hollow in the moonlight. A storm of thoughts crashed over him, relentless and overwhelming. Izuku, it was my fault. All of it. You didn't become like this on your own, did you? You needed me. And I wasn't there. I didn't see you. Not the way I should have. His fist clenched, trembling as he struggled to steady himself. He could still see it, Izuku's face when he was little, so full of hope. The way he'd look at him, trying so hard to impress him, waiting for even the smallest bit of approval. And what did I do? I ignored you. Favored Izumi because she was easier. Brighter. More like me. And you? You were just quiet, awkward. A shadow I didn't bother to notice. I was too busy being All Might and playing Dad of the Year to Izumi. The minute. He punched a nearby rock with his frail arm, and though it barely made a dent, the pain shot through his hand. You're out there now. The hero hunter. Everyone's afraid of you, and I can't even blame them. But I know deep down, this is all on me. Behind him, the crunch of footsteps made him turn slightly. He didn't have to look to know it was Aizawa. Still moping, huh? Aizawa remarked. All Might sighed, his shoulders sagging even further. Moping? Nah. This is more like wallowing, he replied. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms as he stopped next to All Might. How's that working out for you? He asked, his tone flat. All Might let out a bitter chuckle. Oh, fantastic. Top much. It's definitely helping me figure out how to fix all the ways I screwed up my son's life. Aizawa remained impassive. So, you're actually admitting it now. That's progress, I guess. All Might shot him a sideways glare. Don't start with me, Aizawa. I know I messed up, okay? I don't need you rubbing it in my face. Aizawa shrugged, his expression unchanged. Just stating the facts. You've got the guilt thing down to an art. But guilt doesn't do anything unless you act on it. So what's your plan, All Might? Are you going to charge in there and fix him? Play the good dad now that he's gone off the deep end. All Might winced at the words, but Aizawa continued. Let me guess. You're scared the association will get to him first. That they'll call him a threat and take him out. All Might's jaw tightened, and he dropped his gaze to the ground. Of course I'm scared. He's my son, Fimenet. And yeah, I know I wasn't there when it mattered, but he's not beyond saving. He can't be. A calm but firm voice cut through the tension. And what if he is? Both men turned to see Sir Night-Eye standing behind them, his hands in his pockets and his sharp gaze fixed on All Might. What if he's too far gone? What will you do then, Tashinori? I don't know. But I can't just give up on him, All Might replied, his voice filled with desperation. You've already given up once, haven't you? When you neglected him. When you turned your back on him. Night-Eye gestured toward the ruins. This is what that decision led to. All Might's face twisted with guilt, but Night-Eye's tone softened. If you're serious about making this right, then you need to stop wallowing. Figure out what you're going to do when you face him. Because make no mistake, you will face him. Aizawa added, he's right. You don't get to just save him with some grand gesture. He's not the same kid who looked up to you, All Might. He's not waiting for you to swoop in and make everything okay. All Might clenched his fists at their words, unable to deny the truth in them. I know I can't fix everything. But I have to try. If the association finds him first, they'll call him a monster. A threat to society. I can't let that happen. Night-Eye studied him closely, his expression unreadable. Then be ready. Because the boy you're looking for might not be the one you remember. And if he sees you as the enemy... He let the implication hang in the air. All Might swallowed hard, his voice dropping to a whisper. Then, that's on me too. But I'll be the one to face him. Not them. For a moment, the three men stood in silence, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. Finally, Aizawa turned to leave, his voice cutting through the stillness. If you're serious, then you'd better figure out what you're going to say to him. Words won't fix everything, but they're a start. Just don't screw it up again. Night-Eye hesitated for a moment longer before following Aizawa. You do realize you have no power in stopping him even if you face him. All Might was quiet before he answered. I know. The former #1 hero watched them go, his chest tight. He turned back to the ruins, the weight of everything bearing down on him. Izuku, I don't know if you'll even listen to me. But I'm going to find you. And if I can't, then I'll make sure no one else does either. There is nothing I can do to make you forgive me. All I can do is fight. Just as he finished his thoughts, a massive earthquake shook the ground. Before any of the heroes could react, a small figure with a green aura appeared in the sky, dragging the entire Monster Association base from underground. With terrifying strength, Tatsumaki used her psychic powers to lift the massive structure, once hidden deep beneath the earth, now floating above the city as if it weighed nothing. The ground cracked and groaned under the pressure, and dust filled the air as rocks and debris fell from the floating base. As the dust settled, the fusion monster of Psychos and Orochi emerged from the hideout, standing atop the tower. "Finally, it's time to end this," Psychos declared, a taunting laugh escaping her lips. "However, I have to say, sis, that was pretty gaudy, splitting the area and lifting the entire base. Did you want to show me your power since I'm skilled?" Psychos laughed mockingly, trying to provoke the Esper. "Go on, what's next?" Tatsumaki looked at her sister from top to bottom, her thoughts racing. Did she get even larger? Thought so, she's absorbing energy from those tendrils. Finally, she found her new target to attack. "Getting out of there really helped me," she said, confusing the evil Esper. Suddenly, she attacked the pedestal beneath them to sever the connection. "If I drill through that area, I can make you weaker very easily." Psychos scoffed. "Piff, I knew this would happen. You don't get it, do you? In terms of power, I'm already way above you." In response, Psychos unleashed a devastating beam of energy that sliced through the oceans with incredible force. Tatsumaki managed to dodge the beam, but it tore into the Earth's crust, ripping away a massive section of land and sending it hurtling into space. As the chunk of the planet soared away, it eventually crashed back into the sea with a thunderous impact. The shockwaves from the collision spread out in all directions, creating massive tsunamis that raced across the globe, devastating coastlines and leaving destruction in their wake. Tatsumaki looked back at the chaos, then back at Psychos, who was laughing. "This is splendid. So this is my new power," Psychos exclaimed. Tatsumaki thought, what was that? She can't have obtained a power on that scale by simply absorbing monsters. What on earth was that power coming from? Meanwhile, deep underground, Izuku whispered, "AB, salute. Evil." Psychos unleashed a barrage of psychic beams, lighting up the sky with devastating force. Tatsumaki darted through the air, narrowly evading each strike with sharp, fluid movements, untouched by the chaos. She reminded herself, "I have to keep the line of fire away from the ground." They've finished evacuating the areas further from the ghost town. What about King? She scanned the ground for her fellow class's colleague. On the ground, King was assisting two children in their escape. Tatsumaki observed the scene, thinking to herself that King was wisely skirting the hostages away, leaving the battle in her capable hands. Meanwhile, King shouted in fear, urging the children to run as fast as they could. "Run, run, run, run. Ruin." Back with Tatsumaki, she began to lift massive chunks of earth from the sea, halting the raging tsunamis in their tracks. With a fierce motion, she hurled the enormous rocks towards Psychos in a relentless barrage. Psychos retaliated, firing powerful energy beams to intercept the incoming projectiles. Although many of the rocks were destroyed midair, Tatsumaki managed to strike her target, engulfing Psychos in the remaining debris. However, when the dust settled, Psychos emerged completely unharmed. The two combatants then clashed in a massive psychic battle, their powers creating a gigantic whirlwind that tore through the skies above them. As the fight continued, Tatsumaki blended into the storm of boulders she had created, making it difficult for the fusion monster to hit her. Psychos scoffed, "HM, you think you can hide behind rocks? I can sense your power." She taunted, attempting to locate her sister through the debris. Just then, Psychos commanded one of Orochi's dragons to fire in Tatsumaki's direction. The attack struck its target. "I hit her," Psychos exclaimed confidently, watching as Tatsumaki fell. To her shock, the figure she had seen fall was merely a decoy made of rocks, a clever trick devised by Tatsumaki using her psychic powers. "Ah, to think you'd fall for such a simple ruse." "This easy," Tatsumaki said through her psychic waves, unimpressed. Psychos looked around frantically, trying to find her, but failed. Suddenly, Tatsumaki appeared right in front of her, her hand glowing like a torch. "See ya, Miss Papier-Mâché doll?" Tatsumaki taunted as she moved in closer. "Your insides are surprisingly hollow." What the? Psychos exclaimed, completely caught off guard. In an instant, the fused monster began to twist violently. Screams echoed throughout the city. Psychos and Orochi's fused body had been wrapped in a strong barrier during the entire battle. However, there was one spot they could not seal off. Tatsumaki disguised herself as energy to be absorbed by the meaty roots and flew up them, infiltrating Psychos' body. Now, Tatsumaki thought, she could finally pull out the infiltrated squad. She reduced her power output to a tiny fraction to avoid detection by Psychos. The reason she had not extracted the heroes until now was her fear of Psychos enclosing her within the barrier along with the meat roots. She began to pull out the nearby heroes, Pori Pori Prisoner, Atomic Samurai, and Todoroki's group. Once everyone was out, Tatsumaki planned to rip out the entire base. Just then, she felt a sharp pain as a spear stabbed her left hand. Looking up, she saw Orochi and Psychos' fusion, regenerated and ready for battle. The fusion stabbed her other hand, and before she could react, the monster unleashed electric shocks, electrifying the Esper. Meanwhile, Atomic Samurai and Todoroki's group floated in the air, quietly observing when they noticed the barrier glitching. Atomic Samurai murmured. Why is it flickering? Ashido asked, puzzled. Atomic Samurai looked up and saw a naked Pori Pori floating above him. With their barrier gone, he exclaimed, What? Back with Tatsumaki and Psychos, Psychos sneered, You shrewd little mouse. But it wasn't enough. To think you'd let your guard down after seeing a little blood splatter. I'll be sending your family soon after. Now die. She prepared to charge a massive energy beam toward the Esper. Just as she launched it, another cannon appeared from below, redirecting Psychos' energy beam. Psychos looked on in shock, realizing Tatsumaki had been freed during the counterattack. What? She gasped, glancing down to see a blue dragon climbing the tower. The figure launched himself into the sky near Tatsumaki, preparing to counterattack. Tatsumaki! Genos shouted. Thunder drill cannon. The cyborg hero fired his energy beam at the fusion monster, Psychos, who retaliated with her own energy beam aimed at him. The beams collided, creating a brilliant flash that illuminated the night sky. Genos quickly found himself overpowered by the monster's retaliation. In his mind, he thought, She pushed me back? Without hesitation, Orochi's dragon heads fired energy blasts toward him, one after another. Genos retaliated with his own energy blasts. Hey! Excuse me, demon cyborg, but King left this monster to me. Don't get in the way. Are you trying to get yourself blasted into another wall again? Tatsumaki shouted, frustration evident in her voice. King is just leaving it to you until Emsu gets here. But it's the disciples' duty to help with the MSDR's work. I'll handle the energy beams. So you hurry and clean up this monster, Tornado. Genos shouted back. Everyone, get out here. Tatsumaki activated her powers, trying to evacuate everyone from the base. Just then, Psychos' giant body split in half, revealing a massive, angry face. You fools! You think you can defy me? I am the ultimate and final form of human evolution. I will show you the power of supreme intelligence. Psychos declared, charging her cannon toward Tatsumaki. As she fired, Genos stepped in front of the Esper and opened his core to unleash his final attack. True Spiral Incineration Cannon. Genos unleashed his powerful attack, colliding head-on with Psychos' massive energy beam. The sky blazed with light as the two forces clashed, shaking the atmosphere. Despite the overwhelming power of Psychos' attack, Genos poured every ounce of energy into his cannon, slowly pushing the beam back. While I push through this. Hurry up. Tatsumaki, he urged. Tatsumaki began pulling the infiltrated heroes out of the Monster Association base one by one. Endeavor, Hawks, Child Emperor, Fubuki's team, Darkshine, Pig God, Fat Gum, Amai Mask, Mirko, Best Genist, Edge Shot, and finally, Bakugo's team. They're out. Tatsumaki exclaimed with excitement. As the clash between Genos and Psychos ended in a draw, The cyborg was at his limits, electricity crackling around him. A one-use bluff, then? Your shield is now gone too. This will finish it, Psychos taunted, believing she had won. She launched a second energy beam at the two heroes. However, just as the beam was about to hit, it stopped dead in its tracks. Psychos looked ahead to see Tatsumaki holding the beam effortlessly. I can finally concentrate on us now. Well done, demon cyborg, she said, impressed, while Genos sighed in relief. Phew. It wasn't for your sake, he replied with a small smile. Now then, Psychos, Tatsumaki said, holding Genos with one hand and sending the energy beam behind her with the other. Psychos felt a surge of panic. I can't even move a finger, she thought, fear taking hold as she watched Tatsumaki, sweat dripping down her face. You were going to do what with my family? Psychos gasped, realizing the danger she was in. Tatsumaki clenched her hands, preparing to unleash her full power. Meanwhile, at the Hero Association headquarters, an executive spoke urgently to the operator. The Z-City map looks distorted. Is it a communication issue? No, the operator replied, astonished. The city itself is being twisted. Back with the heroes, Psychos screamed, overwhelmed by Tatsumaki's power. Wow-ia. My roots. My blood is. Tatsumaki smirked, her confidence unwavering. These rags are pretty wet, so I need to wring them out really good. She surveyed the chaos around her. You sure amassed a lot of stuff. What a disgusting fountain. I'll just have to tightly shut down the pump, she added, tightening her grip. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through Tatsumaki from her previous injuries and the strain of her powerful psychic move, causing her to cough uncontrollably. What? At a time like this? Did I use too much power at once? She thought, glancing at her shaky hands, which were covered in blood. Seizing the moment, Psychos thought, her power loosened. Yes. She conjured a thick smokescreen to temporarily blind Tatsumaki, using the remnants of Orochi's destroyed body to form an organic fighter jet. I'll absorb the flesh and blood from the humans in the city, she declared as she sped away. Demenit. Heavy smoke. Tatsumaki muttered in frustration, quickly trying to locate Psychos with her telekinesis. To her surprise, she couldn't find her. Her presence scattered? She wondered, confused. Psychos had cleverly created decoy jets from the rocks of the Monster Association base, masking her true location. Haha, I learned something from you. Even that witch of a sister had her limits, huh? Looks like I'm in luck. Psychos mocked. You're underestimating me. Tatsumaki shouted, releasing a massive wave of energy that brightened the surrounding air. Psychos laughed before crashing into an invisible wall, losing control of her jet but regaining it shortly after. However, her jets were damaged. What the? She said in awe, observing the massive barrier surrounding Z-City. A barrier? And one of ridiculous size at that. Tatsumaki taunted her. I've also inverted the direction of the barrier. If you think you can get out, go ahead and try. Psychos scoffed at her confidence. In her mind, Psychos thought, phew, it would likely take all of her concentration just to sustain a barrier of that size. With Tatsumaki also inside the barrier, I'll just have to pierce her heart and it's over. Yet, she hesitated as if reluctant to harm her sister. She fired at her target. Found you, Tatsumaki said with a smirk. Suddenly, two laser beams shot from behind the S-Class hero, aimed at Psychos from a third party. As the beams struck Psychos' fighter jet, the third-party jet flew past the Esper hero. What now? Psychos exclaimed in frustration as she regained control of her falling jet. Target acquired, amorphous creature of unidentified type. Commencing suppression and sample collection, another figure announced from a distance. A blinding streak of light cut through the sky, followed by a trail of blazing fire. It was Endeavor, the number 1 hero. One ugly creature indeed, he commented as he flew toward the jet. They just keep coming. To dare oppose the culmination of my evolution. Foolish inferior life forms. Psychos cursed. The true nature of evolution is rivalry. Drive Night added as they continued to fly faster, unleashing flames, blasts, and laser beams. Meanwhile, on the ground, Bakugo's team lay scattered, groaning in pain from their previous fight with Izuku. Bakugo looked around and saw most of the heroes and his classmates nearby. "Izumi!" he shouted, struggling to get up while clutching his left arm. Izumi, who was with Fubuki's team, rushed toward him, followed closely by her teammates. Bakugo fell to his knees, coughing up a little blood. "Oh my god! What happened to you guys?" Izumi asked, concern etched on her face. Bakugo hesitated before answering. "We saw him. That nerd was nothing like we expected. He took us all out at once." "My god. The others?" Ida said, worry creeping into his voice. "We're fine." Kaminari replied with a weak smile, trying to brush off the pain. "Some of us, at least." Siro added, glancing at Kirishima, who sat on the edge of debris, broken both physically and mentally. "Kirishima, are you okay?" Tsu asked, her tone filled with concern. Kirishima remained silent, a small tear rolling down his cheek. Izumi knelt beside Bakugo. "What else happened?" she inquired. "After he finished with us, Superalloy Darkshine appeared and fought him. During the fight, Darkshine punched him so hard that he woke up." "You're telling me he took all of you out while he was asleep?" Izumi asked in disbelief. Bakugo nodded. "I told him we were here to get him out, but he just laughed at me." "Izumi, I don't think we can get him back after how he defeated us." "We can't. But there are still others trying to do the same," she replied. Just then, Fubuki's group appeared behind her. "Izuku is my disciple. I understand that you are truly sorry for what you have done to him. It has been my responsibility to deal with him since the day he stepped into my dojo," Bang said. "As Bang's older brother, I'm here to support him until the end." "Izuku is someone dear to me," Bomb added. Fubuki chimed in, "Her aunts are here for him, so count me in." Lastly, Inko stepped forward, trembling, her voice heavy with guilt. "Izuku is my son, and I failed him. From the moment he was diagnosed as quirkless, I abandoned him. I focused on Izumi because she had a quirk, thinking she could thrive. I told him to give up on his dreams, thinking I was protecting him, but all I did was push him away." Tears streamed down her face. "I treated him like he didn't matter. And now, he's become like this because of me. I don't deserve to call myself his mother. But if there's even the smallest chance to make it right, I'll do whatever it takes." Bang placed a steady hand on her shoulder. "Regret won't change the past, but together, we can bring him back." "Mom," Izumi whispered, her heart breaking. Inko turned to her, resolve etched on her tear-streaked face. "I won't lose him again." "You won't," Fubuki reassured her. Bakugo looked at the group, feeling a sense of relief. Suddenly he realized something. "Darkshine?" he exclaimed, and everyone turned to him. He stood up and began to run toward the scattered group of heroes 100 meters away, with Izumi following closely behind. As they approached, they saw Class S and Class A heroes around the area. There, Darkshine sat, looking defeated, being comforted by Pori Pori prisoner. "You were beaten by the hero hunter?" Pori Pori exclaimed in shock. "You? In hand-to-hand combat?" Zombie Man thought, what the hell did he do to beat Darkshine? Darkshine replied, "Izuku's alive. He'll probably show up soon again, and by then, I don't think anyone will be a match for him." "What the hell is he?" Izuku thought, his mind racing. No matter how many times he punched him into the ground, the figure would rise again, stronger than before, as if a surge of power coursed through him. It was as if he embodied despair itself. Bakugo whispered, "He even defeated Darkshine," a statement only Izumi heard. Just then, Todoroki's group, who had been near Atomic Samurai, appeared and rushed toward them. "Izumi!" Todoroki shouted as they approached. "Shoto, are you guys okay?" Izumi asked, concern etched on her face. "Yeah. We just had to hold our own against some black monster," he replied. "Let's go to the others now," Bakugo urged, and the group nodded in agreement. Izumi's thoughts drifted. "Where you? Izuku?" Izuku experienced a dark clarity washing over him. The more he was beaten down, the more power surged within him. Had he been struck too hard by that muscle-bound statue? His mind felt unnaturally clear. At this rate, he could reach a disaster level of God. He had transformed into a being capable of plunging humanity into the deepest pits of despair and terror for eternity. He would become despair incarnate. In the midst of universal fear, people would come together, grateful for their lives. Unreasonable attitudes and those who perpetuated inequality would vanish. In a world where survival was uncertain, crime would dissipate, and bullying, discrimination, and even war would fade away. What this world needed was not biased justice, but absolute, unbiased evil. Kota's voice broke through his thoughts. "How did you know where to find us, mister?" Izuku lay buried under rubble, his body shaking violently from pain. Just as he felt he could endure no more, a shadow loomed over him. "Looks like you're getting there, kid," the figure chuckled, a hint of seriousness lacing his voice. "Garu." Izuku rasped, his voice cracked and raw. "You're becoming it. A being they fear the most." "A monster," Garu said, grinning. "Why are you here?" Izuku struggled to ask as blood poured from his mouth. Garu laughed in response. "You already know the answer to that one." Izuku remained silent. "Look at you, clawing out of the dirt like some rabid animal. You call this a monster?" Garu's grin was sharp, his eyes glinting with cruel amusement. "Shut your mouth," Izuku snarled, blood dripping from his lips. "I'll show them. I'll show everyone what a monster looks like." "Oh, scary," Garu laughed, the sound unhinged. "But you're still just a broken little boy, crying because you got your dream crushed. Monsters don't cry, kid, they devour." "Cry? Not anymore." His voice cracked as he began to laugh, his body twitching with uncontrollable rage. "I'll rip them apart. I'll drown them in their own screams." "Now that's more like it." Garu clapped mockingly, his tone taunting. "But talk's cheap. You want to kill them all? Prove it. Lose what's left of your pathetic humanity. They'll pay. All of them. I'll burn their world to ash." Izuku's laugh turned maniacal, echoing through the ruins. "That's it. Make them fear what they created." Izumi, Bakugo, and Todoroki, along with his group, made their way to the other students. As they walked, Bakugo and Izumi shared their experiences underground with Todoroki and his group, detailing their fight with Izuku and the assistance they received from others like Fubuki, Bang, and Bomb. Soon, they reached the area where their classmates were resting. "Where did my mom and the others go?" Izumi asked Sue. "They left. They said they were going to work with the other S-Class heroes to defeat the Monster Association boss," Sue replied, pointing at the sky. Izumi looked up to see 3 figures flying high above: Endeavor, Drive Knight, and a monster fighter jet. "Todoroki. Glad to see you guys okay," Ida said. Todoroki nodded before recounting their experience. "We were walking through the hallways when we heard some screams. When we went to confront it, we saw Atomic Samurai fighting a monster. The worst part was, every time he slashed the monster, it duplicated. It got to the point where there were millions of them. Atomic Samurai got beaten, but we got involved and I froze them. Then there was a mouse and cat chase, but in the end, we managed to escape." As they spoke, Mineta and Jair began to wake up. Mineta groaned as he stirred, clutching his head. Jairu, already sitting up beside him, shook her head slightly to steady herself. "What even hit me? Felt like a truck." Mineta glanced around, confused. "Wait, did we lose?" "Yeah, we lost," Jair frowned, her sharp eyes darting toward Izumi. "Your brother, Yak. He's way stronger than any of us expected." The rest of the group fell silent, their gazes shifting to Izumi. Despite the calm determination etched on her face, the lightning crackling around her hinted at the storm raging within. "So, now what? We're supposed to fight that guy again?" Mineta asked, his voice cracking slightly. He looked around nervously. "Because if you ask me, that sounds like suicide." Izumi stood in silence for a moment, her head slightly bowed as she considered Mineta's question. The weight of everyone's stares pressed down on her, but she didn't shy away from it. Slowly, she raised her head, her eyes sharp with determination. "We'll have to face him. There's no way around it anymore," she said, her voice steady despite the burden of her words. "Talking doesn't work, not anymore. He's too far gone to listen to reason, and every second we waste, the deeper he sinks into this nightmare." The group exchanged uneasy glances, but no one interrupted. Izumi's tone brooked no argument. "This is my responsibility. I brought all of you here, knowing full well what the risks were. I hope there might still be a way to bring him back without fighting him, but after everything that's happened, after everything he's done." Her voice faltered for just a moment before she pressed on. "We can't keep pretending that words will solve this." "Yagi, are you saying we'll have to?" Ida began, but she cut him off sharply. "I'm not saying we give up on him. I'm saying we stop expecting him to come quietly. We'll have to face him, fight him if it comes to that, to stop him, to hold him back long enough to remind him of who he really is. But how are we supposed to fight him without getting hurt? Or worse?" Yorozu asked, concern etched on her face. Bang plans on fighting him head-on since Izuku was his former student. "However, I have a feeling that things might not turn out well." "Which means?" Her eyes began to glow with green energy, crackling with intensity. "We'll have to prepare," she said seriously, and the others nodded in agreement. Kirishima slowly stood up, his face shadowed, his usual demeanor nowhere to be seen. Kirishima's voice cut through the tense atmosphere, low yet sharp. He stepped toward Izumi, his gaze intense. "Prepare, huh? You're telling us to prepare? For what? To get beaten again? To throw ourselves at someone who doesn't even care that we're here?" Izumi's voice was calm but laced with understanding. "Kirishima." But Kirishima wouldn't let her finish. "Don't act like you understand, Yagi," he barked, his voice rising. "Do you even get what he did to us? He didn't just beat us, he humiliated us. He broke us. Hell, he broke me. I've been hit before, knocked down more times than I can count, but I've never felt like I wasn't even worth the fight." His voice cracked slightly, and he clenched his fists, glaring at Izumi as the weight of his words hung heavy in the room. You dragged us into this. You knew what he was capable of. You knew what we were up against, but you still brought us here, acting like we could make a difference. Now you're telling us we have to fight him again? For what? So we can get crushed all over again." The others shifted uncomfortably, their gazes flickering between Kirishima and Izumi. "Hey, Kiri," Siro started, his voice slightly shaky as he tried to keep the tone light. "Look, man, I get it. I really do. What he did, it wasn't right. But maybe yelling at Yagi isn't the best idea right now." He rubbed the back of his neck nervously, his eyes darting between Kirishima's clenched fists and his intense glare. "Why, dude? I mean, come on, we're all freaked out after what happened," Kaminari added, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. "I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that he took us all out without even breaking a sweat." His voice trailed off as Kirishima shot him a glare. Kirishima's expression remained hard, and his voice grew louder, frustration sharpening his tone. "You don't get it." He shook his head, brushing past Siro and Kaminari as if they weren't even there. His eyes locked onto Bakugo. "And you were there. You saw how he beat us all like we were nothing. You think we can actually stand a chance against that?" Bakugo stood silent for a moment, his gaze piercing into Kirishima with an intensity that made the atmosphere even tenser. Then, with his usual rough edge, he scoffed. "You done whining yet?" The bluntness of his words sent a jolt through the group. Kaminari flinched, and Siro shifted nervously, their attempts to calm Kirishima drowned out by Bakugo's sudden interjection. "Yeah, I saw it. I saw him beat you into the dirt, saw the look on your face when you realized you couldn't touch him." Bakugo stepped closer, glaring at Kirishima. "But you think you're the only one who got there but handed to them? You think you're the only one feeling like CRP about it?" Kirishima flinched but remained silent, his fists tightening. "Get over it. We lost. So what? You gonna sit here crying about it, or are you gonna do something about it?" Bakugo's voice rose, his words cutting like knives. Kirishima's eyes widened slightly, and he opened his mouth to retort, but Bakugo wasn't finished. You keep saying he broke me. Like hell he did. You're letting him get in your head. You're supposed to be unbreakable, right? So start acting like it. His voice grew louder, each word more forceful than the last. And don't you dare pin this all on Izumi either. She told us what we were walking into. You knew the risks and you came anyway. So stop blaming her, stop blaming yourself, and stop wasting everyone's time with this weak attitude. The room fell into complete silence. Finally, Kirishima spoke, his voice heavy with defeat. What's the plan? Izumi smirked, while the battle continued in the air, each side firing multiple energy beams at one another. Psychos managed to temporarily neutralize or evade all of Drive Knight's attacks, but a weakened Genos dropped to the ground and quickly explained the situation to the rescued S-Class heroes. He pleaded with them to assist in the fight before gathering himself and returning to attack Psychos with his energy cannons. Drive Knight, Endeavor, and Psychos exchanged blows. Atomic Samurai acknowledged Genos' plea and attempted to strike Psychos with his air blade, but the attack's range proved too short. Falling back to the ground, he watched in shock as Drive Knight, Endeavor, Tatsumaki, and Genos fought together. Pig God released Ian, Zombie Man, Fat Gum, Kamui Woods, Ryukyu, Mirko, Hawks, and the unconscious members of Narinki's private squad from his mouth, revealing that he had rescued them on his way to the surface. Tank Top Etu, noticing the severity of the fight from afar, decided to head to the scene. As the heroes on the surface regained their composure, Bang, Bomb, Inko, and Fubuki arrived, much to the surprise of the S-Class heroes. After Child Emperor clarified some misinformation regarding Bang's status, Fubuki and Inko noticed Tatsumaki was losing consciousness. She begged the heroes to take action and join the battle. A half-conscious Tatsumaki knelt on the eerie tower she had created by twisting Psychos and Orochi. Even at her limit, she managed to maintain the psychic barrier to keep Psychos from escaping. Struck against the barrier by Drive Knight, Psychos quickly realized her main objective should be to eliminate Tatsumaki. She fired several missiles, but they were intercepted by Drive Knight's Bishop form and Genos before they could reach Tatsumaki. Endeavor unleashed his prominence burn on Psychos, forcing her to retreat. With the barrier finally gone, Psychos made a quick escape, diving into an underground train tunnel through the massive cracks created by Tatsumaki. Drive Knight pursued her without hesitation, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Attempting to slow him down, Psychos fired at the tunnel ceiling, causing a massive boulder to collapse. Drive Knight remained unfazed, detaching an energy blaster that vaporized the falling debris in an instant. Psychos released several organic pods that filled the tunnel with reflectable lasers. Drive Knight skillfully maneuvered through the deadly beams, his sensors locking onto the remnants of Orochi's cells scattered throughout the tunnel walls. While weaving through the onslaught, he noted the destruction caused by Tatsumaki's immense power, lamenting the lost potential of what could have been salvaged. From above, Tatsumaki, now fully conscious, began hurling massive chunks of debris into the tunnel, aiming to intercept Psychos. Psychos transformed her jet into a nimble, adaptive form, navigating the collapsing terrain with precision. Drive Knight kept pace, shifting into more agile forms to match her evasive movements. As Psychos emerged from the tunnel and stepped onto the surface, Endeavor descended from the sky, propelled by blazing jets of fire. His arrival brought an intense burst of heat and pressure to the battlefield. Psychos narrowly dodged a massive fireball aimed at her, her jet shifting again to evade the fiery onslaught. Just then, Genos, who had been racing toward the scene, leaped onto Psychos' jet mid-flight, grabbing hold and throwing her off balance. In retaliation, Psychos deployed more organic pods, each brimming with energy, targeting both Genos and Endeavor. Drive Knight joined the fray, using his bishop form to shield Genos from the pod's attacks. Endeavor soared higher, raining down fire that incinerated several of the pods, forcing Psychos to retreat further. Inside Psychos' jet, the remnants of Orochi's cells began to activate, reshaping parts of the vehicle into grotesque, organic weapons. A massive energy beam erupted from the jet, clashing with the combined assault from Genos and Drive Knight, who had opened their cores to release devastating energy blasts. The collision sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, scattering debris in every direction. As the explosion cleared, Endeavor landed nearby, his flames burning fiercely as he prepared to continue the fight. With Psycho still functional and Orochi's cells regenerating parts of her jet, the battle was far from over. Freed once again, Psychos made one last attempt to shoot Tatsumaki, but her blast was intercepted by a massive boulder hurled by Tank Top Emistiar. With the combined efforts of Fubuki and Inko, who used their psychokinesis to amplify Tank Top MSDR's strength, he unleashed a barrage of rubble at Psychos. The jets swerved and dodged, avoiding most of the onslaught. Meanwhile, Drive Knight and Genos, both visibly struggling, Genos upgrades nearing overload and Drive Knight almost completely drained of energy, agreed to make a final gamble. They combined their technology into a single, powerful transformation, Promoted Rook. In this unified state, they intercepted Psycho's midair with a crushing strike, halting her jet's momentum. On the ground, Tank Top Emistiar and Fubuki worked in tandem, combining brute force and telekinesis to hurl an entire building towards Psychos and Orochi. Orochi retaliated with a massive energy beam, only for the attack to be cut and deflected. Atomic Samurai, Puri Puri Prisoner, and Superalloy Darkshine emerged dramatically from the flying building, launching a coordinated attack on Psychos and her jet. Atomic Samurai unleashed his beeline Atomic Slash, cutting through the beam and striking the jet. Puri Puri Prisoner followed with his Vibration Dark Angel Rush, shaking the jet violently, while Superalloy Darkshine delivered a devastating blow with his Superalloy Missile. From above, Hawks dove into the chaos, his feather blades swarming toward the jet and slicing through its defenses. Psychos swerved to avoid the relentless strikes, only to be met by Mirko, who leaped onto the damaged jet and delivered a crushing kick to its structure. The blow nearly dislodged Psychos, who screamed in frustration as Ryukyu, in her dragon form, emerged from the smoke and swiped at the jet, forcing it back toward the ground. Fat Gum and Kamui Woods joined the assault. Fat Gum absorbed energy from nearby attacks to charge up a powerful punch, while Kamui Woods used his tendrils to bind the jet momentarily. Amid the chaos, Psychos realized that the fusion with Orochi had sustained too much damage. In a desperate decision, she separated herself from Orochi, leaving her partner behind as she fled. Before Orochi could recover, Bang and Bomb rushed forward with their Cross-Fang Dragon Slayer fist, delivering a crushing strike that sent Orochi's body plummeting to the ground. Drive Knight, still functioning in his promoted Rook form, wasted no time collecting a sample of Orochi's flesh, accomplishing his hidden objective. Meanwhile, Fubuki began to celebrate their victory, her voice filled with relief and pride. However, her celebration was abruptly interrupted by Tatsumaki, who floated forward with an intense glare. With a single motion, Tatsumaki pulled the remnants of the spire from the ground and shaped them into a massive lance, glowing with green energy. "See ya," she said with a smirk. Without hesitation, she plunged the weapon into Orochi's remains, shredding him into pieces and leaving no trace of the monstrous fusion behind. Meanwhile, at the Z-City border, Kota shouted, "Good luck." Arie added, "Please find Big Brother." Metal Bat, King, and All Might gave them a thumbs up before Senkiger used his laser eye on the slingshot rope to propel them into Z-City. Back with the heroes, Zombie Man shouted, "Look out!" as he pushed Child Emperor out of the way, narrowly avoiding several energy ball. "Mr. Zombie Man!" Child Emperor cried out in distress as he watched Zombie Man sustain severe injuries. Emerging from the smoke was one of the monster executives, Homeless Emperor. "What part of you is human?" he asked rhetorically, referring to Zombie Man's previous conversation with My Mask and Child Emperor. "It seems Joro and Orochi got done in. As I thought, they were vessels incapable of expanding their minds. The heavens ally only with the chosen. Those such as I," he said with a smirk. Before he could continue, My Mask appeared from the smoke to deliver a massive blow. "Don't get ahead of yourself, evildoer," he declared, but was quickly grabbed by several hands emerging from underground. "Oops. Hee, I guess it's true that bullies tend to spit out things they'd rather not be told. Isn't that right, Playboy hero who got ahead of himself. Black Isperm taunted as a my mask struggled to move. Suddenly, another monster emerged from underground, Führer Ugly. "Boo!" he said sarcastically as a my mask screamed in fear. Completely helpless after a little jump scare, "What a worthless piece of trash," he taunted. "Don't come any closer," a my mask demanded, but Führer Ugly responded with a menacing tone, delivering a devastating punch that left a my mask severely injured. "Dihaha, what an ugly face." Führer Ugly laughed maniacally. Homeless Emperor commented, "That looks painful. That's what being obsessed with external beauty gets you." Führer Ugly continued his torment, lifting a my mask by the foot. "How about I make them longer for ya?" "Ore," he shouted with malice as he tore him apart, blood spraying everywhere. "I can't get enough of this. Beating this pompous pretty boy into a pulp. From here on it's a free-for-all. Most amount of S-class kills gets to lead, how about that?" he shouted with excitement. As the chaos unfolded, Child Emperor was seen dragging an injured zombie man while speaking through a transmitter. "This is Child Emperor. Multiple enemy cadres have emerged from underground. Please be on guard. I repeat," he said urgently. "Child Emperor, run," Zombie Man urged, but before he could react, a giant foot smashed down on him. "Mr. Zombieman," Child Emperor yelled in agony. Führer Ugly chuckled, "So you're Child Emperor? How nice must be neat, being a spoiled brat with smarts and a future. But I can get so strong you'll grovel before me. From here I'll take on the name of Monster King. I call it extreme violence," he declared, preparing to strike. "Get out of the way," Homeless Emperor commanded from behind as he conjured a large ball of energy. Before Führer Ugly could react, Homeless Emperor launched the energy sphere. As the massive ball hurtled toward Child Emperor, time seemed to slow. Just as it was about to engulf him, a blur cut through the air. In an instant, a figure swooped in, snatching Child Emperor out of harm's way. "Hawks!" Child Emperor exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. "I received your message and came as fast as I could," Hawks replied seriously as he flew away. Meanwhile, the rest of the cadres, including Evil Natural Water and Gums, began to emerge from the ground, surprising the heroes on the surface. "It feels so much better to be out in the open air. I can unleash my full power without worrying about a cave-in," Homeless Emperor said confidently. Führer Ugly cleared the rubble around him as he stood up, his anger palpable. "You bastard! Stealing my prey right when I was getting to the best part." Homeless Emperor smirked. "It's a free-for-all, right? That means we just have to adhere to the appealing law of nature on this planet. Survival of the fittest. Are you picking a fight with me?" Führer Ugly shouted, his anger escalating. "The weak will disappear first. Let's enforce nature's laws," Homeless Emperor replied, beginning to walk away. "Once the race to eliminate the S-class is over, I'm the Monster King. Don't forget that," Führer Ugly scoffed as he followed. Black SPRM chuckled. "Heh, don't be surprised when your appealing laws don't yield the results you want, Homeless Emperor." Meanwhile, deep underground, clawed hands tore through the dirt, dragging a monstrous figure forward. Its twisted body, covered in jagged, armor-like flesh with glowing red vein patterns, moved with slow, relentless power. Glowing red eyes burned in the darkness as the monster growled low, causing the ground to tremble. It crawled upward, rocks falling around it, determined to reach the surface. The battlefield was quiet, the air heavy with smoke and ash. Suddenly, a bright light shot through the sky and crashed into the ground. Genos lay in the rubble, his body sparking with uncontrollable energy. His systems were failing, and his core was on the verge of exploding. In front of him stood Pori Pori Prisoner, the martial artist brothers Bang and Bomb, and the psychic sisters, Inko and Fubuki. "Demon Cyborg!" Fubuki yelled in worry. "Genos-kun?" Pori Pori Prisoner exclaimed. "What happened to you?" Bang asked, concern etched on his face as he watched the cyborg hero shake uncontrollably, electricity crackling around him. "My power core has exceeded its limits and is beginning thermal runaway. I will explode soon," Genos explained, shocking the heroes. Did you say explode? Inko asked in disbelief. Is there no emergency fix? Bang pressed. That's right. Drive Knight would know Genoskuin's body inside and out. Pori prisoner added. He's already left, Genos said, his tone resigned. Minutes earlier, Drive Knight had detached himself from Genos, stating, it seems the barrier is already gone. Objective completed. Pardon me, before flying away. How heartless of him, Bomb remarked, feeling pity for Genos. Then what about Child Emperor? Fubuki suggested as Pori prisoner took out a transmitter locator. It seems he was buried in the explosion earlier. I will not allow my cute boys to be scattered to the winds right under my nose. I'll rescue him, he declared, diving into the ground. We'll leave it to you, Inko said. Please hurry, Bang pleaded as the S-class hero disappeared. It's futile, there's no time. At this point, I'll need to amplify the power as much as possible and take out any remaining enemies with me. Genos explained. Everyone retreat to outside a 5-kilometer radius as quickly as possible. Self-destructing? Fubuki exclaimed in panic and concern. Please let Sensei and Dr. Casino know that I apologize for my inexperience, Genos said, disappointment heavy in his voice. Fool. Young people should never give in to despair so easily. Prisoner will bring back Child Emperor very soon. You must endure until then. Bang told him firmly. Fubuki slowly walked toward Genos, her face betraying no emotion. Fubuki! Inko muttered with concern as she watched her sister approach Genos. Hellish blizzard, why are you just standing there? There may still be enemies around. You may not be our strongest asset, but we cannot afford to waste, Genos began, but was interrupted by Fubuki's sharp glare. Be quiet, she said, determination in her voice. Reaching out, Fubuki placed her hand on Genos' back, where his unstable core was sparking. Inko! She exclaimed in panic as Inko rushed to her side. I'm not letting you go by yourself, she said, placing her hands on Genos to help stabilize him. What are you two doing? You'll get yourselves killed. Genos shouted. Even if it's a reckless fool like you, we can't afford to lose our battle assets. I am Fubuki, Blizzard of Hell. Do you think I'd leave my subordinates behind and pretend nothing happened? You were always the clumsy one, sis, Inko said with a half-smirk. I'll use my quirk to suppress the thermal motion as much as possible. You find the organic portions to reinforce and restore. As they worked together, they let out a loud scream as the thermal motion was suppressed. A shock wave of energy blasted outward as they poured their power into stabilizing him. As the smoke and dust cleared, Genos' systems showed no signs of alarm or danger. Critical section clear. Explosion. Averted, he said in awe, but as he turned to Inko and Fubuki, he saw them sitting on the ground breathless, with blood trickling from their eyes and nose. I am amazed. They truly have the determination for everything, Bang said in awe as Genos looked at them with gratitude. Just as they thought the crisis was over, the sky was suddenly filled with bright flashes resembling an aurora, catching them off guard. What's this? An aurora? Bomb exclaimed. No, it's a bunch of lights. They're after Tatsumaki. Bang replied. Meanwhile, Black Esperm questioned, even unlimited power has limits, right? Homeless Emperor, with a hint of amusement, asked, Black, have you ever listened to a symphony? Confused, Black Atom responded, huh? Standing on the rubble, Homeless Emperor summoned glowing orbs of energy that swirled around him. With a wave of his arms, he sent the glowing ball hurtling through the air, chasing after Tatsumaki as she darted through the sky. Each orb exploded as they neared the S-class hero, creating shockwaves around the area. It uses every possible sound to bring forth harmony, a thing of ultimate beauty, he declared confidently. Black Espiarm smirked. Heh, look at this snob here. Just then, the orbs caught up to Tatsumaki and exploded on impact, sending a massive shockwave throughout the battlefield. The grand finale, Homeless Emperor said with a smirk, envisioning his victory. Black is surprised, remarked, huh, a decoy? As he noticed rocks controlled by Tatsumaki fall to the ground. She swapped it somewhere in the stream of lights. What a petty trick. The homeless emperor was taken aback. What? In the second movement, I'll finish it with a carpet bombing, he declared, regaining his composure. Meanwhile, Class 1A rushed toward Fubuki's group after witnessing the chaos unfolding in the sky. Izumi shouted, "Mom! Auntie!" as she ran to an injured Inko and Fubuki, both of whom were breathing heavily. What happened? Inko looked at her with a broken smile. "I'm fine, honey." Izumi froze, her heart pounding as she knelt beside them. Both women appeared pale and battered, with faint trails of blood issuing from their noses and eyes. She glanced at Genos, who seemed functional but weakened, his body covered in scorch marks and sparks flickering across his metallic frame. "You're not fine, Mom. What happened here?" Izumi demanded. "We stabilized him," Inko said softly, her voice trembling yet determined. The demon cyborg was seconds away from a catastrophic explosion. If we hadn't done something, he would be dead by now. Izumi sighed in defeat. "Do you guys have any plans for facing Izuku?" she asked, but Bang and Inko remained silent. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from a distance. Everyone turned to see an almost defeated Tatsumaki standing next to a boulder, her face covered in blood, her clothes ripped, and her arms held in pain as she breathed heavily. "Tatsumaki!" Bang exclaimed, concern etched on his face. "Auntie!" Izumi yelled in panic. Inko whispered, "Sister." Fubuki thought to herself, "No way. For my sister to be in this state." Noticing Fubuki and Inko, Tatsumaki saw their pale faces and the blood covering them. Her blank expression shifted to pure rage. Tatsumaki's emerald eyes flared, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Dust and smoke swirled around her as her psychic energy crackled violently. "Whoa!" Kaminari exclaimed. "Ah!" Mina cried as the students were pushed back by the immense power of the S-class hero. "I can't believe this. I told them clearly that they could not allow you to participate. I'll have a few words with Senkiger and Child Emperor later," she shouted, her aura radiating fiercely. "So, where's the one who hurt you too?" Wait. You've got it all wrong. We came here of our own will. And these injuries were our own doing." Fubuki yelled through the dust. Upon hearing that, Tatsumaki calmed down and gave a sharp grin toward Izumi and her classmates. "What do you think you're doing here?" "We're here to get Izu," Izumi started but fell silent, realizing what she was about to say. "Let me guess, to save Izuku?" Tatsumaki interrupted, catching her off guard. You knew he was alive?" Izumi asked in surprise. Bang added, "How did you find out?" "The Monster Association leader told me." What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go back home," Tatsumaki said bluntly, turning to walk away. "There's still some fodder left. If you stick around, you'll just get in my way. You're still going to fight. Any more and you'll die," Fubuki said, rushing toward Tatsumaki. "She's right, sis. If you don't stop your blee," Inko began but was cut off by Tatsumaki's sharp glare. Before anyone could react, Tatsumaki pushed her sisters back with a psychic wave, sending Inko and Fubuki into Bang and Bomb's grip. "Tatsumaki, what are you doing?" Bang shouted. "Don't underestimate me. You wouldn't be able to help me in a million years," Tatsumaki retorted. Fubuki looked at her with a faint expression. "I won't let you go. You can't hide that you've barely got any strength left. You'll die. You really will," she said, breathing heavily. "You're still saying that?" Tatsumaki replied. "The reason you stopped trusting others was because of Izuku, wasn't it?" Fubuki pressed. The battlefield grew still, the faint tremors of distant fighting fading into the background. Tatsumaki froze mid-step, her back rigid, her emerald eyes widening slightly. "What are you talking about?" she asked, her voice low and sharp, but with a hint of hesitation. "You heard me," Fubuki said, stepping forward. Her voice carried both determination and sorrow. "It's Izuku. Ever since we lost him, you've been like this, acting like you have to fight the world on your own. You won't admit it, but losing him broke something in you." Tatsumaki slowly turned her head, her eyes narrowing. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? Fubuki snapped, her voice rising. I was there too, Tatsumaki. I saw what happened. I saw how you've been acting since that day, since we thought he was gone. You're carrying all of this guilt like it's your responsibility alone, and it's tearing you apart. Tatsumaki's fists clenched tightly at her sides, her psychic energy crackling around her like static. Shut up. Why? Fubuki shouted. Because I'm right? You think I don't know how much Izuku meant to you? To all of us? You think I don't know how it felt to watch him die, or at least think he did? Guys. Now's not the time, Izumi said, trying to calm everyone down. But before she could react, the ground trembled as Tatsumaki's aura surged. I said shut up. Tatsumaki roared, her voice echoing across the battlefield. You don't know anything. You didn't see the look on his face when he found out he was quirkless. You didn't hear him beg for someone to believe in him. You didn't watch him fall apart when the people who were supposed to protect him turned their backs. Worst of all Might crushed his dream. Fubuki staggered slightly under the weight of Tatsumaki's psychic energy but stood firm. And neither did you, she fired back. You were too busy fighting your own battles to even notice what was happening to him until it was too late. The words struck like lightning. Tatsumaki flinched, her aura flickering for a moment before flaring back up, stronger and more chaotic than before. Stop it. Both of you. Inko's voice cut through the tension as she stepped between them, her face pale and streaked with tears. This isn't about whose fault it is. We all failed Izuku. All of us. Tatsumaki turned on Inko, her expression twisted with rage and anguish. You don't get to say that. You were his mother. You were supposed to protect him, and you abandoned him. Inko staggered as if struck, her hands trembling at her sides. You think I don't know that? She said, her voice breaking. You think I don't replay every mistake I made, every moment I could have done something different? I let my fears get the better of me, and I crushed his dreams with my own hands. I know that better than anyone. Tatsumaki's eyes burned with unshed tears. Then why didn't you do anything? Why didn't you fight for him? Because I was weak. Inko shouted, her voice raw with emotion. I was scared, and I didn't believe in him when he needed me the most. But you were supposed to be stronger than me. You were supposed to protect him when I couldn't. Tatsumaki froze, her aura faltering. Stop it, both of you, Fubuki said softly as she stepped between them. This isn't about what we should have done. It's about what we do now. Izuku is still out there, suffering more than any of us can imagine. Fighting each other won't bring him back. Tatsumaki stood in silence for a moment before flicking her finger, gaining control over everyone present. Whoa! Class 1A exclaimed in surprise as they found themselves unable to move. Fubuki thought to herself, can't move. Tatsumaki gave a faint smile before speaking. It's best if you don't get yourself killed now. Thank me later, she said quietly as she walked away. Sister, wait. Fubuki pleaded, but there was no response. That was some family drama, Tokoyami muttered, still restrained. You can say that again, Sue replied. Shortly after, everyone was freed. Genos, who had been quiet the entire time, stood up and retrieved a jacket from under the rubble. He walked over to Fubuki, who was on her knees, and placed the jacket on her shoulders to keep her warm. I'm heading back to Tatsumaki, he said bluntly. That's too reckless, Inko said with concern, and everyone else nodded in agreement. She's right. After these ladies put so much work into fixing you, next time you'll explode for sure, Bang warned, his tone serious. Don't worry about me. As long as I don't exert my full power, I won't overheat. If it comes down to it, I'll be her shield or whatever it takes, Genos explained, trying to ease their worries. Demon cyborg. Fubuki muttered in disbelief as Genos began to walk away. Bang stretched his arm, a small crack echoing from it. It's gone, he said, looking at Genos. Good grief. They say youth tends to rush headlong into danger, but he takes it a bit too far. Well then, if we're helping out the lovely ladies, I may as well head in and do my part too. But you're supposed to face Izuku. What if? Izumi started. No need to worry. I will handle it. You all just stay safe and don't get involved in any fight, Bang said playfully, though Fubuki and Inko looked on with sorrow. Big bro, please take care of everyone here. If you find Izuku, let me know, he said as Bomb nodded. I will, Bomb replied with a reassuring look. Oh man, we're cooked, Kaminari groaned as Bang walked away, catching up to Genos. You can follow me if you want, but I will not take orders. I am not your student, Genos said with a serious expression. I know, Bang replied playfully. Demon Cyborg is the disciple of Caped Baldy. Understood? Genos added. Good grief, you can't just say a simple, thank you? Bang retorted. Fubuki watched them from a distance, tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, Tank Top MST are struggled to keep the Monster Association executive, Gum's jaws, pried open, trying not to get caught in the monster's teeth. Gee hey, he yelled as he pushed against the monster's jaws. Seconds later, Gums was tackled by the S-Class hero, Pig God, and the pro hero Fat Gums, releasing Tank Top MSTR from the monster's grip. The monster cadre glared at them in anger. Oh poor baby. Gums really hates having to wait for his meals. Führer Ugly laughed, holding one of the mercenaries sent to rescue his son. The three heroes looked at him in horror. Oh no. Fat Gums said in panic. Don't look so scared. I wouldn't do something dirty like take hostages, would I? Führer Ugly mocked, gripping the mercenary by the arm. Ugh, the mercenary groaned helplessly. I promise I'll give him back, Führer Ugly said as he brought the mercenary closer. EK, the mercenary yelled in disgust. One piece at a time. Führer Ugly shouted as he began to tear off the mercenary's arm. Gee, the mercenary screamed. Stop it! Tank Top Imster yelled in horror as the mercenary's screams filled the air. Before they could react, the man's arm was torn off, blood spraying as he cried out in agony. Gee, the mercenary howled in pain, while the monster laughed. Hi-ha! Here's the first one. Führer Ugly cackled, throwing the severed arm in front of the heroes. CRP. Fat Gums muttered. Before the pro hero could process what was happening, Gums appeared from behind and swallowed Tank Top Mr., catching the heroes off guard. Sir. Pig God yelled, watching as Tank Top MSTR struggled against the monster's jaws. Why are you resisting? Führer Ugly asked Tank Top MSTR bluntly as he prepared to punch the injured mercenary. That's where you're supposed to get smashed into a bloody mess, he shouted as he swung his fist. Like this. But his punch was suddenly stopped mid-swing. Caught off guard, he turned to see the Esper hero Tatsumaki restraining his fist. Meanwhile, Pig God and Fat Gums seized the opportunity and tackled Gums, forcing him to spit out Tank Top Dimsur once more. Now! Fat Gums yelled as Pig God ran toward the hostages, swallowing them inside his stomach to keep them safe. Tank Top MSTR picked him up and prepared to throw him away. Pig God, pass on a message to Mumin Rider for me. We will win. And it will be a victory for the heroes who gave up their beds. Hiya! He shouted as he hurled the S-Class hero outside the battlefield where the support team was camping. Wahaya! Führer Ugly exclaimed in anger and frustration as he broke free from Tatsumaki's restraints. Before the Esper could react, the cadre struck her in the stomach, sending her flying toward a boulder behind Tank Top Thing. Tank Top Tackle, he shouted as he charged forward to attack. Forearm caving punch. Führer Ugly chanted, aiming for a massive punch. When their fists collided, a shockwave rippled through the area, dust and smoke swirling around them. As a result of their clash, Tank Top MSDR's arms were broken, twisted in an unnatural way. Who'd you say is gonna win? Führer Ugly mocked as Tank Top MSDR looked at his arm in horror. Now, not a single one of you is gonna get away. He grinned wickedly. Full body caving punch, he shouted as he smashed the S-Class hero into the ground, following up with several more punches, leaving Tank Top MSTR nearly defeated. Sir. Fat Gums cried, charging forward, his massive frame barreling toward Führer Ugly with unstoppable momentum. What? Another squishy tub of lard. You're next. the monster taunted, swinging his fist to intercept Fat Gum's charge. You won't get away with this. Fat Gums roared, charging once again toward Fuhrer Ugly, his body rippling as he prepared to take another massive blow. Fuhrer Ugly grinned maliciously, his muscles bulging grotesquely as he prepared to attack. Heh, you heroes never know when to quit, do you? Fine then, let's see how much you can take. Fat Gums braced himself for impact, but Fuhrer Ugly was faster than expected. The monster's fist came crashing down on Fat Gums' side, a brutal blow that sent him skidding backward, chunks of debris flying from the ground in his wake. Ugh! Fat Gums steadied himself, coughing up blood as pain shot through his ribs. Is that all you've got? Oh, I'm just getting started, Tubby. Fuhrer Ugly taunted. Before Fat Gums could recover, the monster was already upon him, delivering a savage uppercut that lifted him off his feet. Gah! Blood sprayed from Fat Gums' mouth as he was sent flying into the rubble, crashing into a boulder and shattering it into pieces. Fuhrer Ugly laughed hysterically, his voice booming across the battlefield. What's the matter? Too much for you? You heroes love talking big until you're squashed like bugs. Fat Gums struggled to get up, his body trembling under the strain. His once robust and powerful frame now looked bruised and battered, his armor dented and cracked in multiple places. I ain't done yet, he muttered, forcing himself to stand. His legs wobbled, but his spirit refused to break. Not done, huh? Fine, let's finish this properly. Fuhrer Ugly sneered as he closed the distance in an instant, grabbing Fat Gums by the collar and slamming him into the ground with bone-shattering force. The ground cratered beneath them, and Fat Gums let out a cry of pain as Fuhrer Ugly raised a massive fist above his head. Here's your finale then. Consecutive full-body caving punch. The fist came down like a hammer, smashing into Fat Gums' body again and again. Each blow sent shockwaves rippling through the debris, the ground quaking with the sheer force of Fuhrer Ugly's attacks. Fat Gums' body was reduced to a bruised and bloodied mess, his eyes barely open as he fought to hold onto consciousness. What's the matter, hero? You looked tougher a second ago. Fuhrer Ugly taunted, gripping Fat Gums' head and lifting him into the air like a rag doll. You've got nothing left. Fat Gums weakly raised a hand, trying to summon the last dregs of his strength. His vision blurred. I won't give up. Fuhrer Ugly snarled, disgusted by the hero's persistence. I don't know whether to admire ya or laugh at ya. Either way, you're dead. He swung Fat Gums like a weapon, slamming him into a nearby wall. The impact left a deep impression in the stone, and Fat Gums' limp body slid to the ground, motionless. As Fuhrer Ugly turned to face the remaining heroes, he smirked, his grotesque face twisted with sadistic glee. Just then, Gums appeared, putting Tank Top Emissary into his mouth. Better chew real good. Don't want to get it caught in your throat, Fuhrer Ugly sneered, now standing in front of an unconscious Tatsumaki. Now then, ki hi. He laughed, contemplating his next move. Before he could act, his fellow cadre, who was swallowing Tank Top Emissary behind him, was pierced through the stomach by Bang. The S-Class hero managed to rescue Tank Top Emissary from the monster's grasp. Ah! Fuhrer Ugly exclaimed, caught off guard. Just as Bang retreated, Genos appeared next to Gums and dug his robotic arm inside the creature. If I burn his insides, it should lose its appetite, he said emotionlessly as he incinerated the monster's insides. Fuhrer Ugly launched himself toward Bang, appearing in front of the martial artist. Where do you think you're going? Face craving punch, he shouted, swinging his fist toward Bang, who was carrying an injured Tank Top. However, Bang easily countered the punch, sending it back into Fuhrer Ugly's own face, burying the monster in rubble. How horrible, Bang commented as he checked Tank Top MSDR's injuries. He tried to listen for a heartbeat but found none. His heartbeat has stopped. Genos declared. Leave it to me, he said, deciding to use his electricity to revive him. Bang commented on Tank Top MSDR's sturdy undershirt as he pulled at it, accidentally letting it go. The shirt snapped back to his skin, and to their surprise, Tank Top MSDR was brought back to life. Whoa, he's back with us. Such strong vitality, Bang remarked. As he looked closer, he noticed the S-class hero whispering something under his breath. Huh? What did you say? He asked, leaning in. Bang stayed silent before he repeated what he heard. This is? Tank top? Magic? Delirious, Genos said bluntly. He's still half-conscious. That's enough, not another word. We'll get you to medics. Genos pointed at an unconscious Fatgums. Before anyone could react, Führer Ugly emerged from the rubble. Little shits, as if I'd let you, he yelled in anger. Oh dear, looks like your face got caved in, Bang said sarcastically. IT was already like this, you shitty geezer. Führer Ugly shouted, furious. Just then, Gums appeared from behind and bit Genos by the arm while tackling himself away. I'm gonna smash all of ya up real good, into a big pile of ground beef. Führer Ugly declared with a cocky grin. Try me, Bang challenged. Huh, nice choice of last words before you get turned into jelly. Think you can evade this? Führer Ugly yelled as he dove his fist toward Bang. Dignity-craving punch, he shouted as he went for the strike. The punch was effortlessly deflected, its force redirected straight into Gums, knocking the massive creature back. Seizing the opportunity, Bang moved with incredible speed, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. Each blow landed with precision and power, overwhelming the helpless monster as it struggled to react under the onslaught. Out of my way, Bang said sharply. Gums, enraged by Führer Ugly's misaimed attack, lunged forward and clamped down on Führer Ugly, swallowing him whole, leaving no chance for resistance. His entire body has been shattered. There's no way he'll last until help comes. Hate to overburden them, but we'll have to rely on the Esper's healing abilities again, Bang said, referring to Fubuki and Inko. As they managed to escape with Fat Gums, Tank Top Emissar, and Tatsumaki, the battle between Gums and Führer Ugly continued. The two monsters engaged in a brief scuffle before Führer Ugly tore Gums apart from the inside out. Führer Ugly looked at himself in horror, covered in Gums' digestive acid. How unforgivable. Where did that old man go? Meanwhile, Genos and Bang continued to run toward Fubuki's group. Just as they left Führer Ugly and Gums behind, Black Hispam appeared, blocking their path with a nonchalant demeanor. Hee, looks like those heroes are on their last legs, huh? Well then. He threw several attacks in a wall formation, intent on stopping them. Back you go. Bang was able to deflect the punches, but Genos took the brunt of the attack and was nearly sent crashing into debris. Genos-kin! Bang shouted, but before he could react, Black Esper multiplied and surrounded him, along with Tank Top Emissar and Fat Gums. Multiply, one of them shouted. Surround them, another added. Beat 'em up. Just as Genos was about to land on the debris, it crumbled to dust. Bang struck out, deflecting each of the Black Escums, but they were soon slashed by Atomic Samurai. Bomb gasped in shock and disbelief. Izuku! Fubuki cried out, Izuku? Her voice trembled at the sight of him, leaving her wide-eyed and frozen. Inko screamed, Izuku! Filled with anguish, tears welling in her eyes as she covered her mouth. Izuku growled lowly. Bomb recognized him, realizing he was in the Monster Association after all. His form is unrecognizable, but that explosive murderous aura. There's no mistaking it. Todoroki muttered, no way. That's him, his calm demeanor faltering as he locked eyes with Izuku. Uraraka exclaimed, that's Izumi's brother? Her voice wavered with shock. How could someone end up like this? Kirishima instinctively stepped forward to shield Fat Gum, his voice cracking. This can't be real. Bakugo tightened his jaw, fists clenched. Yeah, it's him. No mistake. Taking a deep breath, Bomb shouted across the field, Bang! It's Izuku. Izuku is here. Meanwhile, Bang replied, Anish? My hands are full here. As he fought off the Black Escars, Tatsumaki, while defeating several Black SPRM cells, exclaimed, W. Izuku! Atomic Samurai urged, go! Leave this to me. Go and right your wrongs as a... He slashed through more black espermas. Bang nodded and dashed toward Fubuki's group. Atomic Samurai, I owe you one. Tatsumaki thought, please bring him back. Back with the others, tension rose as Monster Izuku stood in silence. Bomb faced everyone. All of you should hide right now, he said seriously. Despite Bomb's warning, no one moved immediately. Bakugo snapped, like hell I'm hiding. Stepping beside Bomb, palms crackling with energy. If anyone's gonna deal with this, it's gonna be me. Todoroki said calmly, though unease crept into his voice. We can't just leave. If he's this powerful, you need backup. This isn't up for debate. Bomb barked, silencing them momentarily. This isn't about pride or courage. This is a fight for survival. If you get in his way, you'll die. Izumi, trembling, stepped forward. I'm not hiding. Her voice wavered, but her eyes were fixed on Izuku. I'm not running away from him again. Bomb's expression softened slightly. You have a kind heart, but this isn't kindness, it's recklessness. I know you want to save him, but in this state, he's far beyond reason. Let me. He was cut off as Izuku let out a loud roar. Graoa. He lunged forward with a powerful kick aimed at Bomb. Bomb was ready, stepping aside to dodge the attack. He countered with a swift punch followed by a sharp kick, each move fluid and precise. Izuku reacted quickly, twisting his body to avoid both strikes. The two fighters exchanged moves with speed and precision, neither landing a hit but both studying each other's skill. It should be my younger brother fighting you. But it seems there's no time for that, Bomb said as they exchanged blows. If we must fight, there will be no holding back. He unleashed his whirlwind iron-cutting fist, destroying the ground beneath Izuku, causing him to leap away. Izumi and the rest of the group watched in shock and awe, unable to see Izuku or Bomb due to their speed. I can't just stand here. Izumi whispered, her voice breaking. Her classmates exchanged uneasy glances, fear and helplessness weighing on them. She tried to walk toward the fight but was grabbed by the wrist. Ida pleaded, don't do anything reckless. Inko cried, Izumi, please don't. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to her daughter. He's not himself. If you go out there, he'll hurt you. I don't care. Izumi shouted, breaking free from Ida's grip, her emotions overwhelming her judgment. He's my brother, I have to try. Inko shouted. Izumi, watch out. She turned toward the fight, but just as she did, a sudden gust of wind hit her face. The air around her seemed to tense, and before she could process what was happening, Izumi froze in shock and fear. Izuku's fist was inches from her face, but it was stopped by Bomb's hand, halting its movement just in time. If Bomb hadn't caught it, Izumi would have been hit, maybe worse. The tension in the air was thick as Bomb held Izuku's fist firmly, preventing the blow from landing. Let's take this elsewhere, Bomb said with a straight face. Izuku quickly followed up with a punch aimed at Bomb's face, putting all his strength into the attack. But Bomb was faster, ducking just in time to avoid the blow. In one smooth motion, Bomb countered with a powerful tackle. The impact was so strong that Izuku was sent flying backward, with Bomb following him. Izumi slowly fell to her knees, her breath hitching, tears threatening to spill as the weight of it all sank in. Fubuki, Inko, and the rest of her classmates rushed toward her. What were you thinking? Inko shouted, grabbing her shoulders firmly. You could have died. This isn't something you can just run into. He will hurt you if you keep running toward him like that. This isn't some fairy tale where you can just talk him out of it. Wake up. Fubuki added. Before anyone could say more, Bakugo stepped forward, his glare sharp and unwavering. Enough yelling at her. If you're going to waste time lecturing, do it later. I'm going after them. No. You can't. Inko cried, rushing to grab Bakugo by the arm. Her voice was desperate, almost breaking. You don't understand how dangerous he is now, please. You'll be in danger too. Bakugo yanked his arm free, his voice cold but filled with determination. I know exactly how dangerous he is. That's why I'm going. That nerd isn't some loser villain. We can't just leave him to fight Bomb alone. Todoroki stepped forward, nodding in agreement. Bakugo's right. If we don't act now, there's no telling how far this will escalate. Bomb may be strong, but he can't do this on his own. You're all insane. Do you even hear yourselves? Fubuki gestured wildly toward the distant battle, where faint shockwaves could still be felt. This isn't just a fight, it's a disaster waiting to happen. If you go out there, you'll just add to the chaos. Please, don't do this. Inko cried, tears streaming down her face as she grabbed Izumi's arm. Izumi, listen to me, he's your brother, but he's not the same right now. Let Bomb handle this. You don't need to go after him. Izumi hesitated, her heart wrenching at her mother's pleading voice. She looked at Inko, her own tears falling. I love you, but I can't just stay here. He's still my brother, and I won't give up on him. I won't let Bomb fight this battle alone. Inko tightened her grip, her voice breaking. Izumi, no. Please. I can't lose both of you. Izumi gently pulled her arm free, her determination overshadowing her fear. You won't lose us, Ma. I'll bring him back. I promise, she said firmly. Without another word, Izumi and the rest of Class 1A began to run toward the distant battle. Fubuki bit her lip, clearly torn between anger and sorrow. Inko collapsed to her knees, her sobs growing louder as she watched her daughter and her classmates move away. Please, come back. All of you, she whispered through her tears as the students disappeared from view. We're really doing this. Jiru muttered under her breath, glancing nervously at the others. I guess we don't have much of a choice. This is insane. He nearly took Yagi's head off, and we're just running in after them. Mineta added, his voice laced with apprehension. Meanwhile, Izuku and Bomb continued to exchange blows, each attacking and defending with incredible speed. Their movements were almost a blur as they dodged, blocked, and struck, neither gaining the upper hand. In a split second, Izuku's fist connected with Bomb's face just as Bomb's kick struck Izuku in return. The force of their attacks sent both fighters stumbling backward, each feeling the impact of the other's strike. They steadied themselves quickly, their eyes locked, ready to continue the battle. Bomb thought to himself, wondering what sort of battles Izuku had faced since their last encounter. He's combined every technique and refined them into his own style. Is this also a result of him turning into a monster? He breathed heavily, steeling his resolve. In any case, until Bang gets here, I must not fall. He prepared a powerful cutting move, concealing it behind his back. Suddenly, Bomb stomped the ground hard, creating a thick cloud of dust that quickly spread through the air. The dust swirled around them, obscuring Izuku's vision and making it harder for him to see what was coming. Seizing the opportunity, Bomb moved swiftly, launching his attack while Izuku was disoriented. Izuku! Bang called out, his voice devoid of emotion. What a sorry state you are in. Have you lost even the ability to speak? Do you understand what it means to become a monster? I can't let the other heroes take you down, Izuku replied, taking a stance and inhaling deeply. With my own hands, I'll make you come to your senses. For one last time, I'll go all out. Come. Bomb watched as Izuku let out a powerful roar, Joet. Bang responded with a fierce, Ing. The two fighters, using the same martial arts style, water stream rock-smashing fist, created shockwaves and smoke with their clash. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, dodging, countering, and deflecting each other's strikes with precision, neither able to land a decisive hit. Bomb watched in disbelief. He's even trading blows with Bang at full power? Has his power increased yet again? From Bang's perspective, he thought, awakening breath, a technique that draws from the very limits of one's body. He mstread it from just a glance. Bang landed a powerful kick, sending Izuku stumbling backward. Wasting no time, Bang rushed forward, tackling Izuku and launching them both into the air. As they ascended, Bang positioned himself above Izuku, cupping his hands for a devastating strike aimed at slamming him to the ground. However, Izuku reacted just in time, deflecting Bang's attack and twisting his body to wrap his legs around Bang's neck. With a burst of strength, Izuku flipped their positions, forcing Bang downward and sending him crashing into the ground. Bang! Bomb shouted. Bang jumped up instantly, ignoring the pain and blood on his face, landing firmly and regaining his stance, his eyes locked on Izuku. "You're much more worth teaching than when you were my disciple, you twisted punk," he said playfully, brushing off the dust. Izuku roared in response, charging at Bang. Both fighters moved in sync, their fists colliding with each other's faces. The impact sent them staggering backward as they struggled to regain their balance. Izuku shifted his posture, transitioning into a stance that radiated intensity. Both Bang and Bomb's eyes widened in shock, recognizing the dangerous technique. "That stance!" Bomb exclaimed. "Explosion heart release fist." Bang shouted. Bomb was taken aback. "That technique you sealed so long ago. Why does he know of it?" Bang explained. While Izuku was fleeing the dojo, he broke into the safe and snuck a look at the scrolls containing secret techniques. "I ran in quickly, and he couldn't escape with them." He recalled the day he kicked Izuku out. So he grasped it with just one reading. That wicked technique. Good grief. To think I'd have to settle things with Izuku, as well as with my own past self at the same time. Now even more so. "I must not lose," he declared, taking his stance. Flashback to 60 years ago. Long ago, when Bang was in his early 20s, he was an out-of-control ruffian, challenging anyone who looked strong. Each time, he sent opponents to the hospital, overflowing with martial arts talent. In a bar, a young Bang sat on a sofa with 3 appealing girls, while his elder brother, Bomb, stood before him. "Why do I go so wild? You don't like it that I'm enjoying martial arts? That rock-headedness is why you're going bald, big bro," Bang mocked, holding a glass of whiskey. "It's caused by stress," Bomb replied, maintaining a stoic face. "And I'm here to cut it off at the source. Your rampage ends here, Bang." Bang laughed, signaling the ladies to leave. "Looks like you're still doing all that absurd die-hard training day and night. But it's useless, you know? Nobody can beat a guy with good taste when he's having fun. I use my power to enjoy myself. Losing myself in fighting is the perfect way to concentrate and get stronger. This is my form of martial arts. Anyone who gets in my way will be struck down. No matter who it is. Let's do this." Bomb responded. "You think you've gained so much power, but you haven't even overcome yourself. I'll have to teach you a lesson about that. Come fool." Bang took the explosion heart release fist stance. In the end, he was defeated, and it took all his strength to muster a few insincere words. "Cool off for a bit," Bomb said as he walked away. Bang understood. His fist was filled with intent, while his elder brother's fist had none. Despite that, he lost, realizing he hadn't been broad-minded enough. After sealing his explosion heart release fist, Bang embarked on a new path. He wandered the streets with his hands stuffed in his pockets, feeling uncertain for the first time in his life. Without a plan, no fights lined up, and no rivals to pursue, he drifted into a rundown part of the city, where the air was thick with the scent of rain and cigarette smoke. Seeking a distraction, he suddenly heard shouting and the sound of fists striking flesh. Turning a corner, he spotted a group of thugs surrounding a woman. She wasn't running or cowering, she was fighting back. Bang leaned against the wall, captivated as the woman, no, the warrior, fought through the gang with ease. Her movements were sharp and efficient, every action purposeful. One thug lunged at her, but she dodged effortlessly, landing a fist in his gut before flipping him over her shoulder. Another thug approached from behind, but she barely turned her head before elbowing him in the jaw. A smirk crept across Bang's face. "Not bad," he remarked to himself. The fight concluded swiftly, the last thug hitting the ground with a groan. The woman dusted off her hands as if it were just another day, then turned to Bang. "Enjoying the show?" she asked, a grin spreading across her face. Bang chuckled and stepped forward. "I have to admit, it was entertaining. I didn't expect to see a random lady handing out beatdowns like that." She crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "And what? You just stood there watching? Too busy enjoying yourself?" Bang shrugged. "Didn't look like you needed help." She stared at him for a moment before smirking. "I guess I should thank you for not getting in my way then." Bang laughed. That was the first time he met her, Nana Shimura. From that day on, their paths crossed more frequently. Although Bang didn't see himself as a hero, he found himself in the company of one more often than not. Nana never tried to change him. She didn't lecture him about his past, scold him for fighting, or act superior. She simply talked to him and sometimes sparred with him. She lost every time, but she never backed down. "You're too strong for your own good, you know that?" she huffed, rubbing her sore arm after yet another sparring match. "You're just too stubborn to admit you're outmatched," Bang replied. "Oh, I know I'm outmatched. But you fight like an idiot." "Huh. You waste your strength. You don't fight for anything, you just do it because it feels good." Bang had no response to that. She didn't push him, she let her words settle in. Weeks turned into months, and eventually years passed. Through his training, Bang developed the ultimate defensive art, the water stream rock smashing fist. Before he knew it, he found himself standing in front of an empty building, the deed in his hand. A dojo. His dojo. While he still didn't consider himself a hero, for the first time, he had something real, something worth doing. He trained students not to fight for fun but to fight with purpose, to control their strength, all because of his brother and because of her. One night, after a long day of helping Nana with some hero business, not that he would ever call it that, they found themselves on a rooftop, looking out over the city. The stars shone brightly, the air was crisp, and for once, everything felt still. Bang leaned against the railing, exhaling deeply. "Never thought I'd be the type to teach a bunch of brats how to fight," he said. "Yeah, well, I never thought I'd see a punk like you turn into a teacher. Guess life's funny like that," Nana replied. They stood in silence for a while, watching the city below. Then Nana spoke again. You've really changed." Bang blinked and turned to her, but she wasn't looking at him. She was gazing out at the skyline, a small, genuine smile on her face. His chest felt oddly tight. "If you keep saying things like that, I might start getting ideas," he said. Nana finally turned to him, smirking. "Oh, what kind of ideas?" Bang hesitated, then, in a rare moment of honesty, sighed. "That maybe I don't want to be anywhere else. But here." Another silence settled between them, but this time it felt different. There was something unspoken in the air, something Bang wasn't sure how to address. Nana must have sensed it too because she suddenly stepped closer. "So," she said, tilting her head, "are you ever going to do something about it, or are you just going to keep staring at me like an awkward idiot?" Bang blinked. "Do something about what?" Nana rolled her eyes and grabbed his collar, pulling him in. Then she kissed him. It wasn't soft or hesitant, it was confident and direct, just like her. Bang froze for a moment before smirking and kissing her back. When they pulled away, Nana raised an eyebrow. "What? No cocky remark?" she asked. "For once?" "I think I'll just shut up and enjoy the moment," Bang chuckled. For the first time in his life, Bang felt like he had finally won something worth keeping. The ceremony was simple, just as they both preferred. No grand halls or extravagant decorations, just close friends like Gran Torino and Bomb, who stood by Bang's side as his best man, with the setting sun casting golden light over the quiet shrine where they stood. Nana looked stunning, not because of any elaborate dress, but because she was simply herself, confident, strong, and standing before him with that same smirk she always had. The officiant cleared his throat, drawing Bang out of his thoughts. "Shimura Nana, do you take Bang to be your husband? To stand by his side, in battle and in peace, in hardship and in joy, for as long as you live?" Nana didn't hesitate for a second. "Of course I do." Bang exhaled softly through his nose, a small smile forming. The officiant then turned to him. "Bang, do you take Shimura Nana as your wife? To stand by her side, to cherish and protect her, in both times of peace and war, in hardship and in joy, for as long as you live?" Bang looked at Nana, taking in the way she stood, so sure of herself, so certain in her choice. He felt it too. "I do." The officiant smiled. "Then, by the vows spoken here today, I now pronounce you husband and wife." He stepped back slightly before nodding. "You may kiss the bride." Bang didn't need to be told twice. He stepped forward, gently cupping Nana's face as he leaned in. She met him halfway, their lips pressing together in a kiss that was steady, just like them. When they pulled away, Nana smirked. "Took you long enough." Bang chuckled, shaking his head. "You really don't know how to just enjoy a moment, do you?" She laughed before grabbing his hand and lacing their fingers together. And just like that, they walked forward, side by side, as they always had, and as they always would. A year into their marriage, Nana gave birth to their son late one night. Bang sat outside the Dielveroy room, his hands resting on his knees, fingers interlocked. Despite his usual calm demeanor, his heart pounded with anticipation. Nearby, Bam watched him with mild amusement. "You've never been this nervous before," Bam remarked. "Not even when you fought me." "This is different," Bang replied, exhaling slowly. "Fighting is simple. This is something else." Just then, the cry of a newborn filled the air, causing Bang's breath to catch in his throat. Moments later, a nurse opened the door and beckoned him inside. As he stepped into the room, his gaze immediately landed on Nana, who lay in bed, exhausted but smiling. In her arms, she cradled a tiny, silver-haired infant wrapped in a soft blanket. Bang approached hesitantly, his steps careful. "Come here, dummy. Meet your son," Nana called to him. Kneeling beside her, Bang's eyes were fixed on the child. The baby's tiny face twitched as he yawned, and Bang couldn't help but smile. "He's so small," he said, awestruck. Nana chuckled softly. "That's how babies work." Bang reached out, his rough fingers gently brushing against the baby's tiny hand. To his surprise, the small fingers curled around his own, tightening his chest with emotion. "Strong grip," he observed. Nana smiled. "Takes after his dad." Bang looked at her, then back at the child. "What should we call him?" Nana's expression softened. "Kotaro." Bang smiled as he repeated the name. "Kotaro." For the first time in his life, he felt something beyond the thrill of battle, something deep and unshakable. He had a family, and he would protect them with everything he had. A few minutes after Bang left, the heroes continued their fight against the army of Black SPRM duplicates. S-Class heroes, the Swordsman Council, and the Pro heroes fought side by side. Endeavor unleashed massive waves of fire, burning through the endless swarm of Black SPRM clones. "Dim and pests. Just how many of you are there?" Atomic Samurai shouted as he slashed through the monsters. Tatsumaki, using her psychic powers to eliminate threats around her, noticed some rubble shifting behind her. Before she could react, a massive Black SPRM clone emerged from underground, catching her in its grip and surprising everyone nearby. "You," she exclaimed. "CRP. Ian shouted. "HYA haha. I'm Takin, the lead in the murder race," the clone taunted. Tatsumaki struggled to move. "Oh, looks like you've got enough psychic power left for a bit of protection. But it's so weak," he jeered. "Wonder what'll happen if I squeeze really, really hard?" Suddenly, a blazing beam of energy tore through the battlefield, disintegrating Black SPRM's grotesque arm in an instant. The massive clone let out a screech of pain, stumbling backward. "Demon Cyborg!" Atomic Samurai called out. Before Genos could react, Black SPRM, recovering almost instantly, appeared from behind. "Wait your turn, you piece of junk." He swung both arms down, hurling Genos toward the ground with earth-shattering force. "Genos!" Tatsumaki shouted in concern. There was no response. "If we win, I'll sit on your face." Genos replied, "Say less." The cyborg hero drove his leg into the ground and fired his shoulder thrusters, propelling himself upward and back onto his feet. "I've already been outfitted with brutal escape functionality. It makes use of data from getting hit by you too." Tatsumaki smirked, recalling how she had thrown Genos into the rubble last time. "Aren't you lucky to have gotten stronger thanks to me?" "You need to equip some apology functionality," Genos retorted, raising his arms to prepare to shoot laser beams. "Can you still fight?" Tatsumaki asked, also raising her arms with a faint smirk. "Who do you think you're talking to?" Suddenly, a foul smell filled the air, drawing everyone's attention. "Ugh!" one Black SPRM clone exclaimed. "What the hell's this smell?" Then, a zombie-like figure staggered into view. Fuhrer Ugly, his skin oozing acid and releasing a terrible stench, dragged himself forward, groaning loudly. Fuhrer Ugly roared, his eyes scanning wildly for his target. His sickly skin was covered in acid that hissed as it hit the ground. "Where's the old man?" he yelled in rage. "Jeez." Blackespum 3 exclaimed, while Blackespum 4 asked, "Fuhrer Ugly, what happened to you? Where the hell is Silverfang? Get your butt out here." Fuhrer Ugly continued, his anger palpable. "And you were the one who wanted a murder race, serves you right," mocked one of the SPRM cells. "Shut it," Fuhrer Ugly spat back. Darkshine, an S-class hero, shouted, "You completely shine less filth." Super Alloy Double Bazooka, as he attacked Fuhrer Ugly with both fists. Forearm Melting Punch. Fuhrer Ugly countered, and their double punch clashed, sending shockwaves through the area. One of the Blackisms screamed in pain as the acid Fuhrer Ugly spat burned him. Darkshine noticed the damage to his own fists, horror crossing his face as he realized his skin was burning. He cried out, "Darkshine!" Atomic Samurai shouted, while Ian exclaimed, "It's strong acid?" Seizing the moment, Fuhrer Ugly spat more acidic saliva into Darkshine's chest area. "Eek!" Darkshine yelled in agony, rolling around uncontrollably. Fuhrer Ugly laughed maniacally. "This is the digestive power gums gave me. These feelings of humiliation. I'll give you a taste of them too." Suddenly, one of the swordsmen jumped toward Fuhrer Ugly, his blade sharp and ready. "Peaceful death," Zanbai chanted as he swung his sword, but Fuhrer Ugly caught the blade in his fist and spat acid at Zanbai's face. "Ugh!" Zanbai screamed in pain as half his face was burned, and he fell lifelessly. "I'm a hair," his comrade yelled in disbelief. Atomic Samurai and Nichiren charged forward, delivering their strongest attack, but the damage had no effect as Fuhrer Ugly began regenerating. The acid melted their blades completely. "Well deed," Fuhrer Ugly mocked with a smug grin. "Full body melting punch," he shouted, targeting the group of swordsmen. "Amahair!" Atomic Samurai cried out. "Amahair, take revenge for Zan," Nichiren began, but he and Amahair quickly pushed Atomic Samurai and the others out of the way, saving them from the attack. However, Amahair was completely covered in acid and melted away instantly, his scream cutting off. Nichiren lost the lower half of his body and collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. "Amahair-san," Ian said in disbelief. "Diamenu." Atomic Samurai gritted his teeth in rage. Fuhrer Ugly crawled to slurp on what seemed like digested protein. "Ugly vomit. Don't start eating me too." Black Esperum 1 yelled. "Shut it." Fuhrer Ugly yelled back, vomiting on a group of Black Esperum cells, causing most to flee. "Ha, a never-ending supply of protein would be a perfect meal for me. When we're done, I'll keep you around as livestock. Consider it an honor," he said, slurping on the remains. The Black Esperum looked around, seeing the heroes struggling. All those pain-in-the-butt heroes scattered around have been weakened. "There's nothing to stop us from merging," one thought as they began to combine. "Let's go, guys. Time to dish out some punishment." A beam of light burst forth from the merging Black Esperum, illuminating the chaos around them. Fuhrer Ugly looked bewildered, confusion etched on his face, before he was struck repeatedly in the face. "What the heck? You," he muttered, attempting to retch on his new adversary, only to be punched again, sending him crashing backward. "Please refrain from spitting your filth on me. Your digestive fluids are meaningless against the anti-corrosive projectiles of gold," the new foe declared, standing over Fuhrer Ugly with an air of superiority. As the battle raged on, Present Bang and Izuku charged at each other, unleashing their respective techniques. They collided fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. "Gah!" Bang grunted as his knuckles bled from the shockwave generated by Izuku's attack. The exploding heart release fist caused one's heart to pulse explosively with each punch, allowing the user to surpass their physical limits, a wicked style that brought total devastation. From Bang's perspective, the situation was dire. "This is bad. Even as I deflect, the damage from the shockwaves is accumulating. Before he could fully process his predicament, Izuku lunged forward with a powerful flying kick. The attack came so swiftly that Bang barely had time to react. Acting on instinct, he leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike. But Izuku was relentless. Without hesitation, he twisted mid-air and swung at Bang with incredible speed. Bang quickly adjusted, dodging the incoming attack by shifting his position. In that fleeting moment, he maneuvered behind Izuku, locking his arms around him in a tight grapple. What the hell is that stance? You think you can utilize the power of the water stream like that? Bang scolded Izuku. In response, Izuku twisted his body, swinging his left leg toward Bang in an attempt to break free. However, Bang was a step ahead, leaping into the air just in time to evade the strike effortlessly. Foolish novice! Bang shouted, using the momentum of his jump to deliver a powerful double-legged kick to Izuku's chest. The force of the blow sent Izuku hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and sending dust and debris flying into the air. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent as a thick cloud of smoke obscured him from view. As the dust began to settle, Izuku's figure emerged, standing tall amidst the haze, completely unfazed. His body was tense, his stance firm. In that moment, it became clear. He was preparing to unleash a technique. Whirlwind wind, water stream, he shouted. Bang and Bomb exclaimed in unison, "What?" Izuku charged at Bang, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. His fists moved so quickly that they left afterimages, each strike sending shockwaves that reduced debris to dust. Bang remained on the defensive, relying on the water stream rock-smashing fist to block and deflect the attacks. Despite his skill, the sheer power behind Izuku's punches made it increasingly difficult for Bang to keep up. What is with him? Bang thought, panic rising within him. My brother and I combined barely managed to unleash that technique, but he did it by himself. Did the monsterization do this too? From Bomb's perspective, the situation was grim. The shockwaves are turning the debris into powder. If he takes even one hit, the shockwaves will break every bone in his body. Don't back down. Face him head on. Bang urged, determination fueling his resolve. As the battle reached its climax, both fighters launched their final attacks simultaneously. Bang's fist struck Izuku square in the face, the impact drawing blood and cracking part of his monstrous features. At the same moment, Izuku's punch shot forward, aiming for Bang's chest. Though Bang managed to shift his body just in time, the attack still grazed him. Even that slight contact was enough. The sheer force behind Izuku's strike sent a shockwave through Bang's body, overwhelming his muscles and organs. Ack! Bang yelped as the shockwave coursed through him. He grazed me. Heh, guess I couldn't quite do it. As cool as you did. Big bro. His vision blurred, his legs buckled, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Bang! Bomb yelled in agony as he struggled to rise. Yujich! Izuku screeched in pain, clutching his face with both hands. Just then, a massive monster with acidic skin stepped in front of Bang, grinning wickedly as it laughed, its eyes filled with malice. Found ya? That's a sorry state you're in, old man. Did you get beaten by Izuku? Fuhrer Ugly mocked, glancing at Izuku, who was still covering his face. He, at first I thought I'd melt you bit by bit and enjoy the show. But it just won't feel right unless I get in a solid smack. Not good. Bomb muttered as he struggled to rise and intervene. Izuku stood frozen, gripping his face as Fuhrer Ugly's laughter echoed around him. His body trembled, not from pain, but from hesitation. Then, a voice resonated in his mind. It was Bang's voice. Izuku, are you in doubt? Follow the voice of your heart. The words cut through the chaos, grounding him. His heart pounded, and power surged within him. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as the left side of his monstrous face shattered, revealing his eye. Fuhrer Ugly launched his powerful punch, the full-body melting punch, toward Bang. But before the punch could reach him, Izuku steadied himself, feeling the power surge within him. He let out a powerful roar, screaming at the top of his lungs as Furor Ugly was caught off guard. Gugu! With one powerful kick, Izuku smashed through Furor Ugly's stomach, tearing a hole through his body. Furor Ugly stumbled back, blood and acid spilling from the wound, his grin fading as he collapsed, defeated. Izuku dashed forward at lightning speed, covering the distance in an instant. His movements were swift, barely touching the ground as he quickly closed the gap between him and the battlefield where the other heroes were fighting. Meanwhile, King shouted, You! Ultimate Hellfire Burst Wave Motion Cannon Hyea! Izuku charged toward Platinum Esperm, who stood in front of King, and with a sudden burst of speed he sent Platinum Esperm flying through the air with a powerful punch to the face. The force of the punch sent the clone crashing into the ground, temporarily knocking it out of the fight. Evil Natural Water, sensing the shift in momentum, reacted instantly. It fired 2 powerful jets of water at Izuku, aiming to overwhelm him. With heightened reflexes, Izuku managed to deflect the jets with ease, narrowly avoiding the full brunt of the attack. He quickly assessed the situation and, without hesitation, unleashed his roaring aura sky-ripping fist, channeling all his power into a devastating strike. The air around him rippled as the shockwave from his punch spread outward, scattering evil natural water into nothingness. Everything unfolded in a fraction of a second, making it seem as if King was unleashing his ultimate attack. Metalbat smiled as he watched King unleash his ultimate attack. King! He did it, he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Izuku, now fully conscious and aware of his surroundings, landed perfectly on the ground, steadying himself as he surveyed the battlefield. His thoughts immediately turned to Bang. Old man, he muttered under his breath. As he stood there, lost in thought about Bang, he suddenly noticed a black wormhole opening nearby. From it emerged 3 figures, all visibly surprised. One was a bald man in a yellow jumpsuit, red gloves and boots, and a white cape, his usual unimpressed expression still intact. The second figure, a small pink monster, seemed a bit disoriented but quickly steadied itself. The third was a tall, lean man dressed in a dark blue bodysuit with metallic bracers on his arms and upper chest armor, his long white cape fluttering behind him. They all appeared confused but quickly took in their surroundings. "Oh, we got out," the bald man said, scratching the back of his head. Flashy Flash, the S-Class hero, muttered, "A monster," as he looked at Izuku standing before him. Izuku, confused, replied, "A hero," while glancing at the bald hero next to Flashy Flash. Suddenly, the bald hero began to run toward Izuku but veered past him to the rubble behind. Izuku brushed it off and raised his palms, examining what he had become. What happened to me? Not to mention this body. I don't even remember resurfacing from underground. I lost consciousness buried in the rubble. He paused, delving deeper into his thoughts. I was dreaming about the past. Bang and Izumi's voices echoed in his mind. Izumi's voice pleaded, "Please. I don't care if you hate me. Just don't lose yourself." Bang's voice advised, "I can perceive the hesitation in your fists. First, train your heart. Then follow the voice of your heart." Izuku remained silent, but just then, a figure lunged toward him with a powerful kick, catching him off guard. He barely managed to dodge. "W!" he exclaimed. Flashy Flash halted his momentum, breaking on the ground with one knee in hand, staring at Izuku in shock. "He dodged it!" Flashy Flash exclaimed. Izuku turned back and raised his guard, staying alert for the next move. "You are S-Class ranked 13, Flashy Flash. You're a hero, yet you sucker kick me like that," he said, disgust evident in his voice. Flashy Flash replied, "Are you the only survivor of the Monster Association? You really made a mess of things around here. Monster King? I guess there was someone like that. You better remember this well. My name is Izuku. I'm the one who's going to rise to disaster level God and straighten this world out," Izuku declared. "Izuku?" Flashy Flash asked in disbelief. "The human monster, hero hunter?" Izuku responded, "Just so you know, I've got nothing to do with the Monster Association. They can't fit me into that pathetic little box, you know." Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind, just as I had thought, and it blitzed both Flashy Flash and Izuku with a barrage of attacks. "Allow me to pass through for a moment." Platinum Esrim remarked, "You have monsterized that much, but you still do not have the courage to choose the sides of monsters. How disappointing. We should have disposed of you from the very start." Flashy Flash replied, "There was one more left, then. Thanks for coming out and saving me the trouble of searching for you. I'll take you both on at once. You shall fall to the S-class hero Flashy Flash's superior techniques," brushing off the dust from his shoulder. Izuku added, "I'll take on anyone who wants a fight. Absolute evil is unbiased, you know. Heroes, monsters, I will take them all down and rise up to become the ultimate symbol of fear. Disaster level, God. Come get some," he said, cracking his knuckles. With that, Platinum Esparm and Flash rushed at Izuku, ready to strike. At the last second, Izuku jumped high into the air, causing them to miss. Unable to stop in time, the two collided with each other, their attacks creating a powerful shockwave. To their shock, Izuku wasted no time and came crashing down with a powerful double kick. Seeing the attack, Flashy Flash and Platinum Esparm quickly leaped to the side, barely avoiding the impact. The force of Izuku's kick shattered the ground beneath him, creating a deep crater and sending chunks of debris flying in all directions. Amidst the floating debris, Izuku, Flash, and Platinum Esparm engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their movements so fast they blurred. They leaped from rock to rock, using the shattered debris as makeshift platforms to maneuver through the air. Each fighter left streaks of their own color, blue, red, and yellow, trailing behind them as they clashed at blinding speed, shockwaves rippling through the battlefield with every strike. Meanwhile, All Might and Inko ran as fast as they could, their hearts pounding with fear. Inko's breaths were ragged, her legs trembling, but she pushed forward. "Where is she? Where's Izumi?" Inko cried out desperately. All Might, in his weakened form, scanned the battlefield with frantic eyes, searching, praying. Then he saw her. His breath hitched. Lying motionless on the cold ground was Izumi. Her once bright eyes were dull, staring lifelessly into the sky. Her chest barely moved, and her skin had lost its warmth. Blood soaked the ground beneath her, staining her torn hero costume. "No," All Might whispered, his entire world shattering in that moment. Inko let out a strangled sob and collapsed to her knees beside Izumi. "No, no, no, sweetheart, please." She placed trembling hands on her daughter's face, feeling the unnatural coldness of her skin. "Wake up. Izumi, it's Mama. Open your eyes, baby, please." Tears streamed down her face as she cradled Izumi's head in her lap. All Might clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his skin, his entire body trembling. With shaking hands, he reached out and placed his fingers against her neck, searching, begging, for a pulse. Nothing. The silence was deafening. All Might's breath caught in his throat, and a raw sound escaped his lips. "No, no, not her. Not my daughter. Not my Izumi." His cry of anguish echoed through the battlefield. He pulled Izumi into his arms, holding her close as if his sheer willpower could bring her back. Inko sobbed into Izumi's shoulder, her entire body racked with grief. "Please, someone, anyone, help her." She screamed so desperately that even the most hardened heroes felt their chests tighten. Inko's eyes were wild, her thoughts chaotic as she placed her hands on Izumi's chest. Her heart raced. She could feel every part of her body, mind, and spirit screaming for Izumi to return, for something, anything, to show that she was still there. "I won't let you go, honey. Please. Please." Inko concentrated, summoning every ounce of her psychic energy, the very power that had once safeguarded her family. She directed it all toward Izumi, pushing her mind to its limits. Her body trembled as she focused, her fingers quivering just above her daughter's heart. Though she lacked a quirk that could heal, she had her heart, and she was determined to use it. "Izumi, come back to me. Come back, sweetheart. Please." Inko poured every last bit of psychic energy she had into Izumi's chest, pleading with the universe, with fate, with any higher power that might listen. She felt the energy drain from her, leaving her utterly exhausted, but she pressed on. All that surrounded her was the stillness of Izumi's body, the lifeless weight of her daughter in her arms. Please, please, please. But it was too late. The silence was deafening. Izumi's chest remained still, her fingers did not twitch. Her skin was cold and unyielding. Inko slumped forward, the last remnants of her strength fading as she collapsed, her head resting against Izumi's still chest. All Might held her tightly, tears streaming down his already soaked face. Izumi! No! Then, a flicker of light, a barely noticeable tremor, ran through Izumi's hand. Inko's eyes widened, her heart leaping as her breath caught in her throat. She leaned in closer, willing her daughter's voice to return. Dad! All Might's eyes widened further as he gripped her hand tighter. Izumi! Her fingers barely curled against his sleeve. Mom! Inko choked back a sob, clutching Izumi's hand to her chest. Yes, sweetheart, we're here. Hold on, just hold on. Izumi's eyes, still dull, blinked weakly, her lips barely parting. I'm sorry. I couldn't bring Izuku back. Like I promised. Inko's heart sank at those words. She gently cupped Izumi's face, tears streaming down her cheeks. No, Izumi. You did everything you could. Don't blame yourself. Yet, Izumi's eyes still bore the weight of her perceived failure, her voice barely a whisper. I couldn't save him, Mum. I promised. But before Izumi could finish, something unusual caught their attention. The sky above them began to shift. 3 lights, red, blue, and yellow, appeared, forming geometric shapes that pulsed and shifted. In a steady rhythm. Meanwhile, in the free-for-all fight that day, reports confirmed a geometric structure of lights covering the sky over Z-City. All parties attributed this to another supernatural phenomenon linked to Tatsumaki and the other espers. However, only those present understood that these lights were the remnants of a battle between 3 superhuman beings. Flashy Flash lunged at Izuku, moving with incredible speed as he exchanged blows with the hero hunter. Izuku countered with a swift kick, sending Flashy Flash flying back. Before he could recover, Platinum Espem moved in, his tentacle shooting out with lightning speed to wrap around Flashy Flash's neck, lifting him off the ground. With the S-class hero immobilized, Platinum Espem began to pummel him relentlessly. Each strike landed with bone-crushing force, causing Flashy Flash to cough up blood with every hit. His body jerked under the barrage, unable to escape the monster's grasp. Flashy Flash's vision blurred as he gasped for air, blood dripping down his face. Wind Blade Kick, he shouted, retaliating with a swift kick that crackled with force, but Platinum Espem effortlessly dodged, jumping back to avoid the strike. Heh! Platinum Espem smirked as he moved closer to the hero hunter. Izuku! Flash is weakened because he lost his main weapon. The smart play here would be to concentrate our attacks together and finish him off, then move on to our own one-on-one battle, don't you think? He suggested before they all leaped onto different rocks. Izuku nodded. I see, ganging up on him, then. Got it. He agreed, causing Platinum Espem to lower his guard. Just then, Izuku delivered a punch to the monster cadre's face, causing him to bleed. Platinum Espem exclaimed, How dare you! Rage filled him as Izuku grabbed the monster's tentacle and laughed. Like I'd ever take orders from you. Izuku mocked. Half monster. Platinum Espem gritted his teeth in fury. Izuku thought to himself, feeling he was nearing the perfection of his own technique. He reflected on the various fighting styles he had absorbed through battle. Since it's connected to disaster level God, I'll name it. Monster Calamity God Slayer Fist. As he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, each aimed to send his opponents flying, the force behind each hit was immense, causing the air to tremble. Platinum Espem and Flash attempted to evade, but Izuku's speed and power were relentless, pushing them back with each impact. To dominate this world as absolute evil and crush humanity into despair, he thought, something as unreliable as God shall be crushed by my hand as well. As the battle raged on, Platinum Espem threw a powerful punch at Flashy Flash. Flash blocked the blow, but the force was overwhelming, sending him crashing into rubble. Izuku quickly appeared behind Flashy Flash, aiming a kick at him. The ninja reacted just in time, narrowly evading the strike. Izuku taunted, "There's no way a mere underling could handle these moves meant to strike fear into God." Meanwhile, Sage Centipede thought, "Gee, so strong." While in midair, Izuku's gaze shifted to the distance, where he spotted a helicopter far away. Squinting, he recognized two familiar figures inside, Arie and Kota. Those brats. They managed to get out of there, he thought. Just then, he looked back at Sage Centipede, only to see it recovering from the attacks. Instant regeneration. "I've got to draw its attention," he decided, taking a deep breath before shouting, "What's wrong? Bring it on." Sage Centipede smirked and laughed, pointing one of his antennae at the helicopter. "Is that fly bothering you?" Izuku replied nonchalantly, "No idea what you mean. If you dare move another inch, my compatriot will swat that fly down with its ocean grand cannon," Sage Centipede threatened. Distracted, Izuku was slammed hard into the ground by Sage Centipede's Centipede Grand March, creating a massive crater. Before he could recover, Sage Centipede opened a gap in the battlefield, allowing evil ocean water to fire its powerful ocean grand cannon straight at him. "Ichi, tiny fool. Where is that bravado of yours now?" Sage Centipede taunted, but in that instant, a figure suddenly dashed toward evil ocean water, moving with incredible speed over the water. As the figure closed the gap, he leaped high into the air, gathering his strength before delivering a powerful punch directly into the heart of the liquid monster. The force of the punch sent shockwaves through the air, shattering evil ocean water completely. The impact was so immense that it split the ocean in half, causing the creature to scatter and disintegrate entirely. Sage Centipede gasped in shock as it watched the liquid monster disintegrate. What just happened? Was it some kind of tectonic cataclysm? It turned its attention toward the escape helicopter. Izuku, fueled by a longing for revenge, began to chase the monster, shouting, "You son of a..." Suddenly, a figure launched himself into the air, wielding a bat. "Fighting spirit, dragon thrashing," he shouted, unleashing a flurry of attacks. However, the centipede easily knocked the hero to the ground. "Metal Bat." Izuku recognized him as Metal Bat got up from the rubble, surveying his surroundings. "You are the hero hunter," Metal Bat yelled, recalling their last encounter. "So you're going to get in my way again?" he shouted in anger, swinging his bat at Izuku, who narrowly dodged the blows. "Now's not the time," Izuku called out as he ran past him. "Hey, wait up," Metal Bat yelled, chasing after him. "Looks like you're a full-on monster now, huh? So you've finally shown your true colors. Like hell I'll let you get away this time." Izuku thought to himself, "Great, I ran into another pain in the butt," as they made their way toward the head of the centipede. Meanwhile, a nervous news reporter explained, "Please take a look. The ocean has been split, and there's a gigantic creature emerging from the earth. Not to mention that strange light phenomenon earlier. What on earth is going on here?" "Be gone, fly," Sage Centipede shouted. "Look out," Metal Bat warned as the monster prepared to strike the news helicopter filming the intense battle. He rushed in, positioning himself between the helicopter and the creature. With his bat raised, he deflected the monster's sharp antennae, shielding the helicopter from the deadly blow. As they hovered in the air, Izuku sprang onto the helicopter. "Beat it," he growled as the pilot screamed in fear. "Jaya!" one pilot shouted, turning the helicopter in the opposite direction and fleeing from the scene. Metal Bat watched in confusion as Izuku jumped away from the chopper. The hero hunter delivered a powerful kick forward, and Metal Bat instinctively raised his guard, thinking the attack was meant for him. "Whoa!" he exclaimed, only to see Izuku ignore him and lunge toward the centipede instead. Metal Bat stood in shock, his eyes fixed on Izuku as he unleashed a relentless assault on the monster. The sheer force of Izuku's attacks left him in awe. After a moment, the two landed on the ground side by side, adopting a powerful stance as they faced the giant centipede. "What's gotten into you? Helping the helicopter escape and smashing monsters even though you're a monster yourself?" It's almost like your head's screwed on straighter than when you were human, Metal Bat remarked, looking at Izuku. Shut up. It was the perfect chance to let them tell the world how terrifying I am. Anyway, that giant thing's after them. Escape helicopter, Izuku replied, pointing his thumb at the helicopter behind them. Huh. The brat you idiots are protecting is in there. We've got to buy some time for them to get away. I'm not expecting much, but how about you play decoy like a nice little hero? At that, Metal Bat kicked him on the head in anger. The hell do you think you are, ordering me around? I don't know why you're suddenly trying to be a good guy, but no way am I teaming up with a monster who came to smack me around out of nowhere. And it's your fault I didn't get to finish off the last centipede in the first place. I'll take this guy alone, so back off. I tore you to shreds when I was human, and you're trying to act tough? Saving the brat should be top priority, but you're just here stroking your ego. And you call yourself an S-class hero? What a noisy couple of insects. Sage Centipede nagged as it drew closer. Shut it. Izuku and Metal Bat shouted in unison, with Izuku delivering a kick and Metal Bat swinging his bat to land a hit. As the battle raged on, they attacked together, unleashing their strongest techniques. Izuku struck with his roaring aura sky-ripping fist, while Metal Bat swung his weapon with Savage Tornado. Their combined attacks smashed into Sage Centipede, cracking its tough armor and breaking off large pieces. However, the monster's powerful regeneration healed its wounds almost instantly, undoing the damage. No effect. Metal Bat thought. It just won't stop. No matter what area I destroy, it'll just charge while regenerating. Izuku realized. The half-monster is a nuisance. But the other one wielding a stick is not an issue. Should I take him hostage? Sage Centipede considered. You can't even put a scratch on that thing, Meathead Bat. If you don't start putting some work in, I'll kill you. Izuku yelled. Huh. Want me to smash your brains out, you demon monster? I guess that wouldn't work, Sage Centipede thought to itself as it continued to chase the helicopter. If we don't destroy this thing from head to tail at the same time, we'll never get anywhere, Izuku explained as he chased after the centipede. How many with S-class level power would you need for that plan? Metal Bat complained, trying to keep up. Sheet. Gotta catch up. Tsuke. If you're not going to keep up, just get out of here, Izuku scoffed. Meanwhile, in the escape helicopter, the wild pussycats, Mandalay, Pixie Bob and Tiger, clung to whatever they could as the helicopter shook. Night Eye sat by himself. Kota held onto his seat tightly, his eyes wide with fear. Beside him, Arie clung to Aizawa, burying her face in his arm. Waganma, looking terrified, grasped the armrest, glancing nervously at the adults around him. Several Hero Association members were on board, including Sekingar, who leaned forward, watching the approaching centipede with a grim expression. What's wrong? Make it fly higher, he shouted as the centipede drew closer. The engine is unstable, the pilot replied. At the open door of the helicopter, A-class hero one-shotter lay on the edge, gripping his sniper rifle. Captain Mizaki and Aizawa held onto his leg to prevent him from falling. He lined up his shot, aiming at the monster below, but his impaired vision made it impossible to land a precise hit. Diamond, too hard. Without my Diamond TI, I can't aim properly. You're going to hit the heroes who are fighting back. Metal Bat and... Who's that one? Mandalay warned. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the monstrous figure. Izuku Yagi, he muttered to himself, a smile forming on his face. The monster grabbed the helicopter with its antennae, taking the people inside hostage. As the helicopter shook, Izuku and Metal Bat halted in their tracks, staring at the situation. They knew they had to act fast, but the danger of the helicopter being held by the monster made them hesitate. Wah! The heroes inside shouted. It got us! Sekingar exclaimed as the helicopter shook, and the occupants struggled to hold on. Sheet! Metal Bat cursed, frustration evident in his voice. Izuku watched as the centipede regarded them with an amused expression, taunting them. Those brats, he thought, feeling the weight of the situation. What's the matter? Are you done jumping around already? You fleas, the sage centipede laughed, its voice echoing as panic spread among the people inside the helicopter. Strapped tightly into their seats, Kota and Arie peered out from the open door and spotted a familiar face. Izuku. And Mr. Kota exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise. Izumi. Arie added, her eyes wide with hope. Suddenly, the sage centipede unleashed its centipede grand march, shaking the ground and throwing Izuku and Metal Bat off balance. The terrain cracked and shifted beneath them, making it difficult to maintain their footing. The monster's laughter echoed ominously as it attacked relentlessly, forcing Izuku and Metal Bat to defend themselves. Fighting spirit! Metal Bat shouted, summoning all his strength to fight back, but the monster's power overwhelmed him, rendering his attacks ineffective. Izuku focused on blocking the blows, struggling to protect himself from the brutal assault. Metal Bat just got? Tiger called out, his voice trailing off in concern. The terrain is changing. Sekingar observed, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. Mr. Kota cried out, panic rising in his voice. Izuku found himself on his knees, completely vulnerable, as the massive sage centipede wrapped its antennae around him, lifting him off the ground. The monster's grip tightened, leaving him gasping for breath. Die! The sage centipede roared. Just then, it was shot in the eyes multiple times from the helicopter. One of the shooters cheered, I hit it. With the monster momentarily distracted, Izuku seized the opportunity to break free just as the sage centipede prepared to strike with its sharp mandibles. Oreoea. Izuku yelled, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on the sage centipede. He struck with incredible speed and force, each blow landing on the monster's massive body, shaking the ground beneath him. In a swift motion, he jumped onto the helicopter, attempting to free it from the centipede's antenna. Recovering from the earlier attacks, the sage centipede charged at Izuku, intent on killing the hero hunter. Before Izuku could react, a loud voice called out behind him. Out of the way! Metal Bat shouted. Despite his injuries, Metal Bat appeared, bloodied but determined. With a powerful swing of his bat, he unleashed the spiral of overwhelming victory, severing the sage centipede's antennae. The monster was left stunned, caught off guard by the unexpected attack. Guo! The sage centipede exclaimed, confusion evident in its voice. Izuku, also taken aback by Metal Bat's assault, muttered, oops, as he jumped from the broken antenna to catch the helicopter. You sure beat me up as much as you liked. And pumped me up with fightin' spirit. Metal Bat remarked, a grin on his face. Izuku smirked in response. He hasn't changed. The sage centipede growled, how can you get stronger after such deep injuries? A man is at his most powerful when he has somebody to protect. Metal Bat replied, turning his head toward Izuku. Izuku, there's a huge net 500 meters ahead. Following Metal Bat's instructions, Izuku hurled the helicopter toward the safety of the designated area, much to the dismay of the sage centipede, which scoffed in response. Once they landed, Izuku and Metal Bat stood side by side, ready to continue their assault. Izuku employed his awakening breath technique to gather his strength, while Metal Bat gripped his bat tightly, adrenaline coursing through him. We've got no dim choice but to stop this thing here. I'll handle this. Metal Bat shouted. Back the hell off, I'll do it, Izuku replied firmly. The sage centipede mocked them. The other insect has been nothing to me from the very start. You think your pathetic team-up can win against all 6,666 of my legs working in tandem? With that, the monster began to spin rapidly and charged at the duo like a drill. You got a plan for the regeneration? Izuku asked, determination in his voice. We just gotta smash every inch of its body while dashing. Metal Bat answered comically. That I figured as much, Izuku replied, steeling himself. As the centipede drew closer, Izuku declared, whirlwind water stream. Fighting spirit. Metal Bat added, their voices merging in a powerful crescendo. Meanwhile, Bakugo slowly regained consciousness. His head throbbed as he blinked against the blinding light overhead. His body ached, and the rough ground beneath him felt uncomfortable. Pushing himself up, he tried to steady his breath. The battle felt like it had just happened moments ago, but everything around him was eerily quiet now. "Tisiste a minute?" Bakugo muttered, frustration evident in his tone. As his vision cleared, he looked around. Class 1A groaned as they picked themselves up, their bodies battered and bruised. Ashido clutched her arm, Kaminari swayed unsteadily, and Todoroki exhaled a shaky breath, steam still rising from his body. Their fight with Izuku had been devastating. They had given it everything, and still lost. Wiping the blood from his lip, Bakugo turned toward the center of the field. Izumi lay there, her breathing shallow, her body even more wrecked than his. Beside her, Inko knelt, hands trembling as she hovered over her daughter, while All Might stood rigid, his eyes dark with relief. "You still breathing?" Bakugo asked, concern creeping into his voice. Izumi managed a weak chuckle, wincing in pain. Barely. You look worse though." Bakugo clicked his tongue, crouching beside her. "Shut up. You look like hell." Izumi offered a faint smile in response. Bakugo admitted bitterly, "We lost. We all lost." Izumi's gaze dropped, and she clenched her fists, the weight of their failure pressing down on her. Even with everything they had, even together, they couldn't stop him. "It's all my fu," Izumi began, but before she could finish, a deafening roar shook the ground. Bakugo looked up, eyes wide in shock. The night sky was lit by a massive centipede, its body stretching 140 kilometers long. Its armored segments shimmered under the moonlight, coiling like a monstrous serpent in the air. Then they saw it, a tiny glowing figure, barely visible, rocketing towards space, with the centipede hot on its trail. "Is that?" Yaoyorozu stammered, disbelief evident in her voice. The figure twisted in midair and, with one swift motion, karate chopped the centipede in half. A shockwave erupted, sending a blast of force that tore through the night sky, splitting the creature's body in two. The halves began to plummet back toward Earth. The battlefield fell silent as everyone stared in disbelief. Bakugo's breath hitched. "What the hell?" he muttered, while Izumi's eyes widened, her lips parting as she whispered, "Izuku. We have to go now, everyone." All Might shouted as the monster's split body began to fall slowly. Just then, Fubuki, along with a group of injured heroes, found the students and the others. "Let's go," Fubuki urged, her voice filled with urgency. Meanwhile, after recovering, Amai Mask found an injured and unconscious metal bat near the centipede's falling body and was carrying him. "What's going on here?" he muttered, looking at the centipede slowly descending. Was everyone defeated? He paused, noticing an unconscious flashy flash on the ground as a small pink creature seemed to be trying to wake him. That creature. Is it trying to wake Flashy Flash? "Wake up. Hurry. We've got to get out of here, Flash-san," the pink creature urged, desperation in its voice. "Hey," Amai Mask said, stepping closer. The pink creature looked back, only to see an angry Amai Mask delivering a punch, inches away from her face. "Die, monster," he shouted. Just as the blow was about to land, an aircraft carrier crashed between them, halting the strike and sending Sweet Mask, Metal Bat, Flashy Flash, and the pink creature tumbling in all directions. The violent impact stirred a massive wave of ocean water, rushing toward them and engulfing the area. Elsewhere, King stood frozen in fear, his heart racing as he held an unconscious Tatsumaki in his arms. The other heroes lay scattered around him, battered and unconscious. Child Emperor, Pori Pori Prisoner, Endeavor, Ryukyu, Atomic Samurai and his disciples, the Big Three, Thin Lady, Kamui Woods, Gang Orca, Crust, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, Mirko, and Hawks. Each of them was either out cold or barely clinging to consciousness. King's eyes darted frantically across the battlefield, his breath uneven as he searched for one particular person. "Where is he?" he muttered, panic and frustration lacing his voice. "Well done, King. You rescued Tatsumaki, I see," a calm yet haunting voice called out. King's eyes snapped toward the sound, and his heart skipped a beat. "You guys," he stammered. Before him stood the remaining heroes, some still standing, others supporting their fallen allies. A hefty tank topper cradled the injured Bang, Bomb, Zombie Man, Darkshine, and Fatgum, while others, including Class 1A, hobbled forward, some carrying their unconscious teammates. Spring Mastacuo walked with Nichiren, the swordsman's leader, in his arms. Nearby, Fubuki, Inko, All Might, Izumi, Bakugo, and Todoroki gathered, their faces grim as they moved toward King. "Sister!" Fubuki cried. "Tatsumaki!" Inko shouted. As soon as they saw Tatsumaki's condition, they rushed toward King with desperate urgency. "Hang in there. I'm giving you some of my energy," Fubuki said. "No, I'll do it. You've done enough." Inko protested, but Fubuki shot her a hard glare. "Be quiet. Lend me a hand," she commanded, her focus entirely on Tatsumaki. "If I can heal Tatsumaki even a little, maybe she can get us out of this mess with her telekinesis," Fubuki thought. But time was running out. Tank Top Inthar gritted his teeth, straining as he lifted all the heroes at once: Bang, Bomb, Zombie Man, Darkshine, Fatgum, and the rest. "Let's go," he shouted as everyone struggled to stay still while piled on top of each other. "Don't bite your tongues." King. Hellish Blizzard and Telekinesis exhausted all their energy healing the injured. "You need to land on deck ahead of time and catch everyone." "Eh?" King exclaimed nervously. The shockwaves from the King-style super catch might aggravate their injuries. "I'd probably be better off using psychic powers." He caught a glimpse of the aircraft carrier, where someone was surfing on it. "Hold on," King said, his expression serious. "It's all right. We'll wait right here." His sudden decision surprised everyone. Meanwhile, a figure shifted position, embedding their boots into the deck, and twisted with such force that the entire ship lurched dramatically. Everyone, including King, watched in stunned disbelief. The figure wasn't finished. They repaired their legs in an instant and leaped away with tremendous force, crumpling the ship at the launch point. Shockwaves rippled outward, vibrating through everyone present. The ship, now angled downward, redirected ocean water over the heroes, providing much-needed shelter. What just happened?" Fubuki exclaimed. "I don't know, but the angle deflected the wave." Tank Top MSTR replied. Their luck seemed to have improved as the ship tilted, protecting them from the falling water and the centipede's corpse. As the creature crashed down, the ship absorbed most of the impact, keeping the heroes safe from the worst of it. "What a close call," All Might said. "Great call, King. It would have been disastrous to throw them onto the ship right then," Tank Top Etharth thought. King, meanwhile, reflected as unusual, "You've got no subtlety." Suddenly, massive waves began to form around them, rushing through. "We can't stay here either," Fubuki shouted. Out of nowhere, Pig God, now back to his full size, charged across the centipede's fallen body and rushed toward the heroes. With a powerful leap, he swallowed them all, protecting them inside his massive form. After defeating the sage centipede, Izuku scanned his surroundings, his eyes sharp and alert. "Oh yeah, what happened with the sea monster?" he thought to himself. The battlefield was silent, save for the faint lapping of water at his feet. Then a sound. Splash. Izuku's head snapped in the direction of the noise. Someone had just jumped down, their landing causing the water to ripple around them. Before Izuku stood a bald man, dressed in a plain yellow jumpsuit, red gloves and boots, and a white cape that fluttered behind him. The man stood still, his expression filled with boredom and indifference. "What are you supposed to be?" Izuku asked, eyeing the bald man. Izuku thought to himself, some chump hero sent out for rescue operations, maybe? The bald man remained motionless, his expression unchanged. Izuku stood silent as Bang's voice echoed in his mind. "Follow the voice of your heart." "Sorry, old man. I'm going to do something only I can do," Izuku declared. "I'm Izuku the monster. I'm the one who will strike all of mankind down equally into the depths of despair. The one who will become absolute evil, and make this a world where everybody will know the pain that these heroes turned a blind eye to." "Absolute evil? You're evil?" the bald man asked in surprise. "Didn't you just save that helicopter being chased by that centipede? You even split that thing right in two, didn't you? With a karate chop." Izuku felt a flicker of irritation. What's up with this guy? Where was he watching me from? He let out a small chuckle. Absolute evil means absolute strength, after all. First, I need witnesses to spread my influence. I wanted to show the passengers that I'm stronger than any hero or monster. Izuku continued, if you understood that, then get the hell out of here and think about a career change. He shooed the bald man with his hand. I'm not stopping with the Monster Association. The heroes get annihilated tonight too. I'll make the world understand that my might is impossible to challenge. That means any leftover heroes will pretty much have two choices, either surrender or oppose me and be crushed. The bald man turned around and began to walk away. Alright. If you're not a monster, I'm out, he exclaimed, catching Izuku by surprise. Were you even listening? Izuku asked, puzzled. I mean, you don't even look like a monster. Just figured I'm not needed here, the bald man replied nonchalantly. Izuku said, dumbfounded by the man's words. The man's expression suddenly darkened. I go to complain about the noise, and somehow my house gets blown up, so now I'm stuck trying to find my stuff by fishing around in a tide pool. Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine. It lasted only a split second, but his instincts screamed at him, danger. The bald man, who had just walked away, had said, I thought I'd let off some steam by beating up this Monster King guy. I watched you for a while because you seemed pretty cool and tough, but I guess you weren't him. I don't care if you're playing monster or hero or whatever as a hobby, just try not to overdo it, okay? See ya. Izuku stood frozen, trying to comprehend what he had just witnessed. What was that pressure? Who was this guy? He stared at the bald man's shiny head, feeling an unsettling familiarity. No, it didn't matter who he was. Hey, Izuku called out, catching the bald man's attention. Did you not understand at all? Underestimating absolute evil is a huge mistake. With that, Izuku shot forward, the ground cracking beneath him as water splashed everywhere. His fist pulled back, ready to strike the bald man. I'll break his spirit just enough to avoid killing him, he thought. Before Izuku's fist could even get close, a blur, a sudden, impulsive punch. Izuku didn't see it coming. Pain exploded in his face, and the next thing he knew, he was airborne, spinning uncontrollably. Ah, the bald man exclaimed, watching Izuku fly back. Sorry, you came kinda fast. As Izuku soared through the air, his mind raced. The impact rattled his skull, but something deeper, something buried in his memories, began to surface. He recalled a time when he had dined and dashed, only to encounter a bald man in the playground with Arie and Kota. The man had approached him, trying to punch him, but a casual punch from the same bald guy had sent him flying backward. Then there was the encounter with King, where he had rushed in, convinced of his victory, only to be kicked aside like an afterthought by that same bald man. And the karate chop. A simple strike on his shoulder that had completely shut down his body. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as realization crashed down on him like a tidal wave. In a flashback, he remembered laughing mockingly at Sonic, who had said, "So you're telling me you lost to some bald guy 3 times in a row?" Sonic had claimed that the man was the strongest hero there was. Izuku had smirked, leaning back in his chair, and asked, "Strongest hero?" Bold claim, Sonic. But if he's so strong, why isn't he more well-known? Sonic had replied that the man didn't care about fame or recognition, he just fought and won. Intrigued, Izuku had considered paying this hero a visit to see what he was really made of. Sonic had warned him against it, saying, "He's not someone to be underestimated." Izuku had insisted he never underestimated anyone but wanted to test his limits. If the bald man was as strong as Sonic claimed, it could be enlightening. Sonic had sighed, "Your funeral. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Warnings are for the weak. Now, tell me more about this guy. What's his name?" Izuku had pressed. Sonic had started to answer, and in that moment, Izuku realized, Saitama. This guy. Tis Saitama? I remember now. Saitama had looked at him, confused. Izuku? Wasn't he? The realization hit Izuku hard. This was the mysterious, overpowered bald guy he kept running into again and again. What an oversight. He had forgotten about the target who should take priority over everything else. Meanwhile, the helicopter had managed to stay in a safe position after being thrown by Izuku towards the net. Mumen Rider spoke up, "Now that the fissures have subsided, we should be able to evacuate the danger zone by boat." Sekingar added, "Things may have calmed down for now, but for all we know, monsters could pop out again at any moment." Speaking of monsters, Lightning Max interjected, "Those two giant ones that were wreaking havoc earlier. It looked like they both got split in half out of nowhere. What happened?" Kota replied with determination, "It's gotta be Mr. He's an awesome hero who protected me." Mandalay and the wild pussycats exchanged worried glances. "Kota, who is this Mr. you always talk about?" Mandalay asked with concern. They all stood silent until a sudden earthquake shook the ground beneath them. "Whoa!" everyone exclaimed. "Something's happening again." Snek yelled, trying to stabilize himself. Sekingar remarked, "Not sure if someone is fighting or if it's more seismic activity. There are so many unknowns for both friends and foes, there's no way to determine." Meanwhile, as Saitama and Izuku soared through the air, they exchanged blows at incredible speeds. Izuku launched a relentless barrage of attacks, but Saitama effortlessly dodged each one, his expression unchanged. Saitama swung a punch toward Izuku's head, but Izuku swiftly evaded and retaliated with a powerful axe kick, driving Saitama into the ground and fracturing the earth beneath them. "My fist!" Izuku shouted. As Saitama steadied himself, Izuku dropped from above, delivering a sharp hand chop to his head, creating a powerful shockwave upon impact. "HAA!" he grunted. The hand chop had no effect on Saitama, who quickly countered with a headbutt that shattered Izuku's forearm. Izuku stumbled back, pain shooting through his arm, which hung uselessly at his side. Saitama remained standing, looking as bored as ever. "Go!" Izuku yelled in pain. "What's with you? Picking a fight out of nowhere?" Saitama said, his tone dripping with boredom. Despite the injury, Izuku quickly regenerated his forearm. "Well, I still had something to say to you, so no big deal," Saitama continued before Izuku retaliated with a punch that landed squarely on his face. "Listen to me when I'm talking," the bald man said in irritation, before he punched Izuku a significant distance away. Izuku thought to himself, "What's with this bald guy?" He slid across the water, crashing near some rubble. He cleared the debris around him, gasping for breath. "Damn it," he thought, frustration building. "I was right there. Just when I was about to reach my ultimate goal, the biggest hurdle of them all had to get in my way. I've got to take him out, or I'll never become absolute evil." In response to his anger, Izuku's body began to change. His muscles grew larger, his frame expanded, and his strength increased dramatically. An aura flared around him, revealing the power he had gained. He stood taller and more formidable than ever. As he observed his monstrous hands, a thought crossed his mind. "What's this? In response to my rage, my body is mutating? Could it be the serums?" His strength felt overwhelming, and he contemplated what he could achieve with it. Just then he heard small footsteps behind him. Turning his head, he saw Arie and Kota standing before him, breathless. "Hey, you're alive," he said, his voice a mixture of relief and surprise. For a moment, the two children stood frozen, their fear evident, but they quickly tried to mask it. Kota forced a smile and took a small step forward, looking at Izuku with a hesitant yet determined expression. "This time, I won't run away," they both thought simultaneously. "You saved us again, Izumi," Arie said, her voice trembling with gratitude. Kota added, "You were a hero all along, weren't you?" Izuku blinked in confusion. "Ah, how many times do I have to tell you? Just what part of me is a hero? I finally managed to change into a true monster." "You're a hero," Kota interrupted, cutting him off. "What?" Izuku replied, taken aback. "Just now was the 5th time. I know for a fact. Whenever I'm in trouble, you always come running to save me," Kota said, a sad smile gracing his lips. "To me, To us, you're the coolest, greatest hero of them all. Arie chimed in, Izumi. Even if you look different now. Even if you say you're a monster. You'll always be my hero. Her smile was broken, yet sincere. Kota pleaded, so please, stop pretending to be a monster. You'll make everyone misunderstand and hate you. I don't want that. Tears began to stream down his face. Izuku stood in silence, looking at the little kids who were crying for him. Saitama watched from the sidelines, his expression filled with empathy. TSK, what the hell? Don't make that face. Not when I finally, can show you two the moment where the monster wins, Izuku thought. Saitama walked over to them. You're Izuku, right? Man, you're gonna make the old man cry, he said, referring to Bang. You hunt down heroes, wreck a bunch of dojos, and now you're pretending to be a monster and making kids cry? He stepped closer. Act like a grown-up, for crying out loud. No need for sudden fits. Did it bother you when I said you don't look like a monster? Your cosplay looks really intricate. Ichim? Did you put another part on the top? Kota and Arie stood behind Izuku's legs. Watch closely, you two. I'm about to destroy your outlook on life. I'll show you just how powerless heroes are. While his words sounded intriguing, his inner thoughts were different. There won't be anyone left alive to kill or save you. There will only be me, absolute evil, to dominate. And put a permanent end to the unreasonable world that made all three of us cry. Arie asked with concern, Izumi, are you gonna fight that guy? Didn't. If you hurt any more heroes, everyone's really gonna think you're a monster. Kota tried to plead with him, but to no avail. Out of the way, Izuku demanded, only to see Saitama walking right towards him. You wanna hit me? Go ahead. You chicken. Saitama mocked. Izuku's face twisted with wrath. Don't make me laugh. Angered, he threw a powerful punch at Saitama's head with all his might. However, to his shock, Saitama remained completely unharmed. He slowly turned back to Izuku, his expression unchanged, as if the attack had done nothing. Kota and Arie stood in complete shock as they witnessed Izuku's attack on Saitama have no effect. Saitama patted them both on the head. Don't worry. I won't get hurt, he reassured them. Izuku yelled, Gyo-ich, and attempted to land a powerful kick on Saitama, but the hero effortlessly swatted him away, sending him flying through the air. Let's take this over there, Saitama said, his expression as casual as ever. Mr. Kota shouted. Izumi. Arie cried as they watched Izuku get further away. Hey, you want me to stop him, right? Not kill him? Saitama asked the kids, pointing at Izuku. Without a second thought, Kota and Arie nodded. Gotcha. Leave it to me, Saitama said with a heroic smile as he began to walk toward Izuku. Izuku's body tore through the landscape, skidding violently across the cracked ground. His monstrous form left deep trenches in the earth, dust and debris flying into the air. The momentum from Saitama's casual slap sent him rocketing backward, spinning uncontrollably. Tisitamenet. Gritting his teeth, Izuku slammed his feet and hands down hard, dragging them against the ground to stop. He took a moment to breathe heavily. My transformation is speeding up, and I can tell I'm way stronger than before, but it doesn't feel like I'm catching up to him at all. He thought as Saitama approached. What exactly are you trying to accomplish, Izuku? Saitama asked, catching him by surprise. Since you're hunting heroes, I figured you must have a grudge against them. But then you started working with heroes, messing up that centipede and saving people. Saitama stood a few meters away. If you want to do that kind of stuff, you can just be a hero. What's with you pretending to be a monster instead? Izuku's breathing was ragged, his monstrous form crackling with raw energy. His glowing green eyes burned with fury as he glared at Saitama. Forget you, he spat, pushing himself to his feet, dust and debris falling from his body as he took a step closer. You don't know a dimmin thing about me. Saitama raised an eyebrow but remained silent, just watching. Izuku clenched his fists, his claws digging into his palms, drawing blood. I was going to be a hero. His voice wavered, but the rage in his tone didn't falter. I wanted it more than anything. I worked hard every single day, dreaming of the moment I could stand alongside the greatest hero of all time. His lips curled into a bitter snarl. My father. Satama's eyes widened slightly as Izuku let out a cold, hollow laugh. Yeah. Toshinori Yagi. All Might, the symbol of peace, the man revered by the entire world, was a figure of both admiration and resentment for Izuku. His body trembled as he spat out the words, "And the man who never cared about me." The ground beneath them cracked as Izuku's monstrous aura flared to life. He had a family. He had a wife. He had 2 kids. His voice twisted with anger. But only one of them mattered to him. Claws extended further, his breathing became erratic. Izumi, he hissed, his expression darkening. She was perfect in their eyes. She had a quirk. She had talent. She was strong. She was everything they wanted. A sneer curled his lips. And then there was me, the worthless one. The quirkless mistake. The unwanted child they had to put up with. Memories flashed through his mind. His mother, Inko, looking at him with disappointment. His father barely acknowledging his existence. Izumi standing by their side, basking in the love and attention he never received. They didn't just ignore me. They made my life a living hell. His fingers twitched as he recalled every harsh word, every time they brushed him aside, every moment they told him he wasn't enough. All Might was supposed to be a hero. My hero. But he became my biggest nightmare. His voice dropped to a whisper. He told me I'd never be a hero without a quirk. A sharp, humorless laugh escaped him. And he was right. His monstrous aura exploded outward, and his eyes gleamed with something twisted, something broken beyond repair. So I stopped trying. He raised his gaze to meet Satama's, his fanged grin sharp and menacing. If the world wants to treat me like a monster, then fine. The air crackled around him as his monstrous energy surged. I'll be the worst one they've ever seen. With a sudden burst of movement, Izuku shot forward, the ground cracking beneath him as he closed in on Satama. Satama threw a punch, but Izuku deftly deflected it with a quick parry. In an instant he struck Satama's face with a sharp hand chop, followed by a powerful punch to the head and a crushing elbow to the gut. Satama grabbed his arm, but Izuku swiftly countered, twisting free and landing a heavy elbow strike to Satama's hip. Without hesitation he unleashed God Slayer instant attack, a rapid flurry of punches and strikes that rained down on Satama, each blow shaking the ground. The force of the assault sent Satama crashing into the earth, leaving behind a massive crater. However, Satama quickly re-emerged from underground, shooting up from the dirt and tossing a massive rock straight at Izuku. That weird way you're moving and making my punches miss. Is that martial arts or something? He asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Izuku rotated his arms in perfect sync, effortlessly shattering the rock into pieces before it could hit him. It's the ultimate martial arts technique, he replied, attempting a barrage of attacks on Satama, who managed to dodge. Be grateful and relish the experience, he shouted, watching Satama evade every single strike. Izuku thought to himself, this JRK. He's outpacing my combo attacks with just his miraculous reflexes and reaction speed. But his technique is still that of a complete amateur. He's got plenty of openings to take advantage of. The reason you're going to lose is that you have no technique. Your next move, the move beyond that. I can read them all. He explained to Satama before unleashing his attack. God Slayer combo attack. Izuku grinned, his body a blur of motion as he launched a rapid barrage of attacks towards Satama. Each strike was fast, precise, and aimed at the slightest opening, like an unstoppable storm of fists and kicks. Satama raised his arms in an X shape, effortlessly blocking Izuku's relentless assault with a casual expression. The sound of each strike colliding with his forearms echoed through the air. Izuku thought he's got the raw power, but he's relying purely on muscle. I can see every gap in his defense. His next move will be... Before he could finish his thought, Satama launched into a rapid series of consecutive punches, each one faster than the last. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he deflected the blows with quick, calculated movements, redirecting each punch from Saitama with ease. He just suppressed my God Slayer combo attack with brute force. This guy. His eyes narrowed as a wild thought crossed his mind. In that case, taste your own punch. Izuku swiftly deflected one of Saitama's incoming punches, redirecting the force so that Saitama's fist slammed back into his own face. The impact was so devastating that a shockwave erupted behind Saitama, shaking the ground and sending debris flying. For a moment, even Saitama looked surprised, his eyes widening as he processed the blow. Izuku stood tall, grinning as he watched Saitama shake off the hit. "How's that for a taste of your own medicine?" he taunted. Saitama rubbed his forehead where the punch landed, still maintaining a calm demeanor. "Not bad." Izuku's grin faded as he realized Saitama was still standing, completely unaffected. Then, with explosive speed, Saitama launched himself toward Izuku. God Slayer ascending attack. Izuku struck Saitama with a powerful punch to the stomach, followed by a knee strike to the same spot. With a hard kick, he sent Saitama flying into several buildings, crashing through them. Without hesitation, Izuku used his great FA gene, charging forward and driving Saitama through the rubble, smashing through the structures. Dust and debris exploded into the air as the ground shook with the impact. As the dust settled, Izuku stood tall, convinced he had finally won. No matter how tough your bones and flesh are, there's no way to train your internal organs. With his insides torn to shreds, this beast won't be able to work as a hero ever again. What? His eyes widened in shock as he saw Saitama standing there, completely unfazed. No signs of pain, no injuries, just the same bored expression on his face. Before Izuku could react, a deep rumbling came from below. Clank. A bunker door suddenly creaked open from the ground, revealing a group of trapped civilians. "Yes." "It opened," one exclaimed. "We're saved," another added. "The building," a third person said, looking confused. Saitama glanced at them. "What's with you guys crawling around?" "Ah, a hero?" one of them exclaimed. "We're the staff members in charge of the underground shelter. We were checking for any stragglers after the emergency evacuation warning, but then we got trapped." Tears filled her eyes as she continued, "It was pitch black. We couldn't call for help. We thought we were done for." "Oh, I guess all the rubble got blown away with the building, so you were able to get out?" Saitama remarked. "We don't know how to thank you," one man said, smiling with relief. Saitama casually pointed at Izuku. "Don't thank me. This guy did it." The civilians turned and finally noticed Izuku standing there, tall, monstrous, intimidating. They froze in terror, unsure of what to say. Then all at once they bowed. "Thank you very much." Izuku stiffened, caught completely off guard. He stared at them, confused. "You all need to hurry and evacuate. Get as far away as you can," Saitama instructed firmly. "Yes." The group responded, scrambling to safety. Just before they disappeared, one of them turned back and bowed deeply. Silence enveloped the scene. Saitama smirked slightly, observing the chaos. "Man, absolute evil sure knows how to save people. You've got this down to a T. The ultimate in martial arts." Izuku twitched in frustration. "Are you kidding me?" Infuriated, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, but Saitama effortlessly evaded each strike. Meanwhile, in a town near an active volcano, chaos reigned. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky as tremors shook the ground. Residents were in a full-scale evacuation, rushing toward designated safe zones. "Are all city inhabitants accounted for?" one evacuation worker asked anxiously. "There are still a few elderly folks left," another replied. "Look how close the lava's getting. It's going to cover the whole city," a third worker warned. A young boy looked at his parents, a mixture of sadness and confusion on his face. "Is the house going to catch fire?" he asked, his father placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "As long as we have our lives, we can start over," his dad said, trying to comfort him. The ground trembled again, and everyone's gaze snapped upward as a strange light shimmered behind the volcano, cutting through the thick, smoky haze. Is something shining from behind the mountain? One resident wondered. Is it volcano lightning? Another speculated. Maybe it's a shock before a big earthquake, a third suggested. Meanwhile, Izuku's transformation reached a new level. His form grew larger, his features becoming more demonic. Dark, fiery wings sprouted from his back, and long, twisted horns emerged from his head. Flames flickered along the back of his neck and trailed down the sides of his thighs, intensifying his monstrous appearance. He charged at Saitama in the air, his expression filled with frustration and anger. "Hey, you got a little better again," Saitama remarked, his tone dripping with irony. This only fueled Izuku's rage further. "You call this a little?" he shouted, delivering a left hook that sent Saitama flying toward the mountain. Saitama landed on the volcanic peak, unfazed, as he watched Izuku hurtle toward him with incredible speed. "How about this?" Izuku yelled, striking Saitama with both open palms. The force of the impact shattered the mountain behind them, sending rocks flying as the ground shook. The blow redirected the lava, sending it away from the town. Civilians nearby, watching in shock and awe, recorded the entire event on their phones. "The mountain shattered," one exclaimed in amazement. "The lava's flowing down the other side of the mountain," another shouted. Cheers erupted among the crowd, knowing their town was now safe. Izuku breathed heavily, exhausted from his non-stop attacks against Saitama, who appeared completely unaffected. In a swift motion, Saitama punched Izuku square in the face, sending him soaring into the sky. Regaining control, Izuku swung his wings, hovering in the air. He's unaffected even after that? He thought in disbelief. If the impact penetrated him and shattered the mountain behind him, that means he's sturdier than the mountain. This guy is tougher than a mountain. Meanwhile, Saitama, still on the mountain, noticed the loud cheers coming from the nearby highway, the route the residents were using to evacuate. "Ha," he chuckled. "This whole thing where you're not even trying and things turn out perfect. You kind of remind me of King, in a way." He watched Izuku in the air. "You have great hero instincts, don't you?" Waganma gasped. "Yeah? A drowned corpse." Sekingar quickly moved to cover the boy's eyes before he could see more. "Diamenet." So there were civilians who didn't make it out in time. A heavy silence fell over the group as they drew closer to the floating body. Tiger murmured, "How tragic," his eyes filled with sorrow. But then, the corpse suddenly shifted. Water dripped as the massive figure stirred, revealing itself to be none other than Pig God. Aizawa exclaimed, "Wait, that's Pig God." The entire group blinked in shock. Meanwhile, Izuku roared, "Goddamn IIITGT." With a monstrous roar, 2 more arms burst from his sides. His body crackled with power as he launched himself at Saitama, all 4 fists flying in a relentless barrage. Saitama dodged effortlessly. "Oh, that's pretty sweet. Where'd you learn to do a trick like that?" Saitama joked, infuriating Izuku even more. Izuku seethed with anger and frustration as he continued to attack Saitama. "Just give it up already," Saitama said nonchalantly, deflecting Izuku's strikes with a single hand, shocking the hero hunter. Izuku thought, "One-handed? That's enough, right?" Saitama said as he began to fall. Izuku's thoughts raced. "I can't let myself forget this anger. Not until the entirety of humanity has suffered the same pain and despair that I did. It was that simple to make all my preparation and resolve waver. That's how patient I was. And it pissed me off. And then he mocks me for it." In a bold move, Izuku placed 2 of his hands firmly on Saitama, bracing himself before transforming into a jet-like form. With his remaining 2 arms, he generated a powerful surge of energy for propulsion, preparing to unleash his full strength. "It's enough for you too?" he shouted before unleashing his powerful attack. An immense burst of force erupted, sending both himself and Saitama hurtling deep into the earth with incredible speed and impact. The collision created massive seismic waves that rippled violently through the planet's core, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The force of the attack was so overwhelmingly powerful that it caused a large landmass to rise on the opposite side of the planet, while the surrounding space itself began to distort, disrupting both the magnetic and gravitational fields. In another dimension, chaos ensued. The space around Earth is starting to distort. The magnetic and gravitational fields are going crazy, one observer exclaimed. Blast, concerned, asked, "What's going on?" He flicked his finger to see Earth from their current dimension. What they saw next shocked them to their core. "What the? The Earth is bulging," one observer explained. "It looks like some of the oceanic plates that had subducted into the Earth via crustal movements were pushed back out by some powerful force." Another added, "Who could have done that?" The one-eyed alien asked playfully. "I can't imagine that any Earthlings could have managed such a thing. It's probably just an anomalous tectonic shift. Either way." He paused as Blast opened a wormhole portal. They all rushed toward it. "That species gonna break through the dimensional seal. We've got to hurry up and repair it," Blast shouted urgently. Back with Izuku and Saitama, despite Izuku's powerful attack, Saitama remained completely unaffected. In a flash, he unleashed his consecutive normal punches, each strike landing with tremendous force. The ground shook as they erupted from underground, surfacing with a violent impact that shattered nearby mountains. Izuku struggled to defend against Saitama's relentless barrage, but it was futile. He found himself unable to block or counter each punch, overwhelmed by the speed and power of his opponent. Izuku's mind raced as he thought, how am I supposed to take this guy down? Techniques, power, speed, creativity. He recalled Sage Centipede's words, "to destroy the abominable fist that turned against God." Confusion washed over him. "I thought he was talking about me." Just then, Saitama's fist connected with his face, sending him crashing through mountains. The ground trembled with each impact, debris flying in every direction until he finally landed in a massive puddle of water. As if on cue, heavy rain began to pour from the sky. Izuku lay there, his chest heaving and his body aching all over. He could barely move, every breath felt like a struggle. What the hell is he wondered, his vision blurring. In the rain, he saw familiar silhouettes. Inko, All Might, Izumi, Bakugo, standing beside Saitama, staring down at him like judges at his defeat. He's like the embodiment of unfairness. Rage surged within him as he slowly pushed himself up, his legs trembling in pain. There's no way. His breath was ragged, and his eyes twitched as he began to run towards Saitama. There's no way I'll let myself lose to him. With a thunderous bang, Saitama's punch met him head-on. Izuku's monstrous form shattered, cracks running through his body like glass, fragments peeling away until only the human beneath remained, silent, beaten, and exposed. Damn it all. Even after making it this far, I get pulverized by this unbeatable unfairness, and now it's all over? He thought to himself as he drifted into a half-conscious state. Meanwhile, the heroes had managed to gather in one place. Many were unconscious, but they had survived. Sekingar addressed the group, "Everyone. Glad you all managed to stay alive." As they caught up with one another, Mumen Rider, Tank Top MSTR, and his tank toppers exchanged relieved words. Fubuki's subordinates, the Blizzard Group, were also happy to see their leader alive and well. King, Inko, and All Might lay next to an unconscious Tatsumaki. Izawa, Night Eye, and the wild pussycats were still searching for Kota and Arie. Many heroes were either unconscious or injured, including Darkshine, Atomic Samurai and his disciples, Pori Prisoner, Child Emperor, Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, Mirko, Fat Gum, Gang Orca, Crust, E-Lady, Kamui Woods, and more. Class 1A was also present, each member more exhausted than the last. Bakugo and Todoroki sat beside Izumi, who lay on the ground due to her injuries. Kirishima, Jiru, Siro, Kaminari, and Mineta huddled in a corner, their bodies battered from their fight with Izuku. Ida, Uraraka, Azui, and Sato stayed close to Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izumi, all of them bruised and weary. Tokoyami, Shuji, Ashido, and Yaoyorozu were also nursing injuries from the battle. Izumi lay flat on the muddy ground, her chest rising and falling unevenly. "I can't move," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah, no kidding," Bakugo scoffed, sitting beside her with his arms resting on his knees. His face was bruised, his hands shaking slightly, but his usual scowl remained. "We survived." "But barely," Todoroki exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. His uniform was torn, a mix of burns and frostbite covering his skin. Around them, the rest of Class 1A sat in a scattered group, all battered and exhausted. DMN. Anyone else feel like they got run over by a truck? Kirishima forced a weak chuckle, trying to lighten the mood. "Dude, I feel like I got run over, backed up on, and then run over again," Kaminari groaned, tilting his head back. "I don't even have the energy to tell you how dumb that sounds," Jiru sighed, wincing as she held her side. "I think I saw my life flash before my eyes." "Like 5 times, Mineta said quietly, his usual panic subdued. "Despite everything, we're still here. That has to count for something." Ida adjusted his broken glasses, his voice steadier than most. "Yeah, but, well no, we couldn't stop him. Even with everything we had." Uraraka leaned against Azui, frustration evident in her expression. A heavy silence followed. No one had an answer. "We did what we could. But it wasn't enough," Shuji said, his multiple arms trembling, his breathing heavy. "Even with all our training, all our planning, we couldn't do anything to change the outcome. And now." Yaoyorozu's gaze drifted across the battlefield, taking in the unconscious heroes scattered around them. "This is the result. The power that Yagi's brother wields. I thought I understood darkness, but this is something else entirely." Tokoyami's voice was low, almost shaken. "Do you think there's any way to stop him? Or bring him back?" Sato's voice was hesitant, the question hanging in the air, heavy with uncertainty. Don't ask dumb questions." Bakugo clenched his fists, his knuckles white. "We're not just gonna let him keep rampaging like this." Still as stubborn as ever, Katsuki, Izumi let out a weak chuckle, barely able to keep her eyes open. "Shut up, Dunce. You're barely breathing," Bakugo shot back. "Even after everything. You still think we can get him back?" Todoroki's tone was unreadable, but there was something vulnerable in his eyes. "DMN right, we can. We have to," Bakugo insisted. "We can't let it end like this." Uraraka's voice was firm despite her exhaustion. "That's the spirit. We just gotta figure out how." Kirishima grinned, though it was weaker than usual. "Then we'll find a way. No matter what it takes," Ida said, filled with determination. Izumi remained quiet, a sorrowful expression on her face. "I'm sorry I dragged you all into this. All of you got hurt because of me." Before Class 1A could respond, a loud footstep echoed through the air. "What the hell are you all doing here?" Aizawa's voice thundered, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Class 1A froze, each member tense under his furious glare. "You disobeyed orders. Went straight into a war zone. And thought you could handle it." Aizawa's harsh gaze swept over them, making Izumi flinch. She felt the weight of his anger pressing down on her, twisting her stomach. "Look at yourselves. Battered and bruised. What the hell were you thinking?" Silence filled the air, the tension palpable. Izumi's hands clenched into fists. Her heart pounded as she slowly stood up, every muscle in her body screaming at her not to speak, but she couldn't hold it in any longer. "It's all on me," she said quietly, stepping forward to face Aizawa. "I was the one who convinced them to come. I told them we could handle it. I was too stubborn, too reckless." Her voice broke slightly, guilt crashing down on her like a wave. "Demon right, you made a mistake. You could have died out there. You all could have died." Aizawa's voice was thick with anger as he looked at each of them. "You're students. This is not your battle. And yet here you are, standing in front of me like you've got everything figured out. This isn't just about you, it's about the others who could have been hurt because you didn't. Think." "We're sorry, Mr. Aizawa," Class 1A said in unison. "You think you're done here? No, you're not. Wait until we get back to UA. We'll see how you all feel after the consequences are explained to you, he replied, and disappointment washed over the group. Hey, over there. What's up with that cloud? Lightning Max called out. Everyone turned to look, their bodies tense. The thundercloud crackled with violent energy, flashes of lightning illuminating the sky, making it feel as if the world itself was about to split apart. The ground shook as a massive foot descended from the sky, followed by another. The earth cracked under the impact, and the sky darkened. The heroes stared in shock, unable to see the giant foot emerging from the thundercloud. Saitama, on the other side, was equally confused. What a weird thundercloud, he muttered. A voice echoed from the darkness. Who are you? Saitama frowned. Shut your mouth. You want to get killed? The voice responded. There is only one fist that can counter the fist that has turned against God. What are you trying to say? Who are you? Saitama demanded, scratching his cheek in confusion. Something that can counter the fist that has turned against God. I guess that'd be the fist of God, the voice replied, its tone cosmic and echoing. Saitama thought, sounds like he's talking in a bathroom or something. Izuku dropped into a focused stance, poised to strike with the waterstream rock-smashing fist. In a blur of motion, he moved swiftly, blue streams of water trailing behind him. Bang's waterstream rock-smashing fist required knowledge of the flow of energy behind raging currents and tidal surges, recreating these within one's body. Izuku's ability to absorb and copy techniques was an extension of that flow. Now, he had gained knowledge of the flow of all energy and the behavior of all forces in the universe. As he threw his punch, the world went silent. Then, a blinding white light consumed the battlefield, swallowing the sky, the earth, and everything in between. The sheer force of the impact detonated outward, an unholy fusion of kinetic destruction and nuclear annihilation. The explosion was not just an attack, it was an extinction event. The heroes exclaimed as they struggled to hold on against the shockwave. Nearby, the crew inside a broken aircraft carrier felt the ground rumble. What is it this time? The captain yelled, trying to maintain his balance. Decontamination system activated for all sections of the vessel. This alert. It's, a crew member gasped. A nuclear attack, another confirmed. Meanwhile, 5 more nuclear blasts erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the area. Psychos, barely managing to stay alive, watched in shock and awe. Are they the same as Homeless Emperor's energy sphere? Divine power, they're so massive, she said in disbelief as the blasts turned into mushroom clouds. What on earth is fighting in there? One of the heroes shouted, his expression filled with shock and horror. Sir, Genos thought, while Kaminari exclaimed, what the hell is happening? Izumi clutched her chest, her heart pounding. Know this feeling. Why is everything familiar? Back with Izuku and Saitama, as the clouds cleared, both were suspended in the air. Saitama looked at his clothes in horror. Aya! What the hell, man? You completely messed up my outfit. You're seriously worried about your outfit? I've seen through your moves completely, Izuku replied. Huh. Saitama sighed. There you go again, spouting lines like a bad guy right before he gets instantly one-tapped. I feel like I can do anything now. Izuku exclaimed, oddly excited. In martial arts, there are secret techniques called shakiai that borrow the power of nature by imitating the movements of living beings. I call them modes, which sounds cooler. For example, how's this one? In an instant, Izuku's cosmic features morphed into something unsettlingly familiar. The dark void filled with stars and galaxies was replaced by a blank stare, Saitama's own face. Saitama looked at Izuku's new face in horror. Then, Izuku launched a rapid barrage of consecutive normal punches, fists blurring as they hammered towards Saitama. Saitama blinked, then met him head-on. Fist slammed against fist, shockwaves tearing through the air around them. Blow for blow, they matched each other perfectly. Neither backed down. Neither overpowered the other. The clash continued, neither gaining ground, neither yielding. Fists blurred, the air between them cracking with each collision. The sheer force of their blows sent shockwaves rippling outward, clearing the chaos around them. Then, both of their punches landed at the exact same moment. Izuku's fist smashed into Satama's face. Satama's fist crashed into Izuku's. A deafening impact sent them both flying backward, crashing into the water below and creating massive waves that splashed into the air. A few seconds later, they both leaped from the water. Izuku laughed, "Ha ha ha. Is this the first time someone has matched you in an exchange of blows? You seem at a loss for words. We may be evenly matched now, but the techniques I copy get honed to perfection at blazing speed. Soon, you won't even be able to catch up to the copy," he explained with confidence. Satama, still in the air, showed no reaction. "Ah man. And I went and made a deal about telling those kids I wouldn't hurt you," Satama replied. Izuku chuckled. "Here I am, standing on the same endless horizon of power as you, yet you're still concerned about those kids?" He then began to charge an attack. "That reminds me, I said I would show those kids how powerless heroes are, didn't I? See? You're concerned too," Satama remarked, watching Izuku charge up, looking slightly confused. Izuku taunted, "Fool! You can't even dodge this by jumping." Then, gamma ray burst. Izuku unleashed his attack. A concentrated beam of raw energy, brighter than a dying star, tore through the sky. The gamma ray burst let out two beams of pure energy from front and back, striking Satama head-on. A blinding explosion followed, shaking the very foundation of the battlefield. The sheer force of the blast sent Satama hurtling through the sky, disappearing into the distance as the shockwave spread across the ruined landscape. Meanwhile, the heroes watched in shock and disbelief as they saw the bright attack in the sky. "It's even brighter than daytime," one hero exclaimed. "Could this be someone's special move too?" Bomb added. A hint of humor laced the voice of one hero as he exclaimed, "Huh! No way!" Metalbat muttered, "Too bright, my head's spinnin'." Hm. Suddenly, he felt something drip down his nose. It was blood. "Guys, what do we do now?" Kaminari asked, his voice shaky as he looked around in panic. We stay here and look for that nerd. Then Bakugo began, but he was interrupted when he felt something drip from his own nose. "Bakugo-san. Your nose," Yayorozu pointed out. Annoyed, Bakugo wiped at his nose, only to notice the blood. "It's just a noseable." Before he could finish, he collapsed, falling to the ground with a weak thud. "Bakugo!" Class 1A shouted, rushing to his side. Izumi dropped to her knees beside him, gently cradling his head as blood continued to pour from his nose and eyes. "Katsuki!" Her voice trembled with fear. "Izumi!" he whispered weakly, his usual strength fading. Izumi held his head in her lap, desperately trying to keep him awake, her hands trembling as they became stained with his blood. A figure landed atop a pile of rubble, sending dust and debris cascading down as the shock of his arrival settled over the battlefield. The heroes, still reeling from the blinding light and destruction, turned toward the source of the sound. Their breath caught in their throats. In that moment, every hero present understood that the massive explosion of energy had originated from this figure. Inko muttered, "Izuku," her face etched with fear. "There is no way." All Might said, fear and disbelief consuming him. "Izuku?" One hero gasped. "Is it really the hero hunter? He turned into a monster." Another hero wondered. This is bad." Aizawa thought, panic rising within him. Bakugo, barely conscious in Izumi's arms, let out a weak chuckle, blood still dripping from his lips. "That DMN nerd," he whispered, his vision blurring. What the hell did he become? Izumi held him tighter, her fingers digging into his torn hero costume. "His body," Todoroki muttered in shock and fear. "Izuku," she whispered, those dreams. It was the future." Holy. Kaminari's voice cracked, his body refusing to move. This is real, right?" Ashido's voice shook, her skin pale. "This isn't just some nightmare? How is this possible?" Yayorozu muttered, struggling to breathe as the crushing weight of the air made her dizzy. "Know this," Ida stammered, his legs trembling as his mind raced for logic, but nothing could explain what stood before them. "Is that really a person?" Uraraka whispered, her hands clutched to her chest. "That pressure." Endeavor muttered, flames flickering weakly as he barely held himself upright. "Is this truly human? Izuku, what have you become?" So, he really did turn into a monster. Hawks breathed, gripping his side. This isn't." Kirishima's hands clenched into fists, shaking. "What the hell happened to him?" "We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're all gonna die," Mineta muttered, tears streaming down his face. "Darkness. True darkness," Tokoyami said, eerily calm, though his eyes were wide with horror. "His presence alone is a void." "Stay together," Shuji's voice was firm, but he wasn't sure if unity would save them. "DMN it." Sato whispered, feeling the weight of despair settle over them. "I can't even breathe properly," he muttered, hands on his knees, his body drenched in sweat from the overwhelming pressure. Azui croaked, "I feel sick," gripping her stomach. Zombie Man thought, "This is bad. I can feel it in my skin." "Running away would be useless," Flashy Flash stated. The lower-ranked heroes collapsed to their knees, trembling, their eyes wide with horror. Izuku wondered, "Have I finally become it? The symbol of fear that brings all heroes to despair. Absolute evil." He turned his head toward the night sky, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you," he said, his voice echoing. Then several voices called out to him. "Izuku!" All Might shouted, quickly approaching him. "Izuku! Izuku, it's me!" Inko cried, tears streaming down her face. "Izuku?" Bang shouted, crawling toward him as the other heroes stepped back. "Is that you, Izuku?" "You guys. So you're still breathing," Izuku said, his voice devoid of emotion. Bang exclaimed, "That form, what happened to you?" "I felt a response that you have come back to your senses. I heard you say, thank you. Did a monster do something to you?" Izuku paused before responding, "Not really. I always had my senses." In a flashback, Izuku reached out, grabbing Bang's hand, only to slap it away with a cocky grin. As if the old man would act like a softie. His expression was confident, but before he could say more, a sharp pain surged through his body. "Go?" A voice echoed, "Even if you didn't fully take my hand. You did just barely touch it." Clutching his chest in agony, Izuku managed to retort, "Heh, I knew it. You're a monster. You thought if you turned into the old man, you could play me like a DMN fiddle? What did you do to me?" The figure began to glitch and distort, its voice warped and unsettling. "You will make your avatar. As for what you do with that power, you already know that fully." With a final flicker, the figure vanished completely. Presently, All Might took a step forward, fists clenched, his voice unsteady. "Izuku, listen to me. I know we made mistakes. I know I failed you." Izuku's head tilted slightly, his expression void of emotion. "Failed?" he asked calmly. "That's a weak word for what you did." Inko fell to her knees, sobbing, her hands trembling as she reached toward him. "Izuku, please. I'm so sorry. I should have protected you, I should have." "You should have," Izuku replied, his words sharp. "But you didn't." She flinched as if struck, her breath hitching. "You knew what they did to me. What she did to me." His gaze flickered toward Izumi, who visibly recoiled. "You knew, and you let it happen." Izumi staggered forward, shaking, tears streaming down her face. Izuku, I was horrible to you. I bullied you, I laughed at you, I was a monster." She sobbed, falling to her knees. "I know I don't deserve forgiveness. I know I can't take back what I did. But I'm sorry. I am so sorry." A long silence followed, the weight of the air growing heavier. Izuku slowly turned to face her. "It wasn't your fault." Izumi's breath hitched. "You were a child." He turned his gaze back to Inko and All Might, his voice dropping into something colder. "They were the ones who let it happen.